keeps control for Thompson. Pass for Stevens, wide open underneath in the basket. Great pass.
Backs down, now kicks out, up top to the left side, Caden Dahl. Dahl hesitates, then takes the three and knocks it home good. Dahl to get the turn. Carr trying to keep those legs underneath, then Cassette gets him down, and there's the pin.
Rebounded by Kendra Severson. Severson, here comes Bevins back the other way. Bevins, little contact, roll it in, good for Elena Bevins, and we're tied.
Through and Zeller with an excuse me bump, and here goes Semp for takeoff.
Halsted Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
And a pleasant good Friday afternoon inside Central Cass High School here in Castleton, North Dakota. This is the 2024 North Dakota East Region Girls Dual Tournament. I'm Chase Miller. Alongside me is Brent Dick, and welcome to our Irie Insurance pregame show here today in Castleton. What's on tap for you? Well, a whole lot of wrestling this weekend on your live event between the girls here today. You have the Region 1 duels coming up tomorrow in Lisbon, and Region 2 on the boys' side will be in Larimore as well. We'll talk a little bit and preview that moving forward here, Brent. But first things first, fun to see girls wrestling as we were here last weekend for the Bell of the Brawl. A lot of teams from across the tri-state made their way on here to Castleton, and now all of a sudden, the girls have their own state tournament, as we've kind of alluded to in the last couple of years, seeing that grow. But now here, having the second year of the duels as well, this being in Castleton. Central Cass, the 1 seed coming in, as voted on by the coaches. But just your early thoughts here on girls wrestling and how you've seen it expand, from your own point of view here, Brent.
Yeah, that makes girls wrestling a complete sport in the state of North Dakota by adding the duels. It gives them an opportunity not only to compete on the individual side, but as a team on the dual side. And that's one other reason why girls wrestling continues to grow exponentially in the state of North Dakota and also across the nation.
We have 2 mats here today. Here's what the schedule is going to kind of look like throughout today here in Castleton. Very similar to your normal dual tournament, where you'll get things off with 2 mats going on here with the quarterfinals, and you'll have 2 more quarterfinals. First up, the number 1 seed Central Cass and Pembina County North on mat 1. And mat 2 will be Grand Forks and Night Riders against Lisbon. Then roughly at 3 o'clock, it'll be Team Fargo, the Stingers. That'll be going up against West Fargo United, the 7 seed. Then Carrington, the 3 seed, going up against the 6 seed of Napoleon Gacko Streeter. And then after that, it's an all-rolling tournament moving forward here into this one. The biggest thing when it comes to the duels, Brent, is if you get to that final duel, sometimes the 4 or 5 seed, if they haven't wrestled, they will have a wrestle-off at the same time. There's going to be a championship. So just take us through the mentality of what a coaching staff is kind of looking at, win or lose here in these first rounds, and how do you try to match up to hopefully get to that, whether it's a championship, finish third, or try to get to that, challenge match, if you will, later today.
Yeah, it's a grind. It's a big mental game coming into this first duel. I mean, you want to win that. And you've seen, especially on the individual side, we were talking earlier, sometimes you see that number 1, number 2 seed maybe not have the first round that, that they anticipated coming out strong. So mentally you have to get your wrestlers ready. These teams are out here competing for a shot at the state wrestling tournament. And the coaches have to get their wrestlers in the mindset that, now it's time to compete. Everything that happened in the past, put that in the past. Let's get out on the mat, take care of business, and earn our trip to the state wrestling tournament.
And moving forward here, just give us a little preview of tomorrow. I know you're going to be on the call for us down in Lisbon, south border of Lisbon, 2 powerhouses traditionally, a little bit different. Central Cass not in Region 2 here this year. A little reshuffling in terms of who's kind of where. So what can fans expect tomorrow down in Lisbon, Brent, on the boys' side?
Yeah, for the boys' side, I mean, everybody, is looking at Lisbon and South Border as probably the 2 top teams in the state of North Dakota. We also have our Northern Cass started their program a couple years ago. They're part of the Region 1, or now the Southeast Sub-Region Dual tournament. So, they're in there in the mix, along with Kindred, Oaks, Ellendale, Jacombe, Lemoore. And, it's usually, I would say, a dogfight. That spot for the 4th or the 3 and 4 spot from Region 1, they have a real potential or possibility upsetting a number 1 or number 2 team and getting into that second spot for a state tournament berth. So don't count anybody out. in Region 1 as far as competing for a spot in your dual championship or earning a trip to the state tournament.
And it's crazy to think 2 weeks from now we'll be crowning individual champions at the Fargo.
It will, yeah.
Not too far away from that. We'll continue on our Irie Insurance pregame show after this from Castleton as we'll dive into our matchups a little bit more here for the East Region Girls Wrestling Duel. Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has broadened to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
You finally found the perfect car in racing blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
River's Edge Insurance Agency, Halstead, 218-456-2172.
Keep going. More. No, stop!
Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsborough, Grandin, Gackle, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, Medina, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
As we come back here, getting a little bit closer on our Irie Insurance pregame show to get you some postseason wrestling here in the state of North Dakota. For all of your insurance requests, you can go online to IrieInsurance.com to get a free quote started today. Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you here in Castleton. And Brent, let's dive into a little bit of this particular regional duel. I know you've seen a handful of these teams so far this season. I guess what particular wrestler or what's one or two teams to kind of watch out for? Again, the number 1 seed Central Cass, the 2 seed the Fargo Stingers, compiled of the Fargo Public Schools of Davies South and North. The 3 seed is Carrington, 4 is Grand Forks, and 5 is Lisbon. That's your top 5. But I guess what kind of stands out to you so far here, Brent?
Yeah, as far as the number 1 team, Central Cass, they are a team that is strong from the top or from the bottom of the lineup, whether you're starting at 100 pounds all the way up through 250 pounds. They're a team that really doesn't have any weak spot. You know, you look at it, you see what they have back for returning state place winners from last year. They have 7 returning state qualifiers, 5 returning state place winners, and that's the most on this side of the state. And you have to compete with that and figure out a game plan, you know, whatever weight you're going to try to exploit or whatever weight that you may be able to flip in a duel to get in your favor, that's what you're going to have to try it. And maybe it's going to come down to the coin flip on which team has to show the wrestler first, or, you know, who gets choice, top or bottom, to start a period. So, you know, the coaches do have a lot to think about as far as strategy going up against Central Cass. Carrington, another tough team, saw them before the Christmas break up in Carrington. Lisbon dueled them, and also, you know, they have standout wrestlers at a few weights and able to fill up, you know, for the most part, a full lineup, and that's a big thing in girls wrestling right now. If you can fill, you know, a lineup with 10, 12 wrestlers in it, that's going to go a long way as far as competing for a region championship on the dual side.
And that's the one thing so far that we maybe see with some of these programs just getting started. There's some programs that literally have 1 or 2 wrestlers. Others, again, they kind of have a JV program, if you will, or secondary wrestlers here, Brent. So I think you give it another 2-3 years where wrestling was, 2 or 3 years ago to where it could be in 2026, 2027, you might see a whole plethora more of teams who can fill out those respective weight classes a little bit. Do you think that's kind of where wrestling is going on the girls' side here in the next couple of years?
I do think that they continue to recruit girls into the program. The more that the girls are out on the wrestling mat in their high schools and in the youth programs, that's just going to feed into what we have going on today, and you will see more schools, start up wrestling programs, not only at the high school level, but you also see it at the collegiate level.
We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back after this, we'll dive into this matchup a little bit more as they will announce the wrestlers that are going on both mat number 1 and mat number 2 for our first quarterfinals. Quarterfinals at 2 and 3 o'clock respectively. Then after that, it's pretty much your wrestlebacks into your semifinals, and eventually we'll find a champion, and also we'll get to the challenge. That's all coming up here on the corner here on EuroLiveEvent.com.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Hi, this is Chrissy Thompson from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School District, reminding you that ethics, integrity, and respect are values important to our daily lives. In our sporting events, educational lessons, and lifetime values taught by school activities. Remember that one simple word, sportsmanship. It's how you play the game. This message is from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts.
As they come back on through here, as they're announcing the starting lineups here on mat number 1, it will be the Central Cass Squirrels and the Pembina County North Grizzlies here. Then on mat number 2, you'll have the Lisbon Broncos going up against the Grand Forks Knight Riders here in this contest. As we get set for this particular duel here today, and we'll kind of allow our particular in terms of track wrestling to catch up as we get the official weight classes that are coming in. But I think you kind of hit it earlier, Brent, on the Central Cass side. Anna White, just a freshman. I'm sure there's a lot of coaches out there that are going, how is she just a stinking freshman, for crying out loud? Because she's pretty awfully good in terms of her ability and moves and understanding what she can do on the mat here for Central Cass.
Yeah, over the the 3 years that we've had high school wrestling at the girls level, she's definitely one of the standouts for the state of North Dakota. State champion last year at 100 pounds, comes back at the same weight class. Super tough wrestler for Central Cass out on the mat this year.
Again, Anna White will be out there. Also, you're going to see Emma Schneider a little bit later on at the 130 pounds here for the Central Cass Squirrels. Taking a look on the Lisbon side here, Brent going up against the Knight Riders of Grand Forks. There's a couple of wrestlers that you're going to be kind of looking out for here on mat number 2 as we get closer to the quarterfinals here.
Yeah, look at Grand Forks with 7 returning state qualifiers, 4 state place winners. Emily Novak, state champion last year for the Knight Riders in the lineup. So, with one of the wrestlers in their lineup that has the potential to score some big points, those 6 points on the scoreboard will mean a lot in this duel, collecting up those bonus points. So look for Emily Novak for the Knight Riders.
As we have the class schedule here, that you hear the bell, it kind of
what that was.
almost feels like, Brent, you're going out to the East Coast or West Coast.
Yeah, I thought I was on a ship there for a minute. What was going on?
As they continue with some of the starters here with Pembina County North. And here's the other thing, Brent, when we're seeing some open weight classes, because we will see that on either side of the mat throughout today. How much do you put that into your strategy if you see 1 or 2 weight classes that are open, and what does that mean for wrestlers to either not get pinned or maybe make a major decision to just a decision in terms of the overall tally when it comes to the end of the team duel?
Yeah, I think for some of those wrestlers on your team that maybe throughout the year weren't in a varsity lineup spot, you know, you're going to try to bump wrestlers up and down to fill those open positions or those open weight classes on your roster today. And you know, that's one of those things that comes down to which team has to show first. You're going to base your strategy off of that. I'm sure the coaches have a couple different courses of action or lineups put together just for that.
We got Alexis Ranke here coming out, and again for Grand Forks taking a look at this lineup, we're not going to see too many on non-open weight classes here. It should be pretty even, Steven, I think, on this side, and they voted it on by the coaches, so that's how these rankings came out.
Yep.
Able to vote on by the coaches. Central Cass got the most votes, and I think from a perspective here too, Brent, Central Cass has kind of been the team in the East early on here in girls wrestling that you want to kind of match, while out West it's kind of been your Bismarck High, your Minot Highs a little bit here in girls wrestling.
Yeah, Central Cass really, you know, took the bulls by the horn when it came to girls wrestling, and Coach Lamar, you know, built his program, and he obviously had a vision in mind for Central Cass wrestling on the girls side when he did that 3 years ago, and he has a lot of depth and a lot of talent on his team.
And on the boys' side, they're going to be competing in the EDC this year. That'll make it a little bit different. And have you heard much of, I know I talked to Joel Morgan about this last week, but being in the wrestling circle a little bit more than I am, Brent, has anybody said anything about 3 classes, 3 divisions when it comes to wrestling moving forward? I know wrestling a little bit different because there's maybe co-ops, maybe not as many individual schools compared to what we see in basketball, but has that been brought up to any attention of your knowledge?
Yeah, not that I've heard of. I haven't heard much of an appetite for a 3-class system for wrestling. And now the one thing you could see is the girls, whether you want to call it an expansion into a Class A or Class B, but you know that is probably 5 or 6 years down the road at least.
And that's going to be some of the things that will slowly but surely work itself out once we get a little bit closer down the line, as both of the coaches and both of the teams and their respective referees here have came through a little bit to talk with their teams and kind of get the go-ahead as we'll get ready for some wrestling here, and more than likely we'll hear the national anthem in a moment. That does it for our pregame show, brought to you in part by Irie Insurance. For all of your insurance requests, go to IrieInsurance.com to get a free quote started today. That again is IrieInsurance.com to get a free quote started today. So here's your matchups one more time. Central Cass, Pembina County North on mat number 1. On mat number 2, it'll be Grand Forks against Lisbon. Then roughly at 3 o'clock, the 2 seed, the Fargo Stingers, go up against the 7 seed of the West Fargo United. And then later on, it'll be Carrington and Napoleon Gackel Streeter, and that'll be going on there again, Carrington and Napoleon Gackel Streeter. So, Brent, we got an open weight class on mat number 2. On mat number 1, we're getting ready to go here between the Grizzlies and the Squirrels.
Yeah, Scout Fredericks for the Broncos at 100 pounds picks up a win by forfeit, so Broncos will take an early 6-0 dual lead.
As coming up next, Brent, on mat number 2 coming up.
Yeah, and another open weight class in that duel for Lisbon. So Broncos with another 6 points on the board. They'll take an early 12-0 lead.
On mat number 1, Anna White from Central Cass going up against Croston here from Pembina County North. Still scoreless, 40 seconds in as they're both kind of trying to find the bout coming through here. And Anna White able to get a good move, trying to finish it off with the 2-point takedown here. And there it is for the 2 points, working out top now on Charlotte. This, again, the 100-pound weight class here on mat number 1.
Yeah, mat number 2. So we're here at 112 pounds for the Broncos. It's Arlie Romerman with a quick 2-point takedown. She goes up 2-0, working over the top with the cradle and has it locked up. Broncos are up 12-0 with those 2 forfeits at 100 and 106 pounds.
Anna White continues to work the arm of Crosteen. Trying to work that chicken wing right now on the right-handed side as Crosteen's working a little bit more farther towards the edge of the mat, and White trying to keep her in, and now spins her around a little bit here. Anna White, an awfully good competitor in her own right again here for Central Cass. As Brent, there's some more points coming here on mat number 2.
Yeah, mat number 2, we had a win by fall. Arlie Romerman used that cradle. Was able to get those shoulders flat to the mat, wins and picks up 6 points. So Broncos up 18-0 going into our 118-pound match.
Anna White got 3 seconds here to try to finish off the fall before the end of the period, and somehow Charlotte Crosteen able to escape, if you will, only giving up 3 points, what looked like it was going to be possibly a pin. Instead, we go to period number 2. Anna White in mat number 1 from Central Cass 5. Crosteen scoreless here as we go to period number 2.
Yeah, 118 pounds coming out. I'd expect Adeline Hansen to bump up for the Broncos. Hansen, ranked number 2 at 112 pounds, bumps up to wrestle 118. And that, for the Knight Riders, is Sarah Novak. So here's Hansen and Sarah Novak going out on mat number 2. Broncos lead 18-0 in the duel.
Right now, Anna White continues to muscle it around with Crosteen right now. She goes for a leg. White trying to spin her back over, gets a 2-point takedown here. Now will ride up top on Crosteen, and this is where Crosteen did a good job just staying alive and not getting a pin eventually, as White kind of bringing Crosteen back to the middle of the mat right now. 7-0, White with the advantage with 70 seconds left in period number 2.
Yeah, still scoreless on mat number 2, 20 seconds off the clock, minute 40 remaining. Hansen adjusts her headgear for the restart back in the center of the mat.
As White does earn the fall at the 1:02 mark of the second period, so 6 points upcoming here for Central Cass as White earns the fall here for the Squirrels.
Back over on mat number 2 with Hansen and Novak. Wrestlers still on their feet just off the center edge, working collar ties and snap downs.
Central Cass and Pembina County North will be making their way now to the 106-pound weight class upcoming here.
Mat number 2 still on their feet, holding the center of the mat. Down to a minute remaining in the first period with Adeline Hansen for the Broncos and Sarah Novak for the Grand Forks Knight Riders.
Mallory DeVries here on mat number 1 going up against Libby Montez here from Pembina County North. Mallory DeVries working up top, trying to get the 2-point takedown as she's in a good position. Now tries to grab the back right knee and try to get the spin across, as there is going to be a 2-point takedown finished off for DeVries as Montez works to the side of the mat right now, and they will pull it out there.
Yeah, now 30 seconds remaining. We're in the first period with Hansen and Novak. Wrestler still center of the mat. No wrestler committing to a takedown attempt. Still working collar ties in hand and heads position.
DeVries doing a good job working here against Montez. Points will be coming for some near fall points as she's got that left shoulder right down to the mat right now and trying to get Montez to spin over and finish off with that fall. Right now she's doing a really good job of just taking that chicken wing and not allowing Montez a lot of daylight.
End of the first period, scoreless. Going into the second, Hansen in the bottom position, Novak on top. And neither wrestler really with an offensive attack on their feet in that first period.
As DeVries earns the fall 45 seconds into the first, got Montez eventually over and got those 2 shoulder blades across right on the mat. So at 106 pounds, back-to-back pins for Central Cass to open up their duel against Pembina County North.
Well, Hansen with a 2-point reversal, able to drag Novak back down to the mat. Has the reversal working a crossface over the top, goes back to that crossface, now reaches underneath. And Novak able to get back to her base here with Hansen, turns her over. And now working a no near fall, so Hansen back on top, has a 2-0 lead.
Emma Dutt at 112 pounds of Central Cass going up against Jalen Kerrigan here from Pembina County North as we get this one underway.
You know, Hansen with that screwdriver has those shoulders. Right shoulder up just a little bit. Official down there taking a look. Broncos trying to go up 24-0 here. And Hansen with the win by fall puts the Broncos up 24-0 against the Knight Riders.
Here in the 1-8 matchup, the number 1 seed Central Cass up 12-0 on the team duel at 112 pounds right now. Emma Dutt with a 2-point takedown here against Jalen, and now working up top as Emma Dutt will try to become the 3rd Squirrel wrestler to try to earn a fall here to open this dual tournament off here for Central Cass.
Yeah, mat number 2, Lisbon picks up 2 forfeits at 100 and 106 pounds. Then a pin by Ollie Romerman at 112, and now Adeline Hansen at 118 puts the Broncos up 24-0 on mat number 2.
Emma Dutt with a good balance. Looking for another pin here against Jalen from Pembina County North. The official comes across looking at those shoulder blades right now as continuing to work as Dutt on top here on Jalen as she's looking for another fall. There it is at the 41-second mark in period number 1. 3 consecutive weight classes here for Central Cass that finishes with 6 points.
Yeah, Matt, number 224 pounds, Lila Gillespie for the Broncos takes on Coral Hyde from the Grand Forks Knight Riders. That match just underway, minute 35 remaining in the first period. They're working that far center edge of the mat. Still in the inside tie, working collar ties and snap downs.
Central Cass and Pembina County North will come out now at the 118-pound weight class here in the East Region Girls Dual Tournament. That's coming on for Central Cass will be Brianna Mayer here, and then Katie Bynum for Pembina County North.
Yeah, Lila Gillespie down on a single leg here with Coral Hyde from Grand Forks Knight Riders. Hyde working over the top, has a good sprawl on, now forces that head down to Gillespie. He gets around behind her for a 2-point takedown. She takes a 2-0 lead under a minute remaining in the first period.
Also 2-0 on mat number 1 right now at 118 pounds. Meyer with a 2-point takedown. Trying to get a reversal here as Bynum is now she's trying to work on top here on Meyer as they're getting to the near the edge of the mat. But Meyer coming right back, got her down on her back now working. She's got near fall points coming, trying to get the pin. 3 near fall points coming here for Mayer from Central Cass.
Yeah, Coral Hyde for the Knight Riders picks up a win by fall, had the half Nelson locked up on Gillespie. Knight Riders on the board on mat number 2, now 24-6 lead for the Broncos.
So Mayer again continues to battle here with Bynum. Bynum trying to work up top on the head now, down 5-0 with 50 seconds left in period number 1 at 118 pounds. Your team score right now is 18-0 in favor of Central Cass.
The Broncos with an open weight at 130 pounds. So a forfeit goes to the Knight Riders at 130. Moves the dual score 24-12 in favor of the Broncos.
2 more points for a takedown upcoming here for Mayer. As trying to get the escape, and there is an escape for Bynum. So now it'll be 7-1 with 20 seconds left here in this first period.
The Broncos open. Once again, another forfeit for the Broncos, this time at 142 pounds.
Going to period number 2, it'll be 7-1. Mayer in front of Bynum here. Central Cass at 118 pounds out in front as we go to period number 2, and something different on this side of the mat so far. Brent, we haven't seen any open weight classes compared to your side.
That's right. Bunch of pins over at mat number 1. Mat number 2, we've had at least 3 open weight classes. Broncos are up 24-18. This is at 142 pounds. Ranky's on her back here with Kaylee Kurtz from Grand Forks Knight Riders working for a fall.
Central Cass with Mayer continues to work up top with Bynum. Trying to finish off a 2-point takedown there. Comes across, got enough to be awarded the 2 points. Now working for another fall, but every time that Mayer gets Bynum in this position, Bynum, like a snake, just slithers out of there and finds another way to keep alive.
And Kaylee Kurtz wins by fall over Alexis Ranky. And now a dual score tied up at 24 and going to 148 pounds.
At 118 pounds, continuing to work here is Mayer. She's got 3 more near fall points coming and eventually gets the fall at the 104 mark here in period number 2. So 4 consecutive weight classes start for Central Cass, results in a pin.
Yeah, dual score tied up. They're going to 148 pounds. On mat number 2. Just waiting to see which wrestlers will go out for the Broncos and for the Knight Riders. That's Ava Carblum, takes on Jade LaFontaine from Grand Forks.
On mat number 1, Mallory Stremke here from Pembina County North going up against Lakin Capon here from Central Cass. This at 124 pounds. 2-point takedown awarded here for Marley from Pembina County North as the Grizzlies for the first time today will be working ahead on their respective weight class.
Yeah, Carblum and LaFontaine from Grand Forks just working that off the center edge, now back in locked horns with a duck under by Carblum. Drags LaFontaine down to the mat, picks up a 2-point takedown. She has a 2-0 lead at the minute 20 mark of the first period.
Stremke's got the cradle in right now on Kapan and gets the pin here for Pembina County North with 1:14 left in this first period. So 5 weight classes all finish via the fall here. First one coming for Pembina County North with Stremke here in the first.
Yeah, Carblin for the Broncos. Started the year at 170 pounds, dropped to 155, had a ranking there on the Dakota Glapper rankings at the number 6 ranked wrestler at 155. Now at 148, Broncos making some moves in their lineup to fill those holes that were there, right around the Christmas break. Carblin has that 2-0 lead down to 40 seconds remaining in the first period.
Tia Hughley here for Pembina County North comes on at 130 pounds going up against Isabel Duchuk. Current team score Central Cass 24, Pembina County North 6 at 130 pounds.
Yeah, we're still tied up on mat number 2, 24 each at 148 pounds. Carblin working a power half. Has that 2-0 lead down to 20 seconds remaining in the first period.
Duchuk up early with a 2-point takedown as Hughley trying to get out of the mitts of Duchuk right now.
And Carblin working for a fall at the end of the period. Has 5 seconds to get it. Right shoulder up just a little bit, slapping the mat by the official. And Ava Carblin wins by fall at 148 pounds. Broncos up 30-24.
Still 2 points with the advantage here for Elizabeth Duchuk from Central Cass. Under 60 seconds left in this first period. Working on her base is Tia right now, just not allowing Duchuk to really do much with her. Duchuk trying to see if she can escape here and try to get a point out of the clasp of Duchuk, and she's able to get the point there with the escape. So now 2-1 with 35 seconds left in period number 1.
Yeah, mat number 2 up at 155 pounds. Veda Carblin for the Lisbon Broncos takes on Giovanna Lima from Grand Forks. That match just underway on mat number 2.
Duchuk trying to work up top here on Tia as we got 10 seconds left in period number 1. Looks to be potentially a 2-1 advantage, and there will get 2 more points for a takedown here, so now make it 4-1 Isabel as we go to period number 2.
Yeah, Veda Carblin and Lima from Grand Forks still working the center edge of the mat, working collar ties and head position. They're down to 1:20 remaining in the first period.
As we start this second period, it's 4-1. Duchuk here for the Central Cass Squirrels with the advantage with Tia. Now it's going to be Hughley trying to go for that left leg here of Isabel. Isabel trying to see if she can roll her over for Central Cass. She's trying to get those hooks underneath her and try to see if she can get Tia back on her stomach.
Yeah, restart back to the center of the mat. On mat number 2, that's Carblin and Lima. A double leg here, shot by Lima on Carblin. Carblin's up over the top trying to sprawl out. Lima goes down to the mat. Carblin still on top position. Lima still driving in, now back up to her feet. Down to 45 seconds in the first period.
6-3 now after a takedown. Then you got the reversal here from Pembina County North with Tia. 6-3 with 60 seconds left as they work the edge of the mat here. Tia working up top here on Isabel.
And Veda Carblin picks up a 2-point takedown off that sprawl. Now a 1-point escape for Lima on mat number 1. This 2-1 lead for Veda Carblin with 20 seconds remaining in the first period.
And coming back with a 2-point reversal in her own right here is Isabel. So 8-3, 40 seconds left here in period number 2 at 130 pounds. And working now for a potential pin is going to be Isabel Duchuk right now, looking for that fall. And there it is at the 33-second mark in period number 2. Central Cass earns another fall and takes a 30-6 team lead thanks to a Duchuk pin.
Time expires in the first period. Carblin up 2-1 at 155. Broncos up in the duel 30-24 on mat number 2. The start of the period, Lima in the bottom position, Carblin on top to start the second.
They go to 136 pounds now. Grace Lamar from the Central Cass Squirrels will be coming out with Faith here from Pembina County North.
And still a 2-1 lead on mat number 2. Carblin down on the leg of Lima. Now a 2-point reversal for Lima. She's up 3-2 on Veda Carblin. Lima in the top position. Wrestles Carbom down, belly down on the mat, working over the top of the crossface.
Grace Lamar works with a leg on Ratajczyk right now and gets a 2-point takedown with 20, make that 40 seconds into period number 1. It's 2-0 at 136 pounds. Grace Lamar for Central Cass out in front.
Lima has power half hooked up on Carbom. Carbom trying to wing down. Lima walks it over, picking up near fall. Carbom not able to roll. Well, she does roll through, still trying to roll. Lima settles in, north-south position, working for the fall for the Knight Riders with a minute remaining in the second period.
Grace Lamar also working on a fall here with 50 seconds left in period number 1, up 2-0 right now on Faith from Pembina County North.
And Lima has that head scooped up over the top and scores the pin for the Knight Riders. So Lima wins by fall over Veda Carbom.
Grace Lamar again continues to work on Ratajczyk here from Pembina County North. Under 30 seconds left in period number 2. 3 near fall points coming, but Grace Lamar trying to finish it off with a fall here before time runs out in period number 1. So again at 136 pounds for Central Cass and Pembina County North.
Yeah, rolling through our duel on mat number 2 at 170 pounds. We're tied up at 30.
As Lamar does earn the fall in the first period here to make it now 36-6 Central Cass out in front. So everything on the Central Cass Pembina County North side has been win via the fall, and it looks like we might have our first open weight class here in this particular duel.
Yeah, mat number 2, Nevaeh Buffett for the Broncos takes on Emily Novak. Novak returning state champion for the Knight Riders. Buffett has her work cut out. We're tied up at 30 in the duel on mat number 2.
So Lois Schneider will come out and get her hand thrown up in the air here for Central Cass at 142 pounds to now make it 42-6.
And Novak able to snap down Buffett. Now Buffett backs out. Wades back in with the collar tie, not backing down from Novak.
As we'll have another open weight class here for Pembina County North. So at 148 pounds, Central Cass will be awarded another 6 points coming here for the Squirrels.
Oh, Novak scores a 2-point takedown on the edge of the mat. Has a hammerlock and called out of bounds for a restart. Buffett's down 2-0 with 52 seconds remaining in the first period.
Emerson Filady at 148 pounds, able to get her hand up in the air. Now at 155 pounds, Pembina County North will send a wrestler to the head table here, and we'll see who that is in a moment.
And Novak getting to work in the top position, throws a half Nelson on Buffett, working to turn her over, catches the far arm, working up over north-south position, right shoulder, Buffett up just a little bit. Official slaps in that, and a pin for Novak. Puts the Knight Riders up now by 6, 36-30 over the Broncos.
155 pounds, Cheyenne Helen here for Central Cass with Ava Chemnitz from Pembina County North. 2-point takedown awarded here for Cheyenne Helen for Central Cass. Again, this at 155 pounds, 48-6. Squirrels and Cheyenne able to finish it off with a fall. 28 seconds into the first period at 155. The Squirrels earn another 6 points.
Yeah, 190 pounds. On mat number 2, Cora Oster go out for the Lisbon Broncos on mat 2. Knight Riders with their first lead of the duel. They're up 36-30 at 190 pounds.
As they come out at 170 pounds, Central Cass will Ava Gollefson here with no one coming out for Pembina County North. So Gollefson with the 6 points via the open weight class from Pembina County North.
Yeah, Ulster wrestling Sky Cop from Grand Forks. The wrestlers off the center edge of the mat, working collar ties.
Also an open weight class as Taylon O'Dear here for Central Cass will get her hand thrown up in the air.
There's a 2-point takedown for Cop on Ulster. Now going for the half Nelson. Ulster wings down. Broke belly down in the center of the mat with Cop leading 2-0.
And Forey will come out here for Pembina County North at the heavyweight, and there will be no contest from Central Cass. So your dual final in our first quarterfinal that has wrapped up. Central Cass 66, Pembina County North 12. The number 1 seed moves on to the semifinals.
We're still here at 190 pounds. Sky Kopp in the top position, under 40 seconds remaining on mat number 2 with Cora Oster of the Broncos. Kopp has a half Nelson, catches the back ankle, trying to drive over Oster. Oster still countering. Kopp leads 2-0. Final 10 seconds of the period. Kopp still in the top position. Oster not able to score, down to 4 seconds. The time expires going into the second period. The 2-0 lead, Sky Kopp over Cora Oster from the Broncos. The wrestlers start the second period neutral position. Kopp has a 2-0 lead, working wrist ties on Oster. Now tried to clear the hands on Oster. Oster backs up. Down to minute 33. It's a 36-30 lead for Grand Forks over the Broncos at 190 pounds. Just one weight class remains after this. That's the 250-pound weight class. Now Kopp trying to work a snap down on Oster. Oster backs up. Wrestling off the center edge of the mat. Kopp steps in with a little knee pick. Down under a minute remaining in the second period. Still 2-0 lead for Kopp. Now Kopp doubles it up on Oster. Oster trying to sprawl out near edge of the mat. Has Kopp down just as she goes out of bounds. Turns the corner, no change of position. Still 2-0 lead for Kopp over Oster.
We haven't had this yet, Brent, but would like to thank our friends at Bank North for buying some time or blood time here, and hopefully we don't have to worry about it too much throughout the day, Brent.
Yeah, no, it's kind of nice, not to see that, but also have to get in our sponsors.
Yes, sir.
Now Oster, a little low double leg on Kopp. Down to 28 seconds. Kopp with the whizzer, and now Oster takes a 2-point takedown. She ties it up at 2 apiece. Kopp stands up with the escape. 3-2 lead for Sky Kopp. 14 seconds remaining in the second period. Kopp with another snap down. Oster backs up. Time expires in the second. Sky Kopp takes a 3-2 lead into the third period. Oster with choice. So we do have some injury time for Oster. Kopp with a 3-2 lead going into the third period with injury time for the Broncos.
And just as you say that, there is the kind of blood time, if you will, with the injury time.
Yep.
Brought to you in part by Bank North. At Bank North, they take community to heart, helping their customers achieve their financial goals while supporting and improving the great rural communities that they serve. They're more than just a bank. Bank North is a community partner. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Go to ibanknorth.com. Final earlier again, Central Cass 66-12. They will play or wrestle off against the winner of this one in the semis. Well, the loser will go up against Pembina County North in the loser out portion of the bracket.
Yeah, that duel, Pembina County North and Central Cass, started out contested. I thought, those lower weight classes, very competitive for Pembina County North and Central Cass.
And there wasn't a lot of opens until we kind of got into the middle part at 142, 148, and then at 190 and 250 at the very end. Pembina County North able to take one of the 4 open weight classes here, but Anna White with a pin, Mallory DeVries with a pin, Emma Dutt with a pin to start things off, Mayer for Central Cass. So early on, Brent, we saw some wrestling, but not like we're seeing right now at 190 here between these two on mat 2.
Yep, this is what you want to see. It's nice to get a pin, but it's good to see these wrestlers out here competing in this 3-2 score on mat number 2. It's a 6-point lead for Grand Forks in the duel. They're up 36-30. The start of the third period after that timeout. Injury time for Ulster for the Broncos. Another snap down by Kopp. Snaps down to Ulster. Ulster falls into leg. Kopp's going to try to turn the corner. Picks up a 2-point takedown. Ulster's going to shake her off. Ulster has Kopp going to her back, trying to tie this up for the Broncos. Kopp's in a little bit of trouble. She will take the lead. She's up 6-5. Cora Ulster is for the Broncos over Sky Kopp. Ulster takes Kopp down to her hip, working underneath, has a screwdriver locked up. Down to 57 seconds now, 56 seconds on the clock. A 6-5 lead for Ulster. Kopp gets to her feet, working hands on Cora Ulster. Ulster has to return to the mat. Now does get her down, has to watch the clasp. She's called for clasping. So 1 point for a technical violation goes to Kopp, down to 30 seconds. That ties the score up at 6 apiece at 190 pounds. Duel on mat number 2. Potential to end in dramatic fashion here at 190 pounds. We're tied up at 6 in the third period. 29 seconds remain. Kopp with the power stand up inside leg. Ulster trying to keep her down on the mat. Down to 20 seconds remaining. We're tied up at 6. Kopp trying to stand up. A little bit of a tripod. Now working the hands, has 15 seconds, gets the 1-point escape. She takes a 7-6 lead. So Sky Kopp's up 7-6, final 7 seconds of the match. Kopp backs up. Ulster, not much she can do, goes down for a low single, trying to turn the corner. Time runs out. Sky Kopp, your winner. 7-6 by decision. And that's the duel. The Broncos not able to catch up to the Knight Riders. So it's 39-30 lead for Grand Forks going into our last weight class of the duel.
Well, that just might have been potentially, Brendan, I know we got a lot of wrestling to go, but that might have been the weight class battle of the day right there in that bout between those two.
Yeah, sometimes you go through the lineups, you try to find where the ranked wrestlers are going to match up at, but many times, it's battles like that that'll decide the duel. So 250 pounds, our last match of this duel between the Broncos and the Knight Riders. That's Ella Sad going out for the Broncos. Getting back into the lineup after the Christmas break. And Sad picks up a double leg, driving into it, has a 2-point takedown. Wrestling Caden Schumann from Grand Forks, Sad with a 2-0 lead. Little sit out by Schumann. Has the 1-point escape. Now 2-point reversal on Sad. Goes hard, forearm in the back of the head of Sad. Down to a minute 15 remaining in the first period. Schumann takes Sad over to her back. Sad rolls through, back on top. 2 points for Schumann. She's up 5-2. Bear hug by Sad. Schumann maintains control, now picking up more near fall, working for the fall. Caden Schumann wins by pin over Ella Sad of the Broncos. Final due score 45-30. Grand Forks Knight Riders in the first round over the Lisbon Broncos. They'll advance to the semifinals against the Central Cass Squirrels.
We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll recap what happened in our first quarterfinal round duels here in Castleton after this.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Winter, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
Full Service Foods in Hillsboro provides contract packaging and private label foods for your local and regional retail stores. Full Service Foods is a leader in the upper Midwest for less than truckload quantities for contract manufactured sauces and dressings. They are a privately held company with a reputation for quality and customer service. Full Service Foods is proud to be in Hillsboro and bringing employment opportunities to the area. Find out more at fullservicefoods.com. Full Service Foods of Hillsboro, proud to support this community event.
Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has broadened to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
As we come back on our post-match show again, Central Cass, Pembina County North 66-12 Central Cass, and then Grand Forks 45-30 over Lisbon. Since yours just finished off here moments ago, Brent, who are you going to give that RDK feature precision move of the match here from wrestling, if it's a Lisbon Bronco or a Knight Rider here for Grand Forks?
Yeah, that RDK precision move of the match goes to Sky Kopp for the Grand Forks Knight Riders, picking up that win by decision 7-6 over Coral Ulster. That put the duel out of reach of the Lisbon Broncos, so that's going to go to Sky Kopp, picking up that last-second escape and vaulting the Knight Riders over the Broncos, making it into the semifinals.
Able to finish that one off. Again, RDK Enterprises with locations going on in Hillsboro and Drayton. For more information, and crazy to say, get ready for the spring planting season. Contact the folks at RDK Enterprises. That, again, is going on coming up. Also on the Central Cass point of the duel, able to finish it off here early on. It was a nice-looking move by Emma Dutt at the 112 pounds early on that first period. She will earn that particular precision move of the match. We go from there to our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match. Brent, I'll let you take that one away on your side.
Yeah, for our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match goes out to Caden Schumann from Grand Forks at the 250-pound weight class, dominating performance over Elisad with the win by fall. And the Knight Riders go on to win that duel 45-30 over the Broncos.
And then on the same point here, you can say Mallory DeVries wasted very little time here for the Central Cass Squirrels at 106 pounds, earning the pin in the first period for Central Cass. She is our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match. So still to come here, we'll get to Team Fargo, the Stingers against West Fargo United. That's the 2-7 matchup going on mat number 2 as the wrestlers are making their way onto the mat. Then Carrington going up against Napoleon Gackel Streeter. That'll be on mat number 1 with 3 going up against 6. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you ready for the next round of quarterfinal round matchups here in Castleton.
You finally found the perfect car in racing blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
River's Edge Insurance Agency, Halstead, 218-456-2172.
Keep going. More. No, stop!
Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsboro, Grandin, Gackel, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, Medina, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Hi, this is Chrissy Thompson from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School District, reminding you that ethics, integrity, and respect are values important to our daily lives. In our sporting events, educational lessons, and lifetime values taught by school activities. Remember that one simple word, sportsmanship. It's how you play the game. This message is from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
See your local Farmers Union Insurance agent, Jennifer Worley, in Cavalier.
Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has brought in to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
As we come back here again, your final Central Cass Pembina County North, Central Cass 66-12, and then in the 4-5 matchup, the Knight Riders of Grand Forks late pull away against the Lisbon Broncos. Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you here in Castleton. Brent, let's just recap your match that you had, that 4-5 early on early on Lisbon up 24-0. I think out of the corner of my eye I saw there, but with some open weight classes. But then the open weight classes come back and help Grand Forks, and it kind of went to almost the heavyweight. Brent, that was one heck of a duel that we had in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, good competitive duel. You know, Broncos opened up to that big 24-0 lead, but a lot of wrestling left up to that point, and the duel flipped in favor of the Knight Riders, and they pulled it out 45-30.
On the opposite side, again, on the bracket side for the Central Cass Squirrels, able to pick up the victory in their own rights as they took care of business early against Pembina County North and kind of showed you the reason why they were the number one seed. White, DeVries, Dutt, Mayer all with falls to open things up. Stremick earned a fall as well to make it 24-6 for Pembina County North at 124 points, but Duchuk earned a fall. Grace Lamar earned a fall. Lois Schneider won in open. Filady won in a fall. Hendlin won in a fall. Ava Gullison was open. Bodier for Pembina County North was open. And then as well for Forey here was open at the very end. So it was either fall or open in the number 1 versus number 8, Brent. And it's going to be curious how that makes itself later on, whether it's wrestlebacks or in the semifinals, of how those points will kind of get tabulated, because early on I thought Lisbon, was going to take advantage of it. But again, when you start looking at the full duel and you say, well, the Knight Riders are going to get some points here, really change the complexion of that particular match.
Yeah, for the Broncos open at 130 pounds, that, could look at that, maybe the turning point in the duel where, Lisbon kind of lost the momentum at 130. So you come out big, you're up 24-0, and all of a sudden you get, the script flips on you at 130 pounds. It's 24-18, and the Knight Riders, they are strong in their upper weights, and they took control of the duel and won that one 45-30. So the Broncos, they have to come back to get back there, talk to the coaches. Coaches get with the wrestlers and say, hey, we're not out of this thing yet. We still have a chance to make it to the state tournament. and they just got to put their best foot forward and come out and compete the next round.
And just now on that side of the bracket, you got Pembina County North and Lisbon. Again, that is going to be going on a little bit later on. They'll start at 106 pounds. Loser is done. Winner does advance in the wrestlebacks. Gets one step closer, as Brent said, to trying to qualify for state. While on the opposite side, both Central Cass and Grand Forks kind of in the driver's position. You win one more, you're automatically going to state, and then if you win that one, you're also wrestling for a East Region duel. So what's the toughest thing, Brent, before we take a break, and then we'll preview our next matchups with Carrington, Napoleon, Gacko, Streeter warming up on mat 1, and you got West Fargo United and Team Fargo. The Stingers will be going on mat 2. What's the biggest thing on the wrestleback side? Because now, like Pembina County North and Lisbon, right, you still got a chance, but now you have to win one, you have to win 2, and possibly a third, to finally get there.
Yeah, it's it comes down to the individual wrestler. They have to be able to bounce back. Maybe that match, the first round didn't go the way they thought it was going to go, but it's a team sport here on the dual side, and they have to pull together, get each other through those matches, and able to come back, recover from that, and get out and compete once again. And like you said, they might have to do it not only once, but 2 or 3 more times in this dual tournament.
As again, coming up at 3 o'clock will be Carrington and Napoleon Gacko Streeter. They'll start at 100 pounds. And then West Fargo United goes up against Team Fargo. That'll also be starting at 100 pounds. After that, rolling schedule that'll start at 106 pounds. Eventually, we'll get to the championship. We might need a wrestleback, possibly not. Who knows, depending on how the next couple of sessions go. But Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you here from the 2024 East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. We'll take a break and be back and get you a little preview of what's to come between West Fargo United and Fargo Stingers, and alongside the Imperials and the Cardinals here in Castleton.
Central Cass Schools' mission is to foster student excellence in cooperation with family and community, and to provide educational opportunities in a safe and caring environment. Thank you to everyone who has helped make this mission a reality. The STEM Center, Theater, Music Wing, Early Childhood Center, Wellness Center, and Athletic Complex will help set students up for success in school and life after graduation. They wish everyone at Central Cass good luck this year with academics and activities as you grow into the new space and move forward with excellence. Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsborough, Grandin, Gackel, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, Medina, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsborough. Fireworks and sports stuff in the same store? That's right. Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsborough. Come in and browse the sports cards and memorabilia and fireworks at the same time. Unopened packs and boxes of sports cards, plus pre-owned cards as well. Jersey swatch, autograph cards, lots of Twins, Vikings, Wolves, Wild, Lynx, and North Stars memorabilia, bobbleheads, caps, and more. Call anytime, 701-436-6140. Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsborough.
Hillsborough Dairy, with delivery of fresh dairy products and more to your home door. I've had Hillsborough Dairy delivering cold, fresh dairy products and other items to my door for years. 3 main reasons why. It's the convenience, the products are fresh, and the delivery service from the Udder Guy. Nobody does it like the Udder Guy. Every week, we get the CT. Please call him at 701-436-5877. Delivery right to your door from Hillsborough Dairy. The Hillsborough Vets Club thanks you for your support of their activities and events. Stop in and to check out their new menu. Enjoy the Vets Club appetizers every Wednesday from 5 till 7. And as I've said many times, they have the best roasted chicken around. Enjoy roasted chicken every Saturday from 5:30 till 7:30. Get there early because sometimes it's gone early because it is the best roasted chicken. Fries and coleslaw also available with this meal every Saturday. Dine in or take out. The Hillsborough Vets Club.
We've got your back. Protecting homes, vehicles, businesses, crops, personal protections, and so much more. Our surface agents answer the phone with a kind of speed and detail that even the Secret Service would envy. Get protected. Get IRE insurance. Go to IRInsurance.com for a free quote and consultation.
You've got a lot more going for you in 2024 with Mayport Hardware, Trail County's Hardware Hank. No matter how many times your New Year's resolutions change, Mayport Hardware's tools and supplies will aid your goals and dreams. Let their staff help you turn those scratch paper scribblings into reality. Paint the bathroom, fix the deck, finally get that garden going. You may not be able to do it all this year, but you can check any of those off your list with the help of Mayport Hardware, Trail County's Hardware Hank on Main Street in Mayville.
You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro. You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro.
As we come back here on YourLiveEvent.com, Chase Miller alongside Brent Dick with you here as we have a modified Irie Insurance pregame show, or pre-match show a little bit, as we get you ready for the second round of the quarterfinals. Again, starting at 3 o'clock, then after that, everything will be on rolling time, so there won't be any particular hard times like we have here in the quarterfinals at 2 o'clock with our first round, and now 3 o'clock here with part number 2 of the quarterfinals. Brent, let's start with your match here on mat number 2, and then we'll talk about mat number 1 a little bit. The Fargo Stingers, again, comprised of Fargo Davies, Fargo South, and Fargo North. The Fargo Public Schools going up against West Fargo United, similar with the school districts there from West Fargo. Is there anything in particular, or anyone in particular, that kind of stands out on mat number 2 here a little bit later on here, Brent?
Yeah, we could have a potential matchup. You have Avery Moore, state champion from the Fargo Stingers at 125 pounds, and then you go down West Fargo United and Shayla DeBlair at 120 pounds, state runner-up last year. That's a possible matchup. Just depends, you know, how the dual strategy by the coaches on where they move the wrestlers at to fill some of those open weight classes that we had talked about before. So kind of interested into seeing if that is a matchup, and just want to be able to see each of those wrestlers go out on the mat, whether it's against each other or, you know, another wrestler. So looking forward to watching both of those from West Fargo United and then from the Fargo Stingers wrestle out here on the mat.
And a reminder, the broadcast of this 2024 East Region Dual Tournament has been authorized by special arrangement with the Board of Directors of the North Dakota High School Activities Association. As we take a look at Carrington, well known for wrestling in their own right, and Napoleon Gacko Streeter here. Brent, you and I were kind of talking off air. There's some family ties when you look at some of these names for wrestlers in terms of generations ago. But what's one or two wrestlers that you're looking forward to see throughout today here from a Napoleon Gacko Streeter or Carrington point of view?
Well, you have to go for Napoleon Alexis Schneider, so nationally ranked wrestler out there, 118 pounds, tough as nails for the Napoleon Imperials. And, you know, like you said, that name, Schneider, been with Napoleon Wrestling for generations. So looking forward to see her out there, and I'm sure she won't disappoint, you know, on your live event for this dual tournament. And then turning over to the Carrington Cardinals, they do have a number of wrestlers with Kendall Kovar, Jasmine Ybarra, couple of the upperclassmen on the team, and returning state place winners, state qualifiers last year for the Carrington Cardinals. So that if you know, Carrington wants to make a run, they're going to count on those wrestlers returning, you know, from the state tournament last year that have that state tournament experience to get them through to the next round.
The winners of these particular next two will match up in the semifinals. The losers will go to a loser out match later on, then have to kind of go through that wrestlebacks respectively moving forward. We'll take another break. When we come back, we'll get ready for the lineups and the very first bout in this particular duel between Napoleon Gacko Streeter and Carrington. The Cardinals, the 3 seed, the Imperials, the 6, and then the 7 seed of West Fargo United going up against the 2 seed of the Fargo Stingers. It's the 2024 East Region Girls Dual Tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
Your home for the Division A, Region 1, and Region 2 girls basketball tournaments is yourliveevent.com.
Flutters the pass over to Cotton. High arching rainbow tickles a twine.
From the Shield Center in Fargo to the Louis Lee Fieldhouse in Mayville, we'll have you covered for all the action.
Bag of tricks up to 7 points and another steal for Hurst. Baseball pass to Sage. It's in.
Quarterfinals start Monday, February 19th for the Division A, Region 1, and Region 2 girls basketball tournaments on yourliveevent.com.
You finally found the perfect car in racing blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
River's Edge Insurance Agency, Halsted, 218-456-2172.
Keep going. More.
Riverside Building Center in Lisbon, North Dakota is Southeastern North Dakota's premier building supply headquarters. They have it all from the basic home improvements to complete pre-built homes. Their staff is knowledgeable in every product they sell and have over 110 combined years of experience. With their large inventory to sell from and a fleet of 6 delivery vehicles, Riverside Building Center in Lisbon can bring the products to your job site. From a hammer all the way to a home, they have you covered. Visit rbclisbon.com today. Riverside Building Center in Lisbon.
Your family farm has been adapting to challenges in the field for generations. Taupe Insurance is here to help you weather the storm when those challenges arise. Visit with Taupe Insurance today about a quote or review of your policies. Taupe Insurance offers coverage on your farm's assets, crop, and hail insurance, plus home and auto, commercial, and life insurance. Stop in for a visit today at their office in Castleton or give Taupe Insurance a call at 701-347-4045.
Hi, this is Chrissy Thompson from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School District, reminding you that ethics, integrity, and respect are values important to our daily lives. In our sporting events, educational lessons, and lifetime values taught by school activities. Remember that one simple word, sportsmanship. It's how you play the game. This message is from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts.
As we come back here on our Irie Insurance pre-match show, here they're getting to the starting lineups for mat number 1 between the Carrington Cardinals and Napoleon Gackle Streeter Imperials here, as the officials have already came out in terms of who's going to be what. And West Fargo United and Fargo Stingers will be going on mat number 2 as well. This is our final quarterfinals here of the 2024 East Region Girls Dual Tournament. And crazy to think, Brent, again, less than 2 weeks from now, we will be at state with our audio-only coverage. You'll be next weekend in Carrington for the girls individuals on Friday. Boys will be on Saturday. What do you enjoy most, or what's different from a wrestling point of view compared to a duel? You know, if you're a fan just watching or listening or coming to the particular event, what's a little bit different from your perspective from a duel to individual outside the obvious where it's a team, then it really is kind of your own, even though you are working for team points, but you really are trying to do your best at your respective weight class.
As far as the big difference is that everybody's focused on that one match. You know, whether you're a fan or you're a teammate, everybody's engaged in that one match that's out there on the mat representing your team. And you get into an individual tournament, you could have 3 or 4 wrestlers out there at the same time, and it's a little bit harder to, just focus on one or the other. So duels brings in that team atmosphere, that team aspect of the sport, and it's a great addition to the state tournament and for girls wrestling.
And the other thing, too, is sometimes you don't have to worry about a side gym or north or south gym. And we mean that in a nice way because a wrestling mat takes only so much. There's only so much room you can have in a wrestling mat, but sometimes there's that extra side gym that they put the third or fourth mat in, and we can't always get there, Brett.
No, that's true.
It's the 2024 East Region Girls Dual Tournament. My question, Brent, do you think from a wrestling perspective, how much longer before we kind of get to what B division has, that Region 1, Region 2 are now the sub-regions that they're calling it? Do you think in the next couple of years we might see that because there's enough girls teams for wrestling?
Yeah, I think that we could eventually do that. Maybe not go to an A and B, but like you talked about, maybe a sub-region on the east, a sub-region, south or northeast, southeast, similar to what the boys have on the B side.
It'd be fun to kind of see the growth of these particular, as this will go as well. It's the East Region Girls Dual Wrestling Tournament here on mat number 1 and mat number 2 as the lineups are coming on through. As the Fargo Stingers, a unique nickname in their own right. I also like the Night Riders for Grand Forks because I don't know of a better, I told Joel that last week when we did the Bell of the Brawl. I don't know of a better nickname. West Fargo United's pretty good too, kind of taking the Rangers logo a little bit but making United. But when you get some co-ops, Brent, you got to come up with some interesting nicknames, and there's been some fun ones here throughout the years.
Yeah, I'll take that. I do like the Night Riders and the Stingers, so it adds to the sport a little bit.
As we will start at 100 pounds respectively. Again, on mat number 1 will be Napoleon Gacko Streeter and the Carrington Cardinals. On mat number 2, it'll be West Fargo United going up against the Fargo Stingers here. Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you from Central Cass. We'll have coverage throughout the rest of the day here in Castleton as it'll start picking up a little bit more after this quarterfinals, as they'll have a rolling time and give their respective teams a little bit of time to get ready for their next particular matchups. As we get going underway here for this duel underway at 100 pounds for Napoleon Gacko Streeter and Carrington. Renfro here for Napoleon Gacko Streeter going up against Schrader here for the Carrington Cardinals. Jasmine trying to earn a 2-point takedown as she works across, and she's able to get the opening 2 points here for Carrington.
Yeah, mat number 2. The Fargo Stingers were open at 100 pounds. West Fargo United was open at 100. Fargo Stingers pick up a forfeit at 100 pounds. They take an early 6-0 lead at 106 pounds. Alyssa Ross, West Fargo United, rolling Isabel Elder. That match just underway.
As Schroeder able to earn the fall, 37 seconds in here at 100 pounds for the Carrington Cardinals, who take a 6-0 lead to open things up against Napoleon Gacko Streeter.
A minute 30 remaining first period on mat number 2 with Ross and Elder. They're still scoreless, working center edge of the mat now. A high crotch shot by Alyssa Ross. Elder sprawled out over the top. Ross able to crack her down to a hip. Gets arm around the waist, picks up a 2-point takedown. She has a 2-0 lead, Alyssa Ross for West Fargo United.
Teo Lura for the Carrington Cardinals will come on here, going up against Brandy Weigel from Napoleon Gacko Streeter. This is at 106 pounds and earning a takedown point here as Taya now looking for some near fall and potentially a fall as she's working the side of the match right now with 30 seconds into the first.
Yeah, Elder with the 1-point escape. It's a 2-1 lead for Ross. They're still far center edge of the mat. Now slowly circling back to the center.
As Lyra does earn the fall here for the Central Cass Squirrels, coming in with 30 seconds, just over, nearly 40 seconds here to make it 12-0 in favor of the Cardinals.
Yeah, we're still in the first period on mat number 2. It's a 2-1 lead for Ross from West Fargo United. And we have a restart. Wrestlers go off the edge of the mat. 2-1 lead with 21 seconds remaining in the first period.
Tess Gross here will come out for Napoleon Gacko Streeter, an 8th grader going up against a sophomore. Juliet Davis here for Carrington at 112 pounds on mat number 1.
And back on that restart. Another 2-point takedown for Alyssa Ross. She goes up 4-1 at the end of the period. Now 4 seconds remaining.
Davis and Gross right now continue to kind of be just locked in at the head. Neither one giving up an inch of daylight right now, 30 seconds into this first period at 112 pounds. 12-0 Carrington is the team score.
We're going into the second period at 106 pounds on mat number 2 with Alyssa Ross and Isabel Baku Elder. Ross in the top position in the blue singlet has a 4-1 lead with a minute 50 remaining in the second period.
Gross and Davis restart here. Davis went down to a knee. Gross is trying to work the head. Coming across on that right shoulder right now as neither is giving up a little bit of room. Trying to finish with a takedown here. Going across the mat is Davis. Still no points awarded. Now there's a 2-point takedown, and working on some near fall points is Juliet as well.
In the second period, minute 24. Still now a 4-2 lead. A 1-point escape for Baku Elder. Now Ross with a 2-point takedown. She has a 6-2 lead.
Gross trying to come back with a 2-point reversal here. She works on top. The 2 points has not been given yet for Gross. Still 2-0. Now the 2 points comes across the way. So 2-2 with 20 seconds left in the first period.
Alyssa Ross is up 6-2, working the crossface on the center edge of the mat. Elder back up to her base. Now trying to post up. Tripods up with Ross breaking her back down.
As Gross and Davis will go to the second period, tied at 2 at 112 pounds here on mat number 1.
Alyssa Ross picks up 3 near fall, had that crossface, was able to drag it over for some near fall. She takes now a 9-2 lead over Isabel Baku Elder from Fargo.
As Gross will work up top against Davis here to start things off on the second period.
The Fargo Stingers have a 6-0 lead in the duel. They picked up a win by forfeit at 100 pounds. We're at 106 on mat number 2. 9-2 lead for Alyssa Ross. She's called with a technical violation, a clasping violation. That's a 9-3 lead now in the second period with 25 seconds remaining.
As we'll have a potentially dangerous stoppage here on mat number 1. Still tied at 2, 132 left in this second period between Davis and Gross.
Restart with 20 seconds remaining. Elder with the stand-up attempt. Ross able to drag her back down, has the arm chopped, working up over the top with a power half. The final 10 seconds ticking away in the second period.
Working to her base is Davis right now as Juliet's trying to get the 1-point escape, but taking her down to the mat is Gross. But Gross right now has her right arm underneath the left arm of Juliet. Now comes across and takes both of the arms away from Juliet to work with. But Davis does earn the 1-point escape.
The start of the third period, 9-3 lead for Alyssa Ross, West Fargo United. She starts in the top position at the beginning of the third period.
Davis and Gross right now continue to be locked horns. 40 seconds left in the second period. 3-2 Juliet Davis with the advantage here in this second.
Alyssa Ross throws in the half Nelson. Baku Elder able to stand up here at the near edge of the mat, working hands. This zips away for a 1-point escape. Tightens it up now 9-4. Wrestlers up on their feet. She can hit a 5-point move. Tie this one up down to a minute 30 remaining in the third period.
Juliet looking for the fall here with 15 seconds. She'll get near fall points coming, but looking for the fall here at 112 pounds. 10 seconds left in this second period. Juliet continues to try to get that shoulder down, and there it is. The fall with 6 seconds left in the second goes to Juliet Davis for Carrington at 112 pounds.
Still battling now. Baku Elder drags down Ross. Has a head and arm working for the fall. And the come from behind victory for the Fargo Stingers. And win by fall is Isabel Baku Elder by pin over Alyssa Ross. Fargo goes up 12-0 in the duel. Big come from behind win for the Fargo Stingers.
As we get to 118 pounds here on mat number 1. As Addison from the Carrington Cardinals, a 7th grader, going up against Alexis Schneider here from Napoleon Gackel Streeter, the junior, 39-0 on the season, and quickly working with a 2-point takedown here to open things up at 118 pounds on mat number 1. Schneider already has Addison locked up here and gets the fall with 22 seconds into the period here. Brent Dick hit it right on the head on our pre-match show, talking about who are some wrestlers to watch out for. Alexis Schneider wasting 0 time, 22 seconds to be precise during the fall.
Yeah, dominating wrestler for the Imperials. So you won't want to meet her in a dark alley. No. At mat number 2 on her way at 112 pounds. Quick 2-point takedown. That's Lily Skarud wrestling Taylor Laidlaw. Laidlaw with the 2-point takedown. She's up 2-0 with a minute 40 remaining in the first period.
At 124 pounds, Jasmine Ybarra for Carrington going up against Christensen Elsie here from Napoleon Gackel Streeter, and Ybarra with a 2-point takedown early on here in period number 1.
Yeah, Taylor Laidlaw for Fargo with the quick fall. Minute 25 remaining. Comes out, just puts the hammer down on Skarud.
And we'll have our blood timeout. This blood timeout brought to you in part by Bank North on mat number 1. Visit ibanknorth.com. They're more than just a bank. The Bank North is a community partner you can always count on. It's values-based banking, member FDIC, and equal housing lender. As Ybarra is getting looked at right now here on the head table here in Castleton. Again, this blood timeout on mat number 1.
And Fargo with a 24-0 lead in the duel on mat number 2. Up here at 118 pounds.
They're on mat number 1, 18-6. It's been all falls so far. Schrader, Lyra, and Davis for Carrington, and Schneider earns the fall for Napoleon Gackel Streeter. That's how we got to our 18-6 mark, as this blood time is getting back to business here as Ybarra comes back to the mat here for Carrington.
The match on mat number 2 underway. Shayla DeBlair, West Fargo United, and Ivy Johnson from Fargo. DeBlair with a 2-point takedown, in control on top. Has the arm chop, working for a chicken wing. Now drags back. Ivy Johnson working for the quick fall for West Fargo United. Shayla DeBlair trying to stop this run of pins by Fargo. Johnson gets back belly down. DeBlair pick up near fall. She's up 5-0.
As Ybarra will come out here and earn the fall for the Carrington Cardinals at 50 seconds into this first period after the blood time. Jasmine making quick work of her opponent here in Kittleson as she's able to earn another fall here for Carrington.
DeBlair on the far edge of the mat, working a half Nelson on the far side. Now goes back to the chop the arm into the chicken wing. Just trying to drag over Johnson. Johnson belly down.
That's coming in now at 130 pounds for the Carrington Cardinals is Kendra Garcia, going up against Berkeley here for Napoleon Gackel Streeter at 130. 24-6, Carrington with the advantage over Napoleon Gackel Streeter.
Yeah, at 124 pounds, 24-0 dual lead goes to Fargo. Fargo Stingers up over West Fargo United. DeBlair for West Fargo with the 5-0 lead, working for the fall on that far edge of the mat. Has a cradle hooked up, has 7 seconds. Pulls her opponent back on the match. Referee takes a look down on the bottom, slaps the mat for the fall with 1 second remaining in the first period. Shayla DeBlair, winner by fall, puts West Fargo United on the board. Now 24-6 lead for the Stingers.
Also winner by fall, Kendra Garcia. 37 seconds into the first period against Berkeley from Napoleon Gackel Streeter. Got the 2-point takedown that went right to work as Garcia now goes to 33-5 on the season.
Moves us to 130 pounds. And that is an open weight class. So 24-12. Excuse me, nope, now 30-6, the dual score. On mat number 2, Fargo Stingers up 30-6.
On mat number 1, Kendall Kovar from Carrington, the junior, going up against Rachel Dahl here from Napoleon Gackel Streeter, the senior. And Kovar gets a 2-point takedown early, 30 seconds into this first period, continues to work up top.
Another open weight class at 136. The Stingers take a 36-6 lead over West Fargo.
And Kovar earns the fall 44 seconds into the first period here for the Carrington Cardinals as Carrington adds on to it now 36-6 with the advantage here as we're through the 136-pound weight class.
And mat number 2 are up at 142 pounds. Dual score 36-6, identical both mats. Going into 142 on mat number 2. Peyton Miller for West Fargo United takes on Webbeline Knocklin for Fargo. And Miller picks up a 2-point takedown. Nice high crotch, spins around, picks up her 2-point takedown. She has a 2-0 lead.
Ela McKibben comes out for Carrington here, the sophomore, going up against Weigel from Napoleon Gackel Streeter. Joslyn 37-5 on the season, and 2-point takedown early here for the Imperials.
And Knocklin with that 2-0 lead and the win by fall. Minute 18 remaining. Webbeling Knocklin, returning state place winner for the Fargo Stingers, picks up the fall. Now 42-6 dual score. The Stingers up, going into 155 pounds.
Weigel bringing McKibben back a little bit more towards the center of the mat as McKibben was trying to get back to her base and seeing if she could get out of the grip of Weigel, but Weigel doing a good job right now riding up top. Still 2-0 with the advantage 60 seconds into the first period.
Yeah, 148. Match underway on mat number 2. Gabriela Martinez, West Fargo United. Isabella Knocklin for Fargo.
Weigel will be trying to finish with the fall, but near fall points will be coming. She's at least got 2 up to 3, and now she brings McKibben back to her back, trying to stretch her down and bring her across as the referee is taking a look.
And Knocklin on mat number 2 picks up a 2-point takedown and a flip the script on Martinez. Martinez looked like she had the takedown. Now Knocklin with the half Nelson. Power was over. Martinez working for the fall on mat 2.
As Weigel does earn the fall with a minute 35 into the first period.
And Knocklin with the pin for the Fargo Stingers. Dual score 48-6, heading into 155 pounds.
As we go to 148 pounds, it'll be an open weight class for Napoleon Gackel Streeter, so Carrington will get tagged with a couple more points here. As Chu Butiriano will get the 6 points here for Carrington.
A 155 match on mat number 2 is underway. A 48-6 dual score. Fargo Stingers up over West Fargo United.
Going to 155 pounds now on mat number 1. Riley Dewald for Napoleon Gackel Streeter going up against Nevaeh Sorensen of Carrington.
Aubrey King for the Fargo Stingers with a 2-point takedown. She leads Amaya Russell, West Fargo United, with a minute 30 remaining in the first period.
42-12 against the team score going into 155 pounds with Carrington out in front on mat number 1.
The King working over the top, trying to spin back around, hook up a cradle. Russell doing a good job defending. He's going to pass that arm over the head, working that far edge of the mat.
Sorensen here for Carrington, trying to bring Riley Dewald, the senior, down to the mat as Dewald is clasped with her hands, trying to get that face free out of the grasp with Sorensen right now.
King with a 2-0 lead on the restart. Has that left elbow heavily bandaged for Aubrey King. She's in the top position on mat number 2.
Sorensen continues to work up top on Dewald. No points given as Dewald goes down to the mat, but does a good job sprawling out and getting to her base. Now all of a sudden more of a 2-point takedown the other way here for Dewald, and she'll be working for the fall and gets it. Nice looking move by Riley Dewald, the senior, to earn the fall here for Napoleon Gackel Streeter in the first period.
And Amaya Russell flips over. Aubrey King to her back. Working for the fall for West Fargo United on mat number 2 at 155 pounds. Shoulders not up by much. Official down there takes a look. Right now Russell leads 3-2. 20 seconds remaining, and then win by fall for Amaya Russell. King was in control of that match. Russell able to roll through, catches the head and arm, wins by fall over Aubrey King.
170 pounds will go open and get awarded to here Napoleon Gackel Streeter. So Napoleon Gackel Streeter will get 6 more points coming up on the board. as it's now 42 to 25. That again, a open weight class here as Burnley Dewald for Napoleon Gackle Streeter will get the points as we make our way to 190 pounds here between Carrington and Napoleon Gackle Streeter.
Yeah, dual score, Matt, number 2, 48 to 18. Fargo Stingers up over West Fargo United. We did have an open weight class at 170. Match here at 190 pounds. Charlie Liedall for West Fargo United. Clean Gavergo for Fargo. That match just underway on mat number 2.
Mat number 1, they're still having a little confrontation here, just making sure, checking in with the wrestlers to see if either one's going to be open at this respective weight class at 190 or if someone's coming across, as right now it's on the score that's at the head table at 170 pounds. It's 42-24. Carrington with the advantage over Napoleon Gackle Streeter.
Gavergo caught Liedall with the head and arm, throws her down to the mat, wins by fall. 54 to 18, Fargo Stingers up over West Fargo United, going into 250 pounds.
Starting off at 100 pounds here in this quarterfinals, making its way to 250 in the next round. We'll start at 106 pounds upcoming a little bit later on and making its way through to 112 and so forth. So they're still having a long confrontation here on mat number 1 on who's coming up next with the respective wrestlers and making sure you have the right wrestler that was put in track wrestling or was put in place to start things off here as the coaches are still continuing to have this conversation.
Our 250-pound match on mat number 2 underway. Kiera Williams, West Fargo United. Sophia Peterson for Fargo. A minute 40 remaining here in the first period. The dual score 54 to 18. It's Fargo Stingers over West Fargo United.
Carrington will win this duel regardless with 2 weight classes remaining, up 42 to 24. But like anything else, you got to make sure you wrestle it out, whether there is a respective wrestler or it's going to be an open weight class. And it looks like Carrington will get to have 6 more points with an open weight class coming here for Napoleon Gackle Streeter.
Yeah, 2-point takedown for Kiera Williams. She takes a 2-0 lead over Peterson from Fargo. A minute remaining in the first period.
Carly Leisman from Carrington will be awarded the 6 points here at 190 pounds as they will come out for heavyweight next here between the Cardinals and the Imperials.
Yeah, Williams working half Nelson, able to push over Peterson. Peterson going to her back, trying to roll through. Williams working for the fall and wins by pin in the first period. So Kiera Williams, winner by fall, moves the dual score 54 to 24 in favor of the Stingers. So Fargo Stingers win the duel 54 to 24 over West Fargo United on mat number 2.
Mat number 1, we're down to our final weight class as well at heavyweight right now. Ashley Lindberg for Carrington going up against Ava Mosier for Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Carrington doubling up the Imperials 48 to 24. So we'll have the 2-3 seeds going into the semifinals, where Napoleon Gackle Streeter will have to square off with West Fargo United in a wrestleback coming up a little bit later on this afternoon from Castleton. Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you here from Castleton as we're just about ready to wrap up our quarterfinal round matchups here today, as Lindberg and Mosier kind of just tied up in a headlock right now, 50 seconds into this first period. Also, stay tuned. We'll have an abbreviated post-match show. Get to our wrestler of the match, that and more still to come in these 2 particular quarterfinal round duels. A lot of hand fighting right now between Lindberg and Mosier, still scoreless just over a minute into this first period. As right now Lindberg trying to see if she can bring Mosier down to the ground. Mosier trying to get out of the grasp of Lindberg here. And they're back to open position. Got some hand jostling going across each other. 20 seconds left in period number 1 as Lindberg and Mosier Trying to see who can kind of throw that weight around a little bit more and use it to their advantage here. As we're closing the last seconds of the first period, going for a shot there is Mosier trying to work the right knee of Lindbergh, and when Lindbergh comes around trying to get the 2-point takedown, we'll run out of time here as we go to period number 2. Earlier today, Central cast the 1 seed, Grand Forks the 4 seed, Fargo the 2 seed, and the 3 seed of Carrington will be moving on. So it's been all chalk so far here today in Castleton. As working down will be Lindbergh here for Carrington. Ava Mosier will work up to start this second period on the choice. Mosier working up top here on Lindbergh. Lindbergh working a little bit more to the outer of the match. Mosier with that bear hug around her. And all of a sudden with the reversal, here's going to be Lindbergh, and now Lindbergh has a chance to try to come across. And she's going to get 2 points on the reversal. So 2 points here, 30 seconds into the second period. And now Lindbergh here for the Carrington Cardinals is the one with the advantage right now, is trying to keep Mosier down to the mat. Mosier works off the mat, and as I'll see 2 points coming here, though, midway through this second period. Nice looking move there, Brent, from Ava to get that 2 points.
Yeah, it was a good little roll through. Kind of caught the arm, able to get a little leverage on it, hip heisted around. Very good technique and execution.
So Mosier will work down as Lindbergh will work up top now with a 2-0 advantage. So far it's been, on mat number 1, it's been all falls or an open weight class. We haven't seen anything else outside of that through these quarterfinals, and we'll see if that continues.
And mat number 2 the same way. They're competitive matches, but, you know, just for whatever reason, we had that match at 112 pounds. It was 9-5 lead, and flip of the script, head and arm, and we get a fall at the end of the period for the come-from-behind win.
Ashley Lindbergh from Carrington continues to work up top here on Mosier. Mosier trying to get back to her base, but bringing that arm across there is Lindbergh. Trying to see if she can roll Mosier around a little bit or get that right shoulder across, as she does a good job with the legs to get a little bit of traction. Now working with some near fall points and trying to earn the fall here. 30 seconds left in this second period. Lindbergh right now as Mosier across the way, sprawled out. And we're trying to push that arm across a little bit more. And there's the fall with 16 seconds left in the period at 250 pounds of the heavyweight. Ashley Lindbergh from Carrington will make a final of 54-24 here for the Carrington Cardinals with the fall. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get to our post-match show here of the quarterfinals on your live events.
Since its beginning, the Central Cast Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cast High School. Through the years, that mission has broadened to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cast Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcastboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcastboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsborough, Grandin, Gackle, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, Medina, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you here as we put a bow on the quarterfinals. Again, 54-24 Fargo Stingers, and then also here the Carrington Cardinals 54-24 as well, able to pick up the win. It's all chalk early on. Let's get to our RDK Enterprises feature precision wrestler of the matchup. Brent, any particular move that stood out to you there with the Fargo Stingers and West Fargo United?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to that 112-pound match. Taya Laidlaw and Lily Skarud. That was just a dominating performance by Laidlaw. Went out there with that 36-second pin for the Fargo Stingers, and just dominating performance by Laidlaw at 112 pounds.
And to say something similar here, a really nice looking move, I was going to say, by Lindbergh at the very end, because it didn't seem like she was in the proper position with Mosier at heavyweight, but able to finish with the fall in the second period at 250 pounds. She is our Arctic Enterprises feature precision wrestling move of the match here with Arctic Enterprises with locations in Hillsborough and Drayton. Go to planterdoc.com. That's planterdoc.com for more. Now to our Enbridge RNG wrestler of the match. Brent, you take a look. Who kind of impressed you there on mat number 2?
Yeah, Isabel Baku-Elder for the Fargo Stingers over Alyssa Ross, down 9-4 in her match. Had 30 seconds to go to pick up that 5-point move. Up on her feet, caught a head and arm, and throws over Ross. Wins by fall and wins the match at 106 pounds. So Isabel Baku-Elder coming from behind, not giving up in that match, out there to compete, picks up the win by fall.
Well, for Carrington and Napoleon Gacko Streeter, when you have blood time and you come back 20 seconds after the blood time, you earn the fall. You're going to get that any time here for our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match. That is Jasmine Ybarra here, the junior at 124 pounds, able to do so for the Cardinals and put them on top, 24-6 at that particular juncture. So as we move ahead here, Brent, we'll kind of put a quick preview, and then we'll get you ready for the next round of wrestling duels. As on mat number 1, we will have a semifinal round between Central Cass and the Grand Forks Knight Riders, and then on mat number 2, it'll be a loser out match between Pembina County North and Lisbon. What are you expecting to see here between these two mats coming up here in just a moment?
Central Cass, once again, I just think they're a tough team top to bottom. You know, we did see the Grand Forks Knight Riders against the Broncos, but I just expect Central Cass to overpower the Knight Riders in the semifinal round and make it into the championship. For Pembina County North and Lisbon, it's just going to come down to which team, you know, is able to fill most or the most weight classes, and I think that's going to come down to Lisbon. They kind of have the advantage there throughout their lineup.
As we'll take a quick break here from Castleton. Again, probably in about just over 5 minutes, we'll get back to more wrestling action here between the Central Cass Squirrels and, again, Grand Forks in one semifinal. Loser out will be Pembina County North and Lisbon. And then bit later on here in the afternoon, we'll have Team Fargo against Carrington in one semifinal. Then West Fargo going up against Napoleon Gacko Streeter in another loser out wrestling match. This is the 2024 East Region Girls Dual Tournament here in Castleton.
If you're ready to save time, aggravation, and money, the team at Weber Insurance is here and ready to make the process as painless as possible. Weber Insurance makes sure you find the best insurance because their agency is 100% independent. They have the freedom to shop the marketplace and find the best possible combination of cost and coverage. Talk with Dan, Leslie, or Carol to get a quote started today, or go online to weberinsurance.net. Call, click, text, or stop in at Weber Insurance, locally owned in Castleton.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customer satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
Every Wednesday night at 7, watch the YourLiveEvent.com Coaches Show presented by the Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation. Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region, as we'll hear from area coaches in North Dakota and Minnesota. Plus, we'll highlight area high school seniors on their achievements in the classroom and on the court with our Senior Spotlight. That's the YourLiveEvent.com Coaches Show presented by the Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation, Wednesday nights at 7 on YourLiveEvent.com.
As we come back here on mat number 1, still getting underway with Central Cass and Grand Forks still warming up on mat number 2. We're ready for some wrestling here between Team Lisbon and Pembina County North. Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you. Brent, take it away.
Yeah, we have the Broncos against Pembina County North. 106 pounds, so duels this match, or this round started at 106 pounds. First out there, Roar Schulten for the Broncos. And both wrestlers locked up. Working collar tie back to the center of the mat, just circling around. Now a little knee pick. And a takedown for Pembina County North, up 2-0 on Shelton. Shelton back to her feet, working wrist control. Gets drugged back down to the mat on the near center edge. So Montez with the 2-point now, a good mat return, has the 2-point takedown. She's up 2-0, minute 10 remaining. Wrestlers called out of bounds, back for a restart with a minute 2 remaining. Shelton on the restart in the bottom position wearing that mask attached to her headgear. Back with the restart under a minute. And clasping violation, so a technical violation and a stop in action. 2-1 lead for Montez. She's up 2-1 over Shelton of the Broncos. Back for the restart with 48 seconds remaining in the first period. Another clasp on the sit-out attempt by Shelton. Now that ties it up. 2 technical violations result in 2 points for Shelton in the bottom position with 43 seconds on the clock in the first period. For Shelton, another sit-out attempt. Montez back working on top. A lot of pressure on top by Montez, trying to throw a half Nelson in on the near side. Shelton going to counter out, scoots those hips out to the side. Tied up at 2, 15 seconds remaining in the first period. The duel just underway. And Montez with the half Nelson as Shelton going over to her back. Official down, taking a look, 2 seconds remaining. Shelton just has to fight off, and at the end of the period, as time expired, Shelton goes down by fall. So time expired, but not before the win by fall for Montez. Pembina County North takes a 6-0 lead in the duel at 106 pounds. First match of the duel.
As Team Grand Forks and Team Central Cass are getting ready at 106 pounds as well to come out. Mallory DeVries will come out here for Central Cass on an open weight class for the Night Riders. So DeVries with a 6-0 advantage for Central Cass with the open weight class here for CC.
So Pembina County North with that early 6-0 lead in the duel on mat number 2. Arlie Romerman takes the mat for the Lisbon Broncos. She wrestles Jalen Cargan for Pembina County North. That match just underway, minute 40 remaining at 112 pounds. 6-0 lead for Pembina County North.
And there's going to be 2 open weight classes as Team Grand Forks is coming across, and they're making sure they got the right wrestlers out again. Starting at 106 pounds, Anna White came across with a forfeit. Then also at 112 pounds, Mallory DeVries comes across on a forfeit. So at 106 and 112 as Grand Forks is coming across, and the officials are talking with both coaches to make sure they got everything out there properly as it's 12-0. The score reads right now for the Squirrels.
Yeah, Romerman down on a single leg attempt, but Kerrigan has sprawled out, working the go behind. Romerman still working that single leg, not able to turn the corner. Still no change of position. And now it is a 2-0 lead for Kerrigan for Pembina County North. She's up 2-0 on Arlie Romerman.
On mat number 1, the last 2 periods, the last 2 matches, we've had a little more talk at the head table here than we've had on mat 2. Mat 2 has been all wrestling, Brett.
Had all business over here on mat number 2. And Kerrigan has a crossface hooked up, gets Romerman broke back down to her belly, under 20 seconds remaining. She has a 2-0 lead on mat number 2. Final 10 seconds of the period with Romerman down 2-0 in the bottom position. And end of the first period, Romerman's down 2-0. She defers Pembina County's choice. Chooses a top position to start the second period. Romerman in the bottom.
as they continue to come out here. So you'll have at 112 pounds, it should read 6-0. Mallory DeVries trying to make it 12-0 regardless here against Shia LaFontaine for Grand Forks. And there's going to be the fall 16 seconds in. So once we got to wrestling, it didn't take long. As another fall coming up here for Mallory DeVries for the Central Cass Squirrels.
Romerman started second period bottom position. Still a 2-0 lead for Kerrigan from Pembina County North at 112 pounds. Romerman worked around the backside. They're looking for a stalemate call here. Neither wrestler really able to advance their position. And down to a minute 15 remaining in the second period. Look, Kerrigan does have a cradle locked up. And walking that, now running up to the head. Has it locked up tight, squeezing those elbows together. Rocks back Romerman. Romerman bridging here, left shoulder up just a little bit. Official down there taking a look. Kerrigan squeezing those elbows together. And slapping the mat by the official. So Jalen Kerrigan for Pembina County North wins by fall. They're up 12-0 over the Broncos.
Mat number 1 getting underway. Aubrey Quinn from Central Cass against Sarah Novak here for Grand Forks. This at 118 pounds. At 106 pounds, Anna White won via forfeit. Then at 112 pounds coming on. Again, Mallory DeVries earned a fall. Wasting very little time for Central Cass as they have a 12-0 lead in our first semifinal going up against the Night Riders of Grand Forks.
At 118 pounds, Adelaide Hansen steps out for the Broncos. Wrestlers off the edge of the mat, no change of position with a minute 51 remaining. A dual score now 12-0 on mat number 2 in favor of the Grizzlies.
Sarah Novak was going for a right knee, but Aubrey Quinn able to displace the hand as we're 60 seconds into this first period. Neither wrestler has been down to a mat for a 2-point takedown so far between these two.
Hansen, the returning state place winner for the Broncos, picks up a 2-0 lead with the takedown. A minute 20 remaining in first period. Broncos down in the duel 12-0.
Still scoreless between Quinn and Novak here again at 118 pounds between Central Cass and Grand Forks. A lot of hand fighting so far and trying to see if the other one can possibly get that head wrapped around.
Bynum and Hansen still battling out on mat number 2. Now Hansen locks up a cradle on Bynum. Bynum state qualifier for Pembina County in 2023. Able to break the grip of Hansen.
After one period at 118 pounds, scoreless between Quinn of Central Cass and Novak of Team Grand Forks.
And Hansen working front headlock. Sticks that head down in the hole. Not able to chase the leg and capture it. Now working against Bynum with the screwdriver on the top. Cracks Bynum down, has her going to her back. Picks up a couple near fall. Bynum rolls through, 2 near fall for Hansen. She's up 4-0, 20 seconds remaining in the first period.
Aubrey Quinn, the junior, 13-12 on the season, going up against Novak, the freshman, at 21-16. Novak started in a down position, trying to get the 1-point escape. And they will give the 1-point escape here to Novak, who will take a 1-0 lead here at 118 pounds, 20 seconds into the second period.
Hansen back, working for the fall for the Broncos. Time expires in the first period. She takes a 7-0 lead into the second. In the match at 118 pounds on mat number 2.
Still hand fighting going on back and forth. Novak still up 1-0 with that 1-point escape to start this period off.
The start of the second period at Hansen in the bottom position. Bynum chopping at the arm of Hansen. Hansen trying to dig underneath past that wrist overhead, but Bynum able to lock up an armbar on Hansen.
Novak going for the single lane shoot right now, working on the ulterior here of Quinn as they work off the mat. 49 seconds left in this second period.
Hansen able to stand up, but no change of position. Just as she It cleared her hips. Bynum able to crack her back down to the mat. Still 7-0 lead for Adeline Hansen on mat number 2. Hansen now double underhooks, throws Bynum down to her back, working for the fall for the Broncos. Pembina County North up in the duel, 12-0. Hansen working for the fall up over the top. And now a minute 5 remaining. Hansen picks up 3 near fall. She's up 12-0. And back working that crossface, walks it around the head, has Bynum going back to the pinning combination.
Quinn gets a 2-point takedown as time expires here, and then you're going to get 1 point on the escape for Grand Forks after that with Novak. So a lot of time where nothing happened the last 10 seconds to get 3 points across for these two as we're tied at 2 going into the third period on mat number 1.
Hansen back in the pinning combination. See these two 12-0, 30 seconds remaining in the second period. Bynum scoots out. Hansen wants to pick up the near fall, extra bonus point. Right now she does have a tech fall with those 3 near fall in her back pocket. Now down to 18 seconds remaining in the second period.
Quinn and Novak continue to battle here with 95 seconds left in the third.
Hansen with the head and arm, scoops the head, picks up the pin for the Broncos. A 12-6 dual lead for Pembina County North, going to 124 pounds.
Sarah Novak right now trying to work the left leg of Quinn and try to take her down to the mat. Well, Quinn trying to get back to the base position, but you see Novak continue to work up top, and she's going to get a 2-point takedown and now lead 4-2. Working up top here on Quinn. 60 seconds left in period number 3. This could be our first match that we maybe haven't had a fall or an open weight class. Sarah Novak for Grand Forks continues to ride Quinn to the far side of the match, mat.
Hansen picks up the win by fall. Broncos are open at 124. Dual score 18-6, going down to 130 pounds on mat number 2.
Trying to get the escape here is Quinn. She does, so she gets 1 point back, down by 1, 4-3, 25 seconds and counting left here in this third period at 118 pounds. Sarah Novak wrestling with a 1-point edge right now is Quinn and Novak, as they've done for the majority, just in a headlock with 10 seconds now here in the third period. Trying to make a move as Quinn as she tries to go for the left leg. Nothing granted on a takedown or points, and taking a 4-3 win here from Grand Forks is Novak. That'll be our first decision of the afternoon. And for Grand Forks team, they get 3 points on the board.
Yeah, mat number 230 pounds, Marley Stremick, returning state place winner, out for Pembina County North, has a 2-0 lead over Lila Gillespie. Gillespie bumping up to 130 for this match for the Broncos. Now a 2-1 lead, a technical violation by Stremick. Stremick goes double leg ride, breaks down Gillespie. Now Stremick on the far side, working power half, keeps leg ride in on the near side. Down to a minute 5 remaining in the first period.
Go to 124 pounds on mat number 1. Mayer here from Central Cass going up against Hyde from Team Grand Forks, again, this at 124 pounds.
Stremick throws in the power half on Gillespie, turns her over for the win by fall on mat number 2. 24-6 dual lead for Pembina County North. They're going into 142 pounds.
Brianna Mayer and Coral Hyde from Grand Forks. Mayer, the junior, Hyde, the senior here from Team Grand Forks. Still scoreless 30 seconds into this first period. There's a 2-point takedown as we say that for Mayer. She continues to work and ride Hyde into the far edge of the mat here. Hyde trying to get the escape. Mayer does a good job bringing her back down to the mat. Trying to bring that right arm in a little bit more and work on that chicken wing.
The Broncos open at 136. So that takes us up to 142. So we should be up at 142 pounds. Pembina County North with a 30-6 lead in the duel.
Mayer continuing to work on Hyde here on the top. 40 seconds left in period number 1 here at 124 pounds. 12-3 Central Cass is your team score.
So Alexis Ranke out for the Broncos at 142 pounds. Taking on Faith Radicek for Pembina County North. Ranke picks up the takedown, working a cradle up over the top on Radicek at 142 with the minute 40 remaining in the first period.
Mayer trying to bring Hyde back onto the mat here and earn the fall. She's going to earn 3 points with a near fall. Hyde does a good job avoiding the pin, but there's 10 seconds left here in period number 1. 5-0 Mayer.
Alexis Ranke picks up 2 near fall. Radicek able to roll through on the pinning combination. Ranke back working the crossface. Now switches up over the top with a half Nelson on mat number 2. A minute 10 remaining in the first period. She has a 4-0 lead.
Mayer works on top with 10 seconds left in this first period. Trying to get the reversal here, and we'll see if any points are awarded. There is no points awarded at the end. So after one period, it is a 1 and make it a 5-0 advantage for Mayer over Hyde here at 124 pounds.
Alexis Ranke for the Broncos still in control in the top position. They're working off to the side on Radicek. Radicek able to hold her base. Ranke having a tough time gaining any leverage on Radicek. And down to 30 seconds remaining in the first period. 4-0 lead for Ranke.
Be a point escape here for Hyde to open things up in the second period. Now trailing it 5-1, or excuse me, a point escape here for Mayer to make it 6-0 for Central Cass.
Ranke going to work underneath, now trying to push Radicek over to her back. Has the crossface hooked up, trying to walk it around the top. Down to 5 seconds remaining in the first period. Still 4-0 lead for Alexis Ranke.
Mayer and Hyde continuing to be in a little bit of a headlock position here. Mayer out in front 6-0 over Hyde with 1:15 left in this second as they work to the side of the mat. Now there's going to be a 2-point takedown here for Mayer. Now she's in a potential pin position. Near fall points will be awarded. A minute left in this second period. We'll see if Brianna Mayer, she can do it with the fall with 1:01 left in the second period. As the Central Cass Squirrels now take a team duel score of an 18-3 lead.
Yeah, Broncos on mat number 2 after wrestle with a little more sense of urgency. Now Alexis Ranke with the reversal, working in pinning combination. The fall for Alexis Ranke. The Broncos pick up 6 points, 30-12 dual score at 142 pounds.
As we head to 130 pounds, coming on for Grand Forks will be Bryn Larson going up against Isabel Duchuk here for the Central Cass Squirrels. This again at 130 pounds, 18-3 Central Cass with a team duel lead here in this first semifinal.
And wrestlers checking in for the match at 148 pounds. So 148. 148. Pembina County North is open. So Ava Carblin picks up a win for the Broncos. 30-18 dual score. Now Veda Carblin comes out 155 pounds for Lisbon.
Still scoreless between Isabel and Bryn here on mat number 1 at 130 pounds. Very similar to our last one where just been a lot of headlock and hand fighting so far early in this first period.
So Ava Chemnitz, Pembina County North, Veda Carblum. They're locking up in the center of the match. Carblum over the top. Chemnitz in on a leg. Carblum's able to get Chemnitz down to the mat. No points award. And now a little go behind, spins around behind her. Still no points for Carblum. Down to minute 30 remaining in the first period.
Larson and Duchuk still scoreless here as we're getting 30 seconds left in this first period. It's kind of just dancing around each other right now on that mat, neither one giving an inch, and there all of a sudden we say that there is a shot on the right leg here for Larson, and she gets a 2-point takedown.
And Carblum Chemnitz still battling it out from their feet. Carblam in the top position up over the top of Chemnitz. Chemnitz down on the leg of Carblam. At 155 pounds on mat number 2, still scoreless with a minute remaining in the first period.
After one period, Bryn Larson of Grand Forks with a 2-point takedown with 21 seconds left in the first with a 2-0 advantage as we go to the second.
Chemnitz locks up kind of a Peterson combination on Carblam. Vader Carblam has to roll through here. Chemnitz working for the fall. This could be the decider in the duel. A big pin for Pembina County North at 155. They take a 36-18 duel lead.
Team Grand Forks right now, Bryn Larson in this second period working up top on Isabel Duchuk. And right now Isabel trying to see if she can get out of the grasp of Larson. Larson continues to work her around, spinning her around. I'll try to work in a cradle here potentially here for Larson as she's trying to get that hands across, but Duchuk doing a good job getting back to her base and not allowing Bryn to try to turn her over.
170 pounds, Nevaeh Buffett for the Broncos with the win by forfeit, 36-24 dual score. At 170, now going to 190 pounds. Cora Oster reports into the head table.
As Isabel Duchuk on mat number 1 gets the 1-point escape here with 60 seconds left in period number 2. As Larson and Duchuk right now continue to wrestle. This is at 130 pounds, just the 5th weight class here on mat number 1 in this first semifinal. Second semifinal coming up will be Fargo Davies and Carrington. Then also another loser out wrestle back will be West Fargo and Napoleon Gackle Streeter.
Yeah, running into technical issues on mat number 2. 36-24 is the dual score after the 170-pound match. Nevaeh Buffett for the Broncos received a win by forfeit.
And right now, Duchuk and Larson are trying to give away an easy takedown or point. And 10 seconds left here in this second period. Duchuk was in the down position to start the second. See what happens to open things up here in the third, as it'll be 2-1 Bryn Larson from Team Grand Forks against Isabel Duchuk here as we go to the third period.
Yeah, 36-24 dual score. Cora Oster for the Broncos at 190 wins by forfeit. Now 36-30. 2 more weight classes to go. Have 250 and 100 pounds duels in this round started at 106.
Starting in the down position will be Larson against Duchuk. Larson trying to see if she can get that 1-point escape quickly here. Isabel working on that right leg, trying not to allow her to get back up top. Throws her back down to the mat here 15 seconds into the third period.
So at 215 pounds, Ella Sad just missed the takedown. Wrestlers roll out of bounds. Big duel here for the Broncos and the Grizzly at 250. Grizzlies are up 36-30 over the Broncos.
1-point escape came for Bryn Larson. Now she leads it by 2 with 80 seconds left here in this third period. Trying to do what her fellow teammate Novak did, and that's earn a decision win and 3 points potentially here for Team Grand Forks, unless Isabel can try to earn a 2-point takedown.
Hey, Ella Sad over the top of Jalen Forey. Forey goes out of bounds, catches Sad. Now picks up a 2-point takedown on the edge of the mat. Forey goes up 2-0 on Sad. The minute 20 remaining, working a power half over the top.
3-1 on mat number 1 right now. Bryn Larson with the advantage over Duchuk.
Wrestlers roll out of bounds for a restart back to the center. Jalen Forey in the top position. 1:16 remaining in the first period. She has a 2-0 lead.
Larson right now just doing a good job with Isabel, not allowing her to try to shoot for anything or try to see if she can put a combination together. But there all of a sudden is a little daylight here for Duchuk. Now Larson trying to work around up top, has an arm across, and it's going to be a 2-point takedown here for Bryn now with a 5-1 advantage with 20 seconds left in this third period.
Forway with the crossface, picks up the leg and throws over Sad for the fall. And Jalen Forway winner by fall over Ella Sad for Pembina County North. 42-30 dual score. And that is the duel. We still have a 100-pound weight class to wrestle. So Pembina County North wins by 42-30 score going into 100 pounds. Here Scout Friedrichs reports in for the Broncos. But Pembina County North will take the duel and advance to the next round.
Ben Larson comes on with a 5-1 decision win here for the Grand Forks Knight Riders to make it a 18-6 team duel score as we go to 136 pounds on mat number 1. Grace Lamar coming on for the Central Cass Squirrels, a sophomore, 27-3 on the season, going up against Hagen here from Grand Forks, a sophomore at 14-12 on the year.
Yeah, Charlotte Croston out for Pembina County North. Scout Fredericks for the Bronco. Croston returning state qualifier for Pembina County. Match just underway. Minute 30 remaining in the first period. Both wrestlers in the center of the mat. Now Croston picks up a 2-point takedown. Goes to work right away on top with the crossface. And Fredericks able to get hand control. But now Croston rolls over Fredericks, working for the fall in the first period.
Over on mat number 1, also working for a fall right now is Lamar. She's going to have 2 points for a takedown and 3 extra points for the near fall. Leads 5-0 here 50 seconds into the first period.
Croston picks up the 3-point near fall. She has a 5-point lead, 5-0, under a minute remaining in the first period. Working another pinning combination on Fredericks, back with the crossface.
As Grace Lamar is going to be earning some more near fall points upcoming here for Central Cass. Now this time, can she finish it off with the fall? 50 seconds left in the first period against Hagen.
Croston continues to work the crossface, has the cradle locked up on Fredericks, rolls her back over, picking up near fall. Flattens out the shoulders, and Charlotte Croston wins by fall over Scout Fredericks at 100 pounds.
Same thing with Lamar over at mat number 1 at 136 pounds. Wins by fall with a minute and 22 into the first period.
And that's your final duel score. 48-30 on mat number 2. Pembina County North takes down the Lisbon Broncos by a score of 48-30. They advance to the next round. They'll take on the non-winner of that Carrington and Fargo Stinger semifinal match.
I was now on mat number 1 here at 142 pounds. Lois Schneider from Central Cass, the junior, at 16-15 on the season, going up against Lexi Ray from Grand Forks, 18-12 on the season here at 142 pounds. So from a dual seed line, Brent, we have our first quote-unquote upset of the day there on mat number 2.
Yeah, Pembina County North came out in that round ready to wrestle. Just took it to the Broncos. The Broncos went down early, not able to recover.
Tough one, as the Broncos were that close to possibly being in the semifinals, right?
Yeah, that's true.
As right now, Team Grand Forks trails at 24-6 against Central Cass. Minute into this first period with Schneider and Lexi Ray. Still to come a little bit later on. Our next round of a loser-out semifinal will be Team Fargo against Carrington in the semi, and West Fargo, Napoleon Gacko Streeter, they will go on a loser-out match. Still scoreless between Schneider and Ray. I've seen a lot of hand fighting, a lot of headlocks so far. So far, 2 decision wins for Grand Forks and then 4 falls here for Central Cass. That's where we got to our 24-6 score, 30 seconds into this first period. With Schneider. This will be her first match of the day as she was in an open weight class against Pembina County North back in the quarterfinals. Schneider and Ray right now will go into the second period scoreless here at 142 pounds. And a reminder, this will be rolling time, so you'll see West Fargo United, Napoleon Gacko Streeter get about 10 minutes to warm up, and it won't be too far now. We'll get to mat number 2 here again, Brent, for what will be our next loser-out match here on mat number 2.
Yeah, that's the thing. Once you start that rolling schedule, things really picks up the pace of the duel, not only for our viewers, but also for these wrestlers down there on the mat.
Picking up the pace right away. Lois Schneider able to pick up the pace of the 1-point escape to open up the second period. So Lexi Ray and Schneider back to some hand fighting right now. Once again, just at 142 pounds for this weight class. Central Cass not giving Grand Forks too many opportunities to earn some points in terms of the team numbers, as they defeated Pembina County North 66-12 back in the quarterfinals. One of those points coming off a open weight class here for Pembina County North as well. Still 1-0, 60 seconds in with Schneider and Ray as they continue to work now to the center of the mat. Making their way across is Central Cass again with Schneider. Kind of working on that hand now of Ray, trying to get her down to the mat with a 2-point takedown, and there it is. Good-looking move by Schneider. Now she's working with some near fall points. 30 seconds left in the period. Now we'll come back on top. She's able to get the takedown with near fall points and then finishes her off with the pin. Nice-looking move there by Schneider to finish off Ray with 26 seconds left in the second period. So Schneider at 142 pounds. We're on another fall here for Central Cass as the team score will now be 30-6 as we go to a 148-pound weight class.
All right, mat number 2 still waiting for the officials on mat number 2. Napoleon Gackle Streeter versus West Fargo United.
Mat number 1, Emma Schneider from Central Cass going up against Kaylee Cruz here of Team Grand Forks. As these two continue to have some hand fights here at 148 pounds. Coming with 8 teams, will leave with 4 that'll make their way from the dual standpoint to the Fargo Dome next week. And then the individuals will be a week from today in Carrington. Brent Dick will continue his traveling miles here, going from the East-West Classic to now to Carrington next week for us here on Your Live event. We'll have audio-only coverage for both the girls and the boys individual tournament that'll be up in Carrington. Nice looking move here for Kaylee, trying to work that left leg right now with Schneider. Now Schneider trying to get back to her base as they're at the edge of the mat. As Kaylee coming down across and goes to the outside of the mat, and then Schneider gets back across, still scoreless, 60 seconds into this first period. We've seen just a little bit more deliberate wrestling here in the semifinal than what we saw in the quarters. You're now making that first move and taking someone down for a 2-point takedown, Brent. We've seen it so far a little bit more methodical between these wrestlers here in these weight classes.
Yeah, you'd expect that now that you're getting into the semifinal matches. Things starting to tighten up.
As they will go off the mat and start in a neutral position with 26 seconds left in this first. Emma Schneider and Kaylee Cruz here of Team Grand Forks. And we'll see a 2-point takedown coming for Central Cass's Schneider. 3 seconds left in this first period, and that's where we'll go. 2-0 Central Cass with Emma Schneider here at 148 pounds. And on mat number 2 will be Napoleon Gackle Streeter and West Fargo United, as roughly another 45 minutes to an hour from now, we'll have 2 teams officially eliminated here from this East Region dual tournament. And roughly in about that time, we'll find out who potentially will be wrestling in that championship later tonight as well, with Team Fargo and Central Cass or Carrington still to come. Kaylee trying to get to one of the legs here of Schneider. Schneider does a good job sprawling out. Now Schneider trying to come across and get 2 points here. She does. As they're working towards the edge of the mat here. And then we're going to have a potentially dangerous move. So 4-0 with 1:29 left in this second period. Team scores Central Cass 30, Grand Forks 6. As we will continue here for Schneider and the Central Cass Squirrels. As coming across will be Kaylee there. Good little shot there by Kaylee against Emma Schneider. I'll get another potentially dangerous with 1:10 left here in the second. As the coach for Central Cass, Travis Marr, giving some instructions to his wrestler with Emma Schneider. They continue to spin around here. Brent, why don't we quickly recap again that Lisbon-Pembina County North match? Who is a particular wrestler for you there between the Grizzlies and the Lisbon Broncos, as we do get a stalling warning here on Schneider?
Yeah, I go with Ava Chemnitz for Pembina County North at 155 pounds. As far as your RDK Enterprises move of the match, Chemnitz picked up a pin over Veda Carblam at 155. Broncos answered back at 142 with Ranke. Ranke kind of stopped that momentum that Pembina County North had, but Chemnitz came back through at 155, got Pembina County North back on the board again, and really put the duel away on the Broncos. It was 36-18 after that, and Pembina County North didn't look back.
As Haley Cruz does a good job getting a 2-point takedown, then 3 points coming for the near fall here. She nearly got the pin across on Emma Schneider, so we go to the third period. It's now 6-4 advantage of Kaylee Cruz here from Team Grand Forks.
The duel. Yep.
Oh, go ahead, Brent.
Yep, I said our duel, mat number 2 underway. We had a win by forfeit at 106 pounds, near it now at 112.
Let's hear it, 148 pounds, starting in a down position is Schneider. But Schneider trying to get the 2-point reversal, potentially working in the headlock right now of Kaylee. Then Kaylee comes back across and works on the face. And now looking for the fall here, 20 seconds into this third period.
Yeah, Tess Gross going out for Napoleon against Alyssa Ross, West Fargo United. Gross working a takedown up in the top position as a crossface, gets 2-point takedown. She takes a 2-0 lead. Napoleon is up 6-0 in the duel. They picked up that forfeit at 106 pounds. Now Gross working for the fall, has Ross on her back. Now Ross able to roll through, back belly down. Gross with a 5-0 lead going into the first period at the minute 15 mark.
Mat number 1, it will be 155 pounds starting here between Central Cass and Grand Forks.
Yeah, Gross with a tight cradle locked up on Ross. Ross trying to bridge off. Officials down there, takes a look at the left shoulder. Now back to the right side. And Gross has 50 seconds in the slap of the mat by the official. A pin for Tess Gross. Napoleon up 12-0.
Cheyenne Henlin coming on here for Central Cass against Emily Novak for Team Grand Forks, and 155 pounds. 2-point takedown coming to the aforementioned Novak here for Grand Forks, and now working up top on Cheyenne here early on this first period. Gosh, that mac and cheese smells really good, Brent, by the way. I've seen a couple wrestlers in between their duels, maybe snacking a little bit.
Yep.
So we'll continue here with Emily Novak, trying to see if she can get Cheyenne Henlin for the fall. Near fall points are coming regardless. And there's going to be the fall with 58 seconds into this first period, and all of a sudden Team Grand Forks making it a little bit tighter, now trailing 30-18 here at 155 pounds.
Yeah, another open weight class at 118 pounds. Napoleon Gackle Streeter with a win by forfeit. They're up 18-0. Alexis Schneider steps on the mat for Napoleon at 124.
Again, the semifinals start at 126, as well as the loser out. As we go to 170 pounds now on mat number 1 between Central Cass and Team Grand Forks.
Yeah, Schneider and Shayla DeBlair, the lock and horns matchup that you might not see anywhere else. Right here, yourliveevent.com at 124 pounds. Schneider bumping up to wrestle DeBlair.
Ava Gollefson for Central Cass at 170 pounds going up against Wiley here. Kaya from Team Grand Forks. And Gollefson looking for that right leg. Gollefson trying to push Wiley off to the center of the mat. Then Wiley gets back to her neutral position here.
And Schneider with the 2-point takedown on DeBlair. Schneider working over the top of the crossface now. Trying to hook up a cradle. Napoleon 18-0 lead in the duel on mat 2.
For Central Cass here with Ava Gollefson and Wiley still scoreless here. 60 seconds into this first period as it looked like Ava Gollefson was possibly going to get some points. Instead, the other way, Gollefson brought Wiley down to the mat, and Gollefson earns a 2-point takedown, now working with some near fall points coming and trying to earn the pin.
Schneider still in control on top on mat 2.
And Gollefson will earn the fall. 48 seconds left in this first period with a 36-18 team duel advantage for Team Central Cass.
Schneider continues to wear down DeBlair. Now rolls her over. And no near fall awarded. So DeBlair able to bridge through that, but Schneider still attacking the head and arm. Now picks up the 2 near fall. She has a 4-0 lead on Shayla DeBlair.
Nevaeh Hipsack here for Central Cass at 190 pounds going up against Kaden Schumann for Team Grand Forks. And Schumann wasting very little time right now against Hipsack.
Yep, on mat number 1, just had an issue with the time or another technical issue on mat number 1. There's 29 seconds on the clock, but they sent the towel tapper out, so not sure what's going on. That was Schneider's up 4-0.
Schumann's able to get a 2-point takedown with 3 near fall points. Now 5-0 here between Team Grand Forks and Central Cass on mat number 1, while on mat number 2, as Brent was saying, with West Fargo and Napoleon Gackel Streeter, making sure they're getting ready to wrestle again.
Yep, back in action now. 18-0 dual lead for Napoleon Gackel Streeter. The start of the second period, Schneider in the bottom position. Schneider returning state champion for Napoleon. DeBlair, state runner-up last year at 120 pounds.
5-1 after the penalty coming on Schnumann here, so Schnumann working on top. I think it's called for a caution.
DeBlair trying to match the pace of Schneider. Schneider on the whistle up like a rocket. DeBlair is able to return her back down to the mat, but now Schneider back to her feet, picks up the 1-point escape, shoots right into a high crotch on DeBlair.
As Hipsack earns a 1-point escape, but coming back, there is a 2-point takedown for Schumann, and Schumann finishes it off with the fall. 54 seconds left in this first period. Central Cass's lead now trimmed to 36-24 on the team dual score. Schumann with the fall.
Here's Schneider, 2 more points on the boards, up 7-0 on DeBlair. A minute 12 remaining. That's in the second period. 18-0 dual score. Napoleon up over.
As we'll go to the heavyweights here on mat number 1. So we'll have the 250-pound, and then we'll go to the 100-pound weight class to wrap up the semifinals. And Team Grand Forks, they will need a pair of pins to try to tie this up at 36 all.
Yeah, that duel on mat number 1 becomes more interesting now, 36-24.
Sky Cop for Team Grand Forks, while Talon here for Central Cass at the heavyweight.
Hey, Schneider still working that head and upper body on DeBlair, has a cradle locked up. Napoleon up over West Fargo, 18-0. Final 10 seconds of the second period. 7-0 lead for Schneider. She bumps up to 124 pounds.
As Bodier right now alongside with Sky Cop. Scoreless here, 50 seconds into this first period. So all of a sudden Sky Cop going to have to be working on Talon here, trying she can see if she can find a fall position here, while Talon just trying to do everything to get away from Sky Cop and not get into a precarious situation, but 2-point takedown coming here for Cop.
Schneider in the third period in bottom position, earns a 1-point escape, has an 8-0 lead over DeBlair.
As now Sky Kopp is working in a spot here for Talon, trying to earn that fall. 30 seconds, there it is, 36-30 now on mat number 1 with 1 weight class to go. Central Cass Team Grand Forks doing a good job with Schumann there, then Sky Kopp back-to-back falls here for Team Grand Forks.
Schneider locked up a cradle, has DeBlair going to her back, picks up near fall. Just relentless working that head and arm on DeBlair. Now able to roll her over. Good pinning combination. Going to tighten this up, settle in with 1:05 remaining. And the win by fall for Alexis Schneider over Shayla DeBlair. 24-0 dual lead for Napoleon over West Fargo.
And over on mat number 1, they go to 100 pounds, and it's open for Team Grand Forks. So Guy will get awarded the points. So Central Cass 42-30. The Central Cass Squirrels will be going into the championship. While on the opposite side, Team Grand Forks will be going up against the winner on mat number 2 here with Napoleon Gackle Streeter and Team West Fargo a little bit later on. So the bracket's starting to piecemeal together a little bit, but really good result from Team Grand Forks to come back and really make it a little bit more of a duel down late with some of those heavy hitters late there, Brent.
Yeah, they definitely closed the back. It looked like, early on Central Cass would run away with that, but the Night Riders came in ready to wrestle. Another open weight. Now it's 36-0 dual score. Napoleon over West Fargo. They're at 136 pounds. So 36-0 lead in the duel on mat number 2. Now up to 142. The wrestlers checked in. We will have a match at 142. Rachel Dahl for Napoleon Gackle Streeter takes on Peyton Miller, West Fargo United. Dahl wearing the blue singlet with the gold stripe down the back. This match just underway on mat number 2. Napoleon's up 36-0. West Fargo has to put points on the board in this match. Here's Dahl now. Just steps into a head and arm, has a headlock tightened up on Miller. Miller's going to her back here for Dahl, working for the pin for Napoleon. Taking some instruction from the coach. Coach telling her to hip heist into it. Leans back here for Dahl. Down to 52 seconds remaining in the first period. Napoleon's up 36-0 in the duel. Dahl trying to make this a 42-0 lead for Napoleon. A lot of time to work with in the period for Dahl, continuing tightening the grip on the headlock. And wins by fall. Rachel Dahl over Peyton Miller. 42-0. Napoleon up over West Fargo United. Now 148 pounds, so West Fargo United has a big hole to dig out of here. Down 42-0 going into 148 pounds. So Jaslyn Waggle for Napoleon. Gabriela Martinez, West Fargo United on the mat at 148. This match just underway with 1:40 remaining in the first period. Waggle last year at the state tournament placed 6th at 135 pounds. Waggle with the little snap down, immediately goes to the leg, has the side cradle locked up rolls over Martinez, working for the fall on the pin for Weigel. Jaslyn Weigel with the win by fall. Napoleon on a roll. West Fargo United has not had an answer for the might of the Imperials in this duel. Now a 48-0 lead. Moving on to 155 pounds. Oh, now a 48-0 dual lead. Non-winners in this duel on mat number 2 out of the tournament. A big scramble and a roll through here with Riley Dewald and Amaya Russell. Dewald in the bottom position. Russell able to roll through. Gets on top of Dewald, working over the top. So down a minute 25 remaining in the first period. Napoleon 48-0. Russell trying to find an answer, put points on the board for West Fargo United. Dewald in the bottom position. It worked on passing that wrist over the top of the head. Tried to get those hips away, but Russell keeps the pressure on. Has her broke down, going to her hip. Spirals both the arms, walks around the head of Dewald. Dewald flattened out, trying to bridge out of it. And win by fall is Amaya Russell. Put 6 points on the board for West Fargo United.
And coming up in a little bit, we'll get to mat number 1 with coverage of the Fargo Stingers, the number 2 seed, going up against the number 3 seed Carrington Cardinals. Winner will go up against Central Cass in the championship later tonight. Loser will head to a wrestleback. Awaiting is Pembina County North on that side of the bracket.
A match at 170 pounds between Napoleon and West Fargo United. They're Brindley Dewald, Samantha Houghton for West Fargo United. Match just underway. Wrestlers locked up in the center of the mat. Dewald goes for the head and arm. And Houghton slips out. And back around for a 2-point takedown. She's up 2-0. Going into that 155-pound match, it was a 48-0 dual lead for Napoleon. Now 48-6 with that pin by Russell at 155 for West Fargo. Working for another fall, Samantha Houghton for West Fargo on Brindley Dewald. Has 55 seconds, slap of the mat by the official. Samantha Houghton picks up another pin for West Fargo United. Now a 48-12 dual lead for Napoleon. Napoleon at one time led 48-0. 2 pins in a row by West Fargo United. Now 48-12. They're going into 190 pounds. .190. Napoleon's open 48-18. Move on to 250 pounds. A 48-18 dual score. Ava Moser for Napoleon takes on Kira Williams from West Fargo United. Moser has the head and arm locked up on Williams. Couple ranked wrestlers going at it out here at 250 pounds. Moser working for the fall now. Williams rolls through. So 2 near fall for Moser. Still in control in the top position. Williams working into the tripod, passes the arm around, gets those hips away, gets on top of Moser. Picks up a 2-point reversal, 4-2, 250-pound match on mat number 2, 48-18 lead for Napoleon over West Fargo United. The winner stays in the tournament. They will take on Grand Forks.
As we get
Now
under,
Moser,
go ahead, Brent.
I say Moser with the reversal, catches the arm. She's up 6-2 with 45 seconds remaining in the first period.
As we get underway here on mat number 1, Isabel for Team Fargo going up against Teo Lira here for Carrington. This at 106 pounds as we get our second semifinal underway on mat number 1 between the Cardinals and, I love the nickname, the Stingers.
The Stingers. Yep. Almost reminds me of roller derby.
There we go.
Yeah.
Again, with these co-ops, you get different nicknames. You got the Spruins in hockey, the Spartans and the Bruins, for Fargo,
Yep.
North Fargo, South.
Yep.
So
The Stingers fits. And Moser in control on top, rolls Williams over, working for the fall with 1 second remaining in the first period. So Ava Moser with the win by fall for Napoleon. 54-18 lead for Napoleon, going to 100 pounds.
Dea, the senior here for the Carrington Cardinals, 27-13 on the season, going up against Isabel here for Team Fargo, the 8th grader. This again at 106 pounds. Lira right now looking for the potential fall. She gets 2 points for the takedown.
So we're 54-18, Napoleon there open. So West Fargo United open at 100 pounds. That's your final dual score, 60-18, Napoleon in convincing fashion. They advance and will take on Grand Forks in the next round.
And there's going to be the pin for Taya here for Team Carrington. 17 seconds left in the first period. The Carrington Cardinals will go out in front with a Lira fall here in the 106-pound weight class. As we'll get to the 112-pound weight class coming up of the second semifinal here in Castleton. Juliet Davis for the Carrington Cardinals going up against Taya Laidlaw here for Team Fargo, as Layla out into a sprawl position right now for Team Fargo. Trying to work up top, has kind of got that arm hooked in here against Davis and gets that 2-point takedown here for Taya. As this one continues to go on, Brett, what impressed you most with Napoleon Gacko Streeter? They're coming back and defeating Team Napoleon Gacko Streeter defeating Team United.
Yeah, Napoleon Gacko Streeter, just impressed with how tough they were in that duel. I really didn't expect them to go out there and dominate the way they did. They took control from the very start. Alexa Schneider bumping up and picking up that third period pin for Napoleon. Got them rolling the rest of the duel. Jasmine Wago picks up another pin at 148. They go up 48-0 at that point. And West Fargo United, they had to answer back, and they did at 155 with Russell, that pin over D-Wall, but it just wasn't enough. Too much power in the lineup for Napoleon, and really impressed me out here with that duel.
Yeah, that Grand Forks Napoleon Gacko Streeter one could be interesting a little bit later on.
It might be. Napoleon has really strengthened their lineup here, and they look really good.
Laidlaw continues to work around here on Davis on mat number 1. 40 seconds left in this first period. And we'll be working with the fall, and she's able to get it. So Laidlaw earns the fall. 36 seconds left in period number 1, and we're tied at 6 here through 2 weight classes in our second semifinal. As we will now make our way to the 118-pound weight class. And the wrestlers are getting checked in. Ava Owens for Team Fargo. Vandy Hoven here for Team Carrington. Addison as we get ready to go here at 118 pounds on mat number 1. Again, rolling schedule. 2-point takedown on the way for Ava Owens for Team Fargo. Team Owens working right onto the edge of the mat here against Addison for Carrington. Trying to sprawl her around a little bit more. As Addison trying to see if she can get back to her base position. But Owens working with that arm across. Trying to bring Addison to the other side as near fall points will be awarded. Now she's looking to finish off for the pin, and there it is. 1:14 left in the first period. Back-to-back falls for Team Fargo. This one for Ava Owens, and the Stingers now lead at 12-6. So for the Imperial fans and Team Grand Forks fans, you won't have to wait too long here. That's the beautiful thing about wrestling sometimes, Brent, with this rolling schedule, unlike the quarters where we had a hard start time at 2 and 3. If one match gets done a little bit earlier, you don't have to wait too long to kind of get going, do you?
No, you sure don't, and fans really appreciate that.
Announcers do too.
Yeah, right. Yep.
124 pounds, Yasmin Ybarra here for Team Carrington going up against Ivy Johnson. For Team Fargo, Ybarra had the blood time in the quarterfinals and came back and earned a pin. As Ybarra working on that leg right now of Johnson, trying to see if she can swipe at it. Comes across down for a 2-point takedown right into near fall points being awarded, and now looking for a fall here for the Carrington Cardinals. 30 seconds into this first period, not even 30 seconds, and it's been all falls so far for 4 weight classes, and we're knotted at 12 in our second semifinal.
Yeah, just throwing haymakers at each other out there right now between Fargo and Carrington. Ybarra, a tough wrestler for Carrington.
Now at 12-12, and you look at Ybarra here, and she's going to have another year in front of her, too, just a junior. So this Carrington Cardinal team, Brent, when you look down at it, there's just 2 seniors. They're going to be loaded for bear, I think, the next couple of years here in girls wrestling.
Yeah, that's just part of the tradition of Carrington wrestling up there, bringing that into their girls program.
As we head to the 130-pound weight class here, making sure that if it's open or not, as the officials just making sure both wrestlers come in and get their respective check-in here. So it's 12 for Fargo, 12 for Carrington. As Kendall Kovar for Team Carrington is going up against Isabel Julian. So Kovar against Julian here at 130 pounds. I don't know if it's any indication of what we're going to see, some more pins potentially. Haven't seen too many decisions. I don't believe, Brent, we've seen one tech fall and maybe 1 or 0 major decisions. It's been either decisions, open, or pins so far here today.
Right. I don't think we've had a tech fall or major decision yet today.
30 seconds into this first period, still scoreless between Kovar and Julian here on mat number 1. Winner goes to the championship against Central Cass.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we could count wins by decision on one hand.
So a lot more wrestling to go here today from Central Cass. Coverage got underway at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and well, this is the last duel of the semis / the loser out, so we'll be into our 3rd round upcoming here in a few moments on mat number 2 with the Imperials and the Knight Riders. Julian right now working Kovar, trying to get her down to the mat. Has that arm across, and it's a 2-point takedown now here for Julian. Isabel continues to work with it, a little bit of that riding up top. Looking to try to see if she can come across the way here with that hand. 30 seconds left in this first period as Isabel Julian with that 2-point takedown so far has been the difference here in the first. Kendall Kovar gets back up top and gets the 1-point escape. Good job by Kendall there to come back, and now they're in a neutral position.
Yeah, Kovar did a good job fighting off her hit, and now with that 1-point escape makes things a little more interesting.
5 seconds left here in the first period. As we will go to the second, 2-1 with Isabel Julian with the advantage as we go to the period number 2. So taking the top position will be Julian, is taking the bottom will be Kovar here for Carrington. As we'll get a caution here against Julian. Trying to get that reversal. There's a 2-point reversal here for Kovar, now with a advantage at 3-2. Kovar with a quick move to start the second period. Now she's the one in the offensive position, if you will, against Julian.
Yeah, Kovar with a nice switch off the whistle. Hit that false start. You knew she was going to go to a switch, and she just dared her to stop her, and she couldn't.
Trying to get the 1-point escape. The other side is Julian. Here's now Julian trying to take Kovar down to the mat and trying to come across for a 2-point reversal on her own right there. She's able to finish off the move, and now it's 4-3 for Julian and Team Fargo.
The captains are out on mat number 2 for the Grand Forks Knight Rider Napoleon Imperial duel.
60 seconds left in this second period at 130 pounds between Kovar and Julian. Now we're going to get a warning for stalling here on Kovar. So 4-3 right now is Kovar. Trying to work the base while Julian had that hook in right underneath that right shoulder. Let's see if she can bring Kovar around and possibly get her to her backside and earn some more points coming here. But Kovar, we've seen this once before from the same spot, come across and get that 1-point escape, and she's trying to do it again as she gets to her knees. 17 seconds left here in this second period. Kovar trying to tie this up at 4 with an escape. And we'll get the whistle will come across.
Yeah, it looks like that was a stalling call going against Julian for riding the ankle too long.
So you got one stalling call for each Kovar and Julian. Kovar trying to get that escape here with 5 seconds left in the period, able to do so. Tied at 4. Kovar from that down position has got 3 points from that particular position, Brent.
Yeah, you know, that's just one of those situations where you're the top wrestler. You have to be able to, you know, have a strong ride and keep that wrestler down there. She scores at the end of the period, now has the lead 5-4.
So 5-4 here going into the final 2 minutes, as that penalty will be assessed here on as well. So 5-4 with the advantage. Penalty for stalling again on Julian. Working up top is Julian here. The team score is tied at 12 between the Cardinals and the Stingers. Julian, however, trailing by a point with Kovar right now on the bottom. Kovar trying to do exactly what she's done in the past here in the first and the second period. Even though you probably have riding time in favor of Julian, Kovar's been able to do this a handful of times, trying to escape the grasp there of Julian. Able to do so and now get a point at 6-4. Back to a neutral position. Kovar has been textbook so far on the bottom.
Yeah, she has a really good stand-up, able to work the hands of Julian and picked up 3 escapes now.
Kovar will work up top as Julian kind of went in. Under 60 seconds left here in the period. As Julian kind of just pushing Kovar a little bit farther off the mat. And there's the officials. We'll go to a neutral position with 46 seconds left in the third period. 6-4 advantage for Kovar.
Yeah, Kovar, you know, she can wrestle defensively, but she does have that one stall call, which may play into the match here.
Just feel like the next takedown either side could really determine.
Definitely.
If it's Julian, you get the takedown. You maybe get some near fall points. Kovar earns the takedown. Then you got a little insurance in your back pocket.
Yep.
All right, now time is not on Julian's side as it's under 25 seconds and counting right now. Julian trying to work Kovar down. Kovar continues to see the time milk off the clock here as we're getting to 10 seconds left in this third period. Julian has to make a move down by 2. Kovar in that headlock, and she will gladly ride this one out. This will be a final. Kovar kindled a 6-4 win over Isabel Julian via the decision and will earn 3 points upcoming here for the team Carrington Cardinals.
Yeah, mat number 2 The officials are set. We're just still in a temporary hold, but both teams out on the mat. The officials are present, waiting to strap on the leg bands and get at it here on mat number 2.
As we now on mat number 1 continue as we get to 136 pounds between the Fargo Stingers and the Carrington Cardinals. As Kendra Garcia for Team Carrington going up against Riley Litton here for Team Fargo. 15-12 your team score in favor of Carrington. As this will be the midway points of this semifinal round duel with Garcia working against Litton.
Yeah, this Consolation semifinals over on mat number 2. Started at 112 pounds. In the Imperials and the Knight Riders. This match underway. Shia LaFontaine for Grand Forks and Tess Gross going out for Napoleon.
Garcia gets a 2-point takedown for the Cardinals. She's 32-5 on the season for the sophomore, going up against the 8th grader Litton here. Now near fall points will be coming potentially as well. She's going to at least get a couple as they're working to the edge of the mat.
And mat number 2, Gross and LaFontaine still locked up. Circle back around to the center, working collar ties.
As Garcia does get the fall here for Team Carrington just over a minute into the first period to make it 21-12 in favor of the Cardinals.
And now down to minute 9 remaining in the first period. No change of position. Wrestlers still holding that center of the mat position. A lot of pushing into each other. Nothing or no attacks mounted by either wrestler.
Chubo Terriano will come out here for Team Carrington going up against Lucy Kranowski here for Team Fargo. If you'd like to buy a vowel, those will be in those two last names. This will be at 142 pounds and an interesting point of this wrestling duel as well. Again, we're over the midway point now, and Carrington has a 9-point advantage.
And Tess Gross picks up a 2-point takedown as soon as she gets it. A little chain wrestling, walks up to crossface, now switches to a power half, rolls over LaFontaine, working for the fall for the Imperials at 112 pounds. In winner by fall on mat number 2, Tess Gross over Shia LaFontaine from Grand Forks. Napoleon takes a 6-0 lead.
Chubo Terriano right now alongside with Kranowski, still scoreless 50 seconds into this first period. So far, the Carrington Cardinals, they've earned a fall with Lyra. Laidlaw earned a fall to make it 6-6. Ava came back for a fall for Carrington for Team Fargo. Ybarra earned a fall then for Carrington at 12 apiece. Kovar with a 6-4 decision, then Garcia with the fall, and Chubo Terriano right now looking for a fall here for Team Carrington with 40 seconds left in this first period.
The match at 118 pounds, mat number 2, Paige Tennyson, Grand Forks. Alexa Schneider for Napoleon. Schneider with a quick 2-point takedown. Transitions right away to a cradle, rolls over Tennyson to her back.
As Chubo Terriano is able to get a 3-point takedown, then the 1-point escape for Kranowski upcoming here for Team Fargo. 10 seconds left in this first period, 5-1 the advantage for Chubo Terriano.
So that pin in 17 seconds for Alexa Schneider on mat number 2. Napoleon takes a 12-0 lead over Grand Forks going into your 124-pound match.
After one period here on mat number 1 from Team Carrington, Chubo Terriano will start in the up position. 5-1 with the advantage going into period number 2. Konowski right now trying to get out of the grasp here of Madalena. Madalena has her hand on that right ankle.
And mat number 2, Sarah Novak for Grand Forks Knight Riders versus Carissa Mann for Napoleon Gackle Streeter. It's at 124 pounds on mat number 2, Napoleon 12-0.
We'll get a 2-point reversal upcoming here for Lucy from Team Fargo. So Kranowski now trailing it 5-3 with 1:20 left in the second period.
Well, Chris Mann for Napoleon, ranked number 8 at 124 pounds for Napoleon.
Tributeriano able to get the 1-point escape and pick up another point here for Carrington. Now 6-3 with under 60 seconds left in the second period. Tributeriano able to block the shot there by Kranowski. Now will work across and get a 2-point takedown and will be working for the fall. Tributeriano right now in a good position to try to finish this one off. 37 seconds left in the second period. Kranowski sprawled out across the mat. Madalena trying to finish it off. And there it is, the fall with 27 seconds left in the second period. Carrington now with a 27-12 advantage.
Yeah, mat number 2 is still scoreless between Novak and Mann. The wrestlers still locking horns in the center of the mat. Down to 30 seconds remaining in the first period.
As now we go to 148 pounds here between Team Carrington and Team Fargo. Looks like Carrington will be open, so make it 27-18 will be the team score.
The final 5 seconds on mat number 1. We'll go scoreless into the second period between Novak and Mann. A dual score 12-0 in favor of the Imperials.
Nacklin here for Team Fargo will go to the center and get her hand raised as we now move to 155 pounds. As Carrington will get their wrestler to come in and check in a moment.
At the start of the second period, Carissa Mann started in the bottom position. A nice power stand up for the 1-point escape. She leads 1-0 over Novak.
Sorensen for Carrington going up against Nacklin here for Fargo. At 155 pounds, Nacklin trying to get the 2-point takedown right off the bat, able to do so here and works out in front.
And mat 2, minute 20 remaining, still 1-0 lead for Carissa Mann. The wrestlers back in the neutral position, holding in the center of the mat, working collar ties and snap downs.
As Nacklin came out right out of the gates, now has that cradle against Sorensen, but Sorensen does a really good job of trying to get out of it for a moment, but Nacklin not giving up that advantage, working up top right now, still up 2-0, 50 seconds into the first period.
And now under 45 seconds remaining in the second period. 1-0 lead, Carissa Mann over Sarah Novak. Napoleon holds that 12-0 dual lead at 124 pounds.
And we're going to get a grasping warning here for Nacklin, so Sorensen will take the point. Now at 2-2 as well with the escape. 40 seconds left in this first period.
And Mann off the restart. Down in on a single leg on Novak. Novak, good sprawl. And Mann's going to double up on that, but Novak now takes to her hip, so Chris Mann with a 2-point takedown up 3-0.
As Sorensen's able to get a 2-point takedown here for Carrington, and the escape coming for Nacklin. Now it's 4-3, 15 seconds into this first period.
At the end of the second, Chris Mann takes a 3-0 lead into the third period over Sarah Novak. Choice, Mann chooses top position.
Going into period number 2, Sorensen from Carrington with a 4-3 advantage over Nacklin. A lot of wrestling, a lot of action going on mat number 1 between these two at 155 pounds.
Now Carissa Mann has the crossface locked up, trying to run that head down to the knee. Locks those hands together, flips over Novak in a win by fall. Napoleon goes up 18-0. Having themselves a heck of a dual tournament this far in the consolation rounds. Now up 18-0 over Grand Forks.
Tied at 4 after the escape for Nacklin. Now Nacklin gets a 2-point takedown here. 6-4 the advantage for Nacklin. 90 seconds left in this second period. Now got Sorensen on her back and gets the fall. Team Fargo need a boost, and Nacklin able to deliver. Now 27-24 the team score for Team Carrington out in front over Team Fargo, but Nacklin with a good 2-point takedown. Nice move there in the second period.
We're at 130 pounds on mat number 2. Napoleon with an 18-0 lead. Wrestlers reported in. Strap on the leg band. Customary handshake, and we're underway with 2 minutes on the clock. Bryn Larson for Grand Forks takes on Elise Christensen for Napoleon.
5 weight classes lit to go here on mat number 1 in our second semifinal as we get to 170-pound weight class.
Larson up over the top, has the cradle locked up with Christensen in on the leg. No change of position, still a neutral call and scoreless in the first period.
Aubrey King for Fargo going up against Carly Leisman here for Carrington at 170 pounds. Again, 27-24 Carrington up by 3 over Fargo.
And now a 2-point takedown awarded to Bryn Larson. Christensen still working that leg on Larson, but stuck down in the bottom position. Larson continues to apply pressure up over the top, working the crossface on the far side.
Scoreless here over on period 1 on mat number 1 between Leisman and King. They're kind of both just in that headlock position. Neither has given the other a little more advantage. 60 seconds into this first period.
Larson works around the top, has a cradle locked up, slams over Christensen to her back. Christensen with a high bridge. Larson trying to get Grand Forks on the board at 130 pounds. Now Christensen rolls back over, able to hold her base.
Are you going to get a 2-point takedown here for Aubrey King for Fargo against Leisman. 20 seconds left here in period number 1 at 170 pounds on mat number 1.
At the end of the first period on mat number 2, it's a 5-0 lead for Bryn Larson over Elise Christensen from Napoleon. Larson had that cradle locked up to end the period. Now Christensen's choice. She chooses top position.
As we go to the end of the first period here on mat number 1, 2-0 Aubrey King for Fargo with the advantage.
At the start of the second period, Christensen lets Larson go, and Larson leads 6-0.
Mat number 1, they start in the neutral position between Leisman and King.
Larson drags down Christensen to the mat. Now she has an 8-0 lead, working a leg trick, steps through. Has Christensen a little bit of trouble on her hip. Gonna roll her over, picking up near fall for Grand Forks at 130 pounds, and the win by pin for Bryn Larson over Elise Christensen. Now an 18-6 dual score in favor of the Imperials on mat number 2.
Aubrey King gets a 2-point takedown here, 30 seconds into this second period. 4-0 the advantage right now for Team Fargo. If this would hold where it is, it would be tied at 27 going into the 190 weight class if it is remaining here at a 4-0 advantage for Aubrey King. So King continues to work up top on Carly Leisman here as we have 60 seconds left in this second period as Leisman is trying to get back to her base and now has a chance at a 2-point reversal, but keeping her balance there was King as he still has a hold on that left knee of Leisman.
136 pounds, Lexi Ray for Grand Forks takes on Shiloh Bierkley for Napoleon. It's at 136 pounds, Napoleon with an 18-6 lead.
King up by 4 with 30 seconds left here in this third period against Leisman as she's got Leisman down to the mat.
And Lexi Ray with the takedown has the half Nelson locked up on Shiloh Bierkley, working for the fall for the Knight Riders. Bierkley in some trouble. Ray up over the top. Makes the adjustment, now just trying to stretch out the arm of Bierkley.
As we'll go after 2 periods of wrestling here on mat number 1, it's been a dandy between Aubrey King and Carly Leisman. It's 4-0 King going into that 3rd period.
And Lexi Ray all over Charlotte Bierkley, picks up the fall. That tightens the dual score now, 18-12 in favor of the Imperials. Knight Riders with 2 pins in a row, picking up wins at 130 and 136.
It looks like we'll have an injury time here on mat number 1 for King. Injury time brought to you in part by Bank North. You can visit ibanknorth.com, member FDIC, equal housing lender. They take community at heart, serving the rural communities that they serve. They're more than just a bank. They're a community partner that you can always rely on, improving their financial goals while supporting and improving the great rural communities that they serve and improving their financial goals of the customers that they help. That is Bank North. For more information, go to ibanknorth.com. So time comes off as you have that big shoulder pad, almost is what it looks like on the left arm there of King. An interesting part of this duel here on mat number 1, as if it holds off in this decision win, we'd be tied at 27. If King somehow could earn a couple extra points, maybe even give Team Fargo a 1-point edge before you go into that next weight class.
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen a pad like that on the elbow.
As the pad is completely coming off here for King, here for Team Fargo.
In mat number 2, back underway, Kaylee Kurtz for the Grand Forks Knight Riders, Rachel Jall, Napoleon Gackle Streeter. It's an 18-12 lead for Napoleon. And just when you thought they were going to run away with the duel, the Knight Riders pick up a pin at 130 pounds with Larson over Christensen. That has the Knight Riders rolling now. 18-12 in favor of Napoleon.
As King right now is getting re-wrapped here. This happened right after the 2nd period all wrapped up. So Leisman trails it 4-0 against King after a couple takedowns as we get ready to go to start this 3rd period at 170 pounds.
Kurtz and Dahl not really wanting to tie up with each other now, just working some wrist ties. Get back to the center of the mat with 40 seconds remaining in the 1st period.
As Leisman pretty much just pushes Aubrey King right to the edge of the match, as we'll do it again. Same spot where Leisman will start in the up position.
Under 30 seconds remaining in the 1st period between Kurtz and Dahl. Still neither wrestler willing to engage.
Right now Leisman working on that left arm of Aubrey King. King gets the 1-point escape. Now up 5-0 with 90 seconds left in the period. Could we have our first major decision of the day? It might be coming here if King gets another takedown and works some near fall points.
The time expires just as the period expires. Kurtz hit a goal behind, but no points awarded. Dahl's choice, she picks neutral to start her 2nd period. We're scoreless going into the period number 2 on mat number 2.
60 seconds left right now on mat number 1 in the 3rd period. Still 5-0. King with the advantage on Leisman. Leisman working up top with King. Leisman went in for a grab of the left knee. Nothing was there, and the King right now can kind of play defensive if she wants. At least has 3 points in her back pocket for her team, but again, another takedown. Well, this takedown going for Leisman, and she's reversing the script. She gets 2 points now, looking for the fall here for Team Carrington. Leisman's got King on her back, continues to work. King trying to roll around over across to try to not avoid the pin here. A pin would be large for Leisman as she was down 5-0. 20 seconds left in this 3rd period. There it is. Leisman comes back and gets 6 large points for Team Carrington. What could have been a 27-all match going into the 190-pound weight class now gives Carrington a 33-24 team duel lead. What a move by Leisman.
Man, what a way to end that match. That's a big match for Carrington.
Might be the move of the day so far.
That could be. That was a big head and arm there and a win for Carrington. And mat number 2, Kaylee Kurtz up 4-0 on Rachel Dahl. Now Dahl rolls through, trying to roll over the top of Kurtz. Down to 20 seconds remaining in the second period. Now Dahl stands up, 1-point escape, 4-1. Final 15 seconds of the period.
Go to 190 pounds here. Jillian Parker for Carrington against Sophia Peterson for Fargo. Again, 190 pounds in this semifinal.
Time expires, 4-1 lead for Kaylee Kurtz going into our third period. Her choice takes a look at her corner. Talks it over with her coach, and she chooses top position. So Dahl able to score that 1-point escape in the second period. She's down 4-1, starting in the bottom position.
Sophia Peterson and Jillian Parker scoreless, but again, there's just 3 weight classes remaining here on this semifinal. Points for Carrington might just do the trick here against Team Fargo if it's anything over a decision.
Dahl with a little Granby, not able to clear those hips. She's caught by Kurtz on the roll through, and the win by fall for Kaylee Kurtz ties up our duel at 18. So the Knight Riders tie it up.
These have been our best duels, I think, Brent, going at the same
this is back
time
and
so
forth.
far today.
Yep, back and forth duels here.
190 pounds continues on mat number 1 right now as Jillian Parker and Sophia Peterson again still scoreless. Again, if Carrington earns the fall with just 3 weight classes remaining, they will advance into the championship. There will be a point that'll come across and be awarded for Carrington on the penalty here for Team Fargo. If you're Sophia Peterson, the one thing you can't do is lose by at least a decision. You lose by a major decision or more. Carrington, regardless of what happens in the next 2 weight classes, will be moving on to the championship.
And we're now at 148 pounds with Lima from Grand Forks takes on Jaslyn Wago from Napoleon.
As we're tied at 1 now with a pair of penalties, 1 going up against Parker, 1 going up against Peterson. That's how we'll look to end this first period at 190 pounds.
Wago for Napoleon, returning state place winner out on the mat.
We'll start in neutral position here in period number 2.
And still scoreless now, under a minute remaining in the first period between Wago and Lima.
Way back to Leisman, she almost pulled the rope-a-dope if you'd be talking about boxing a little bit there. Right? It was pretty close there.
Yep.
Still 1-1 here, 30 seconds into the second period between Parker and Peterson in mat 1.
She might have been down, but she wasn't out. You now have a stall warning. So Wago doing a lot of pushing, hits a slide by. Not able to turn the corner, now on the edge of the mat. And we do have an injury. So Lima goes down with an injury, so we have timeout on mat number 2.
So mat number 1. Still 1-1, and both coming across on penalties here with Parker and Peterson.
So mat number 2 still with that injury timeout. Your Bank North injury timeout on mat number 2. At Bank North, they take community to heart, helping their customers achieve their financial goals while supporting and improving the great rural communities we serve. They're more than just a bank. A Bank North, a community partner they can always count on. It's values-based banking. To learn more, visit ibanknorth.com, member of the FDIC and equal housing lender. And that is your injury timeout on mat number 2.
Peterson right now trying to see if she can get Parker in a little bit of a headlock. Trying to get her down to the ground, but working up top now is going to be Parker, and Carrington gets the 2 points. 10 seconds left in this second period. Parker riding up top of Peterson and trying to take at least that 3-1 advantage going into the third, and she will be able to do so. So interesting here again, Peterson cannot either win, cannot via lose by fall, tech fall, or major decision. She can give up 3, but that would mean the heavyweight and the lightweight for Fargo would have to win via fall going to their final 2 matches. So Peterson is in an interesting position here, trying to be looking for a shot to take offensive, but you don't want to put yourself in a spot where we just saw Leisman kind of throw it in the last weight class here for Carrington.
Yeah, and that is one of the differences between an individual tournament and dual tournament. Individual, if you're down in a match like this, you might take that chance. But like you said, you don't want to give up those extra bonus points.
It's Parker right now trying to come across and through on that head of Peterson.
Well, Jaslyn Weigel will win by medical default to Giovanna Lima from Grand Forks. That is a 6-point credit to the Napoleon Imperials. They're up 24-18 in the duel now, going into 155 pounds.
As Peterson was looking for the takedown, but coming across again as Parker just couldn't quite finish it off with that headlock, and now Parker takes a 5-1 advantage. 50 seconds left here in the third period. Is trying to get the escape is Peterson, and they're going to cut her loose to make it now 5-2. If this holds, Carrington would take a 36-24 team duel lead going in the final 2 weight classes here in this semifinal duel.
And mat number 2, Emily Novak, out for the Knight Riders, wrestling Riley Dewald. Novak, a returning state champion for Grand Forks.
19 seconds left here on mat number 1. Peterson's got to go make a shot or a move here against Parker if she wants to get some points across. Parker doing a good job just being fine with that headlock with the 2. 5 seconds left here in this third period. Parker gets away from Peterson, and we're at 190 pounds from Carrington. Jillian Parker with the 5-2 decision win and gets 3 points for Team Carrington to make it 36-24.
Yeah, Emily Novak came out and pinned Riley Dewald in the first period. Ties the duel up. We're at 24 apiece on mat number 2 between the Knight Riders and the Imperials.
And for Team Fargo, they still got a chance at this one to try to come back at it. But again, they have 2 weight classes remaining, and they need 2 falls in both weight classes as we head to the heavyweights here. Ashley Lindberg for Carrington going up against Guevara here for Team Fargo. So Guevara here again will at least need the fall. If it's anything under, even a tech fall, Carrington will advance to the championship against the Central Cass Squirrels later tonight here in Castleton.
A 170-pound match on mat number 2. Kaya Wiley, Grand Forks, takes on Brinley Dewald, Napoleon. Duel tied up at 24.
.30 seconds into this first period. Lindberg again still scoreless with Gravago here. The loser of this match will go and square off with Pembina County North. That'll be coming up a little bit later on in what will essentially be a consolation semifinal.
Yeah, 170, mat number 2, Wiley working a Russian tie, trying to trip down Dewald. Dewald steps away, squares back up with Wiley back to the center of the mat.
That's for Team Fargo. Gravago right now in a headlock with Lindberg. 35 seconds left in period number 1.
Now under 45 seconds on mat number 1 at 170 pounds between Dewald and Wiley. Wiley back working the Russian tie. Dewald defending that, just trying to push away, get some space. Wiley keeps tracking down Dewald. Now takes it down to the mat, has it going hip down. Has the head caught. Throws Dewald down, has her going to her back. The final 19 seconds of the first period. Working for the fall is Kyle Wiley over Brinley Dewald. And Wiley puts those shoulders of Dewald down to the mat, picks up the pin with 8 seconds remaining in the first period. Now a 30-24 lead for Grand Forks.
Over on mat number 1, scoreless going into period number 2. Lindbergh will choose the top position here against Go Virgo as they will run each other off. As we'll have a technical violation, and the point will be awarded here to Team Fargo. As Lindbergh works in the top position again.
Napoleon on mat number 2 at one time up 18-0. Now they trail 36-24 after that forfeit at 190 pounds.
We'll have a 2-point takedown coming up for Lindbergh. She'll get some near points upcoming. Now looking for the fall. Lindbergh with this move trying to advance Carrington potentially into the semifinals here in the second period, going from the semis to the championship. Go Virgo trying to sprawl around. Lindbergh now has a chance to finish her off here with a fall. And there it is. Carrington will be moving on to the championship later tonight against Central Cass. Ashley Lindbergh, the heavyweight, with the fall to make it 42-24 Carrington.
Yeah, mat number 2, Caden Schumann. Grand Forks takes on Ava Moser for Napoleon. Moser has Schumann down on the mat. Keeps the toes in bounce, trying to score this takedown with Schumann. Now goes arm over, scores a 2-point takedown. So 2-0 lead for Moser at 250 pounds.
At 100 pounds on mat number 1, Jasmine Schroeder here for Carrington will go up against Willow Hagan for Fargo. That's at 100 pounds, so we know Team Fargo will be going up against Pembina County North in a Consolation semifinal later tonight, while Carrington will be going up against Central Cass in the championship, and Carrington also punched their ticket to state.
And now Schumann gets on top of Moser, working for the fall with 1:05 remaining in the first period. Moser trying to roll through, able to get belly down. 3-point near fall for Schumann. She goes up 5-2 on Ava Moser from Napoleon.
And Schroeder is able to work up top against Hagan after Hagan looked like she was going to get 2 points for her takedown as they're nearing the edge of the mat here on mat number 1. Back to a neutral spot for both of these wrestlers.
Yeah, Ava Moser was in trouble at one point in this match. Now up on her feet. She's down 5-3 to Schumann.
We'll have a 2-point takedown coming up here for Jasmine Schroeder. Then we'll have a penalty on Jasmine as well. So Willow Hagan will get a point, and she'll be in the down position as we have 46 seconds left in the first period.
There's Schumann and Moser going at it here in the near edge of the mat. They're called out of bounce. Still 5-3 lead for Caden Schumann.
And Schroeder right now. Hagan trying to get the escape. Schroeder brings her back down to the mat. Trying to come around and finish that 2-point takedown. Nothing given. So now they work to the side of the mat right now to the edge. And I'll give the 1-point escape here for Willow Hagan as we're tied at 2.
We're going into our second period, 5-3 lead for Caden Schumann. She chooses top position to start the second.
After one period, we're tied at 2 over on mat number 1.
The official taking a peek over at the scores table. Little conference now. Moser going to the bottom position for our start of the second period on mat 2.
Starting the neutral position in period number 2 at 100 pounds again between Jasmine Schroeder and Willow Hagan.
The start of the period, Moser able to tripod up, gets those hips cleared for a 1-point escape, down 5-4 to Caden Schumann. 1:45 remaining in the second period.
"20 seconds into the second period. Schroeder and Hagan still tied at 2. Schroeder trying to take a spot to the knee. Good job by Hagan sprawling out as they're working on the near edge of the mat. Now Hagan works up top, using her body weight.
And big headlock here for Ava Moser. Throws Caden Schumann down to the mat, working for a foul for the Imperials, trying to answer back with a 6-point win. A lot of time to work here, down to minute 5 to go. And win by foul for Ava Moser over Caden Schumann. Dual score now 36-30 in favor of the Knight Riders.
Over on mat number 1, 4-2 at the advantage here for Willow Hagen after the 2-point takedown. Now on the opposite side, Schroeder trying to get the reversal, but Hagen comes back across. And now she has the chance, and she'll get some near fall points coming here. At least 2 near fall points coming. And this will come across the way. Working up top now is Willow Hagen. And then right back across the way is Schroeder. So 2 points Hagen. Schroeder then able to get the escape now 6-3 with 40 seconds left in this second period.
Our duel's tied up at 36. The Knight Riders open at 100. And now at 112. Or excuse me, at 106. So Napoleon advances, picks up 2 forfeits at 100 and 106. The Imperials make their way into the 3rd and 4th place match. Beginning of the day, I want to pick the Imperials to get in, but they're in here trying to make their way into the big dance at the Fargo Dome. They win 42-36 over the Knight Riders.
As Willow Hagen here for Team Fargo with a 2-point takedown, 8-3. And we saw those open weight classes for Grand Forks cost them against Central Cass late when it got to a 36-30 duel, and it cost them late here again, Brent. Again, we mentioned earlier in the day about girls wrestling continues to grow, so you're not completely from weight class A to weight class Z completely full for some of these teams. We were curious how that would impact. Well, Grand Forks been kind of on the short end of the stick here back-to-back matches.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for the Knight Riders. Have a nice team and the weights that they have filled. Just still impressed with Napoleon able to put together this team they have here at the end of the year, making their way into the 3rd and 4th place match in the duels.
As Willow Hagen right now works up top. Regardless of this outcome, Team Carrington will be going on to the championship, while Fargo will be squaring off with Pembina County North in a Consolation semifinal. Was working up top is Willow Hagen again with 90 seconds left in this 3rd period. Both wrestlers got called for a caution to start this 3rd period as well. As Willow Hagen continues to work up top on the side of Jasmine Schroeder. So Hagen trying to get to her base is Jasmine here for Carrington. And Jasmine kind of works back to the knees, trying to pull what Kovar was able to do earlier in this duel, time and time again from this particular spot. Willow Hagen continues to work to top that body and bring her down to the mat. And we'll get a warning against Hagen here. (8-3) the advantage at our 100-pound weight class for the Stingers. As Hagen trying to work across the back here of Schroeder. As Jasmine just kind of sprawling out here, then we're going to get a warning for stalling here on Jasmine. 10 seconds left in this 3rd period. Willow Hagen looks to pick up the decision win. She'll earn 3 points for Fargo. 8-3 will be your final, but your final dual score will be 42-27. So Carrington, the 3 seed, knocks down the 2 seed of Team Fargo. The 1 and the 3 seed will be going to state, while Fargo now will go up against the A seed in Pembina County North a little bit later on. As Brent mentioned, Napoleon Gackle Streeter will be wrestling for 3rd. They're the 6 seed after Team Grand Forks, the 4 seed, ends up falling. As we keep it here, as we have a couple of minutes, Brent, before we take a break and get you ready for the next round of duels, what impressed you most from that Napoleon Cackle Streeter Grand Forks matches? Seemed like a lot of those particular matches were able to go into that second and deep third, and some really good duels between those weight classes.
Yeah, Napoleon opened up with that 18-0 lead, and looked like they're going to run away with it. Grand Forks answers back and took the lead. They were up at one point, 36-24, and Napoleon comes back. You could just tell that those girls really wanted it. That match at 250 pounds with Ava Moser and Schumann. And Moser was down in the match 5-4. Came back with that big pin, put the duel out of reach for Napoleon, and sealed the win. Puts them into wrestling for third and fourth and a shot at the state tournament.
As on the opposite side for Team Carrington, I think the biggest differential in that particular match, because it looked like it was going to at least be 3 points taken off for Carrington, or 6 points instead. It would be 36 and 3 points for Team Fargo potentially there, if not more. But all of a sudden coming across was Leisman again with the fall in that third period, as we kind of said, almost like the rope-a-dope, where she just wasn't in the offensive spot. She was kind of the defensive wrestler for most of the time, Brent, but all of a sudden one quick move and Leisman able to earn the fall, and I think that was really the difference later on in this duel.
Yeah, I did see some great wrestling over there out of Carrington. Nice head and arm by Leisman coming across and picking up that win.
It's going to be fun to see what happens here. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back in, it is a continuous rolling schedule here. So here's what we know right now. Team Fargo goes up against Pembina County North. The winner will wrestle for third. And then all of a sudden, we'll see, depending on who is the fourth team left standing, if we have to have a wrestle off as well for the fourth place, or is it 3, 4, respectively, they're automatically in, and then we know the 1 and 2 will be Central Cass or Carrington. The question is, who will be the 1 and who will be the 2? So we're a little behind with Team Fargo and Pembina County North, Brent, but once we know that, a lot of things will start falling into place to know, do we kind of have that challenge or that wrestle-off later here tonight?
Yeah, things got a little bit backed up, but we did kind of scream through those rounds. Very competitive, great wrestling, so it was fun duels to call up to this point.
We'll take a quick break and make sure you join us. We'll be back in about a couple of minutes here as we'll let you know what's coming up next. We do know that, again, Pembina County North and Team Fargo will be next on the mat, and then from there we'll see the championship a little bit later on, and potentially, again, a challenge duel after that if needed. Otherwise, the championship would be the lone by itself to close out the night here in Castleton. It's a 2024 East Region Girls Wrestling Duel Tournament.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Ziegler Ag Equipment, Highway 9 North Ada has a Massey 1754 54 horsepower tractor with cab, air heat, comes with loader, 1,000 hour. It's priced at $33,000 for a limited time, 0% financing for 36 months on used MT 800E Challenger track tractors. Talk with Chuck O'Neill on the inventory available, 0% financing. New Brandt grain carts get up to $7,500 additional rebate on new Brandt grain carts. Ziegler Ag Equipment, Highway 9 North Ada.
You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro. You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Don't be fooled by that beat-up old cap. Its faded crown represents the tireless work of America's farmers and ranchers. Its sturdy brim, their dedication to providing our nation with a safe, affordable food source. So we'd like to tip our hat to them. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting those that protect America's food source.
Contact Ryan Opdahl, your local Farmers Union insurance agent at 701-436-5777 or use the QR code to connect with the agency.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Winter, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
Full Service Foods in Hillsborough provides contract packaging and private label foods for your local and regional retail stores. Full Service Foods is a leader in the upper Midwest for less than truckload quantities for contract manufactured sauces and dressings. They are a privately held company with a reputation for quality and customer service. Full Service Foods is proud to be in Hillsborough and bringing employment opportunities to the area. Find out more at FullServiceFoods.com. Full Service Foods of Hillsborough, proud to support this community event.
Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has brought in to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
You finally found the perfect car in racing blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
River's Edge Insurance Agency Halstead, 218-456-2172.
Keep going. More.
Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsborough, Grandin, Gackle, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, Medina, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Chase Miller and Brent Dick with you here in Castleton as we're getting a little bit closer to our next Consolation semifinal. That'll feature Pembina County North, the Grizzlies, going up against Team Fargo, the Stingers, in a second Consolation semifinal. The first Consolation semifinal getting finished moments ago was Napoleon Gackle Streeter over Grand Forks, 42-36. So Grand Forks will wrestle for fifth at this point that we know of. And then it's a matter of, do they go up against Team Fargo or Pembina County North? Napoleon Gackle Streeter is wrestling for third, and they all go up against the winner of our next match on mat number 1 with Fargo and Pembina County North. And Central Cass and Carrington just kind of hanging out now for the next half hour, hour and a half, Brent, depending on how long before you get to that championship. But you don't mind hanging out because you know, at least from a team dual side, you're advancing to the Fargo Dome coming up here in a couple weeks.
Yeah, they're probably feeling good about themselves right now. They're in the top 2 teams for the region, and they do have that berth to the state tournament. So the pressure's off a little bit, but they still, they're still going out there to compete for that championship, and that'll play into the dual seedings for the state tournament.
As we will have the captains meeting right now here on mat number 1 between Fargo and Pembina County North. We will step aside one more quick time, and then when we come back after this, we'll get you back to wrestling coverage here. And then again, third place match, fifth place match, championship still to come, and potential that challenge match if needed. That's all still ahead here in Castleton. It's a 2024 East Region Girls Dual Tournament.
honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
As we come back here into Castleton, Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you as we're going to have one mat going on right now, and then we'll get a second one coming up on a little bit. But mat number one, Brent, is going to take it away here between Fargo and Pembina County North.
Yeah, Pembina County North making their way into this Consolation semifinals. They defeated Lisbon Broncos 48-30 in that first Consolation match, or first Consolation duel. They're out here starting at 112 pounds. Jalen Kerrigan wrestling Taylor Laidlaw for Fargo. Laidlaw has a headlock. She has a 2-0 lead. And win by fall. Put 6 points on the board for Fargo. They take the early duel lead 6-0 at 112 pounds. Fargo, that big duel against Carrington. Carrington won that 42-27 back and forth duel. Wrestling to stay alive in the tournament, make their way into that third and fourth place match. They take a early 6-0 lead going into 118 pounds. So Katie Bynum takes on Ava Owens. Bynum with a quick head and arm. Now Owens rolls over Bynum. Little back and forth, has a 2-point takedown. Another roll through, no near fall. Oh, official does signal he has 2 near fall. Early 4-0 lead for Ava Owens. And back and forth. A little scramble now. Owens on top, has the head caught, working for the fall. Fargo maybe a little hungry after that defeat by Carrington. Came in right away, picked up a pin at 112 pounds. Now Bynum caught the arm of Owens. Owens down on her hip. Bynum with a 2-point reversal. She's up, or down 2-7. So we got 3 more near fall for Owens. 7-2 lead for Owens. She's in the bottom position out of Fargo. Nice little sit out here, but Bynum's able to catch, and now Owens over the top, still scrambling for position. Bynum gets back around, so trade reversals, 9-4 lead for Ava Owens. Bynum's back in the top position, runs a half Nelson on the near side, running around the top with 5 seconds remaining. 118-pound battle, 6-0 lead in the duel for Fargo.
And Team Fargo also has a little bit of advantage too, Brett, knowing that Pembina County North will have an open weight class or two in just terms of that overall team points. So as you said, come out with the pin right away and start with 118 with a good start. That really goes a long way for the Stingers.
Yeah, that does. That helps them out, knowing that those weight classes won't be challenged later on. A nice stand-up, little hip over, not able to get it. Good defense by Bynum. Owens does have a 5-point lead, minute 40 remaining in the second period. In the top position, has a half Nelson, catches the far wrist. Owens in a little bit of trouble. Now able to counter out of it, wings down. Bynum working both sides, hop back over, runs the half Nelson, now hops to the other side. Just working over Ava Owens. And Bynum on that last half Nelson attempt got high. Owens reverses it on her, takes her over to her back, picks up a 2-point reversal. She's up 11-4, captures the head, rolls over Bynum. Has 3 near fall. Bynum rolls through on Owens, back and forth battle. Let's see if Owens can settle in here and pick up the fall. She's up 14-4. Bynum's continuing to wrestle here. This is for her chance to make it into that 3rd and 4th place match, your chance at the state tournament. Owens working for the pin. Now Bynum has those hips over the top on Owens. Down to 15 seconds. 14-4. Now Bynum reverses it. Just a back and forth battle between Owens and Bynum. Bynum now working the half Nelson. 17-6 is their score going into the 3rd period. The scrambles, Ava Owens came out on top of those with those near fall. But Bynum not willing to give in, down 17-6.
This might be the most points that we've seen in one one match so far, Brent.
That is 17 points. That's a lot to score. And not have it end in a tech fall. That's 17-6 with Bynum in the bottom position. On the whistle, Owens chops at the arm, tries a little spike breakdown on Bynum. Bynum with the sit out. Here Owens catches her chin drop. Now goes over the top. We'll work for the fall with 1:30 remaining. And Katie Bynum trying to add 6 more points to the score of the Fargo Stingers. Scooped ahead, settles in over the top. Stretches out that far arm with the pin for the Fargo Stingers. Ava Owens now a 12-0 lead for Fargo going into 124 pounds.
Tell you what, that senior had to work against that freshman. Ava had to really, take the whole nearly 5 minutes there, Brent, to finally finish her off. As you said, 17 points going in the 3rd period. That is a ton of points without finishing off with the fall.
Yeah, that is a lot of back and forth, a lot of scramble positions. Now 124 pounds, Marley Stremick for Pembina County takes on Ivy Johnson for Fargo. Stremick ranked number 3 in the state at 124. Stremick going to work, has double armbar locked up, flips her over. 30-second fall for Marley Stremick. Puts Pembina County on the board. 12-6 is the dual score.
Stremick just a sophomore too, so that's a couple more years. We were talking about Carrington looking pretty good with some wrestlers. She's going to be looking pretty good for Pembina County North here, Brent.
Yeah, Stremick, she's another one of those legacy wrestlers up there in the the north, the great north of Pembina County. All right, 130 pounds. The wrestlers strap on the leg band. T. Hughley, Pembina County North, taking on Riley Lighton for Fargo. A freshman and an 8th grader battling it out. Hughley picks up the takedown on the edge of the mat. She's up 2-0. The dual score 12-6. Stremick able to put Pembina County North on the board. A quick escape now, 2-1 lead for Hughley. The wrestlers circle back to the center of the mat. Hughley has a 2-1 lead. Down to minute 15 now. Hughley with a double leg shot on Lighton. Lighton goes down to the mat. 2-point takedown for Hughley. Immediately goes into a half Nelson on the near side, running it around. Still applying a lot of pressure over on the far side. She's up 4-1. So Hughley keeping that pressure in the top position, down to 35 seconds remaining in the first period. They're running that half Nelson, trying to get these bonus points. Gonna roll over Lighton. Hughley works for the fall, and the slap of the mat gets the pin and ties the duel. Tied up at 12. Going into 136.
And a reminder what happened earlier today to get to this point for Team Fargo, able to defeat Team West Fargo United, lost to Carrington to play in this consolation semi, while on the opposite side, Pembina County North, the 8 seed, still alive, lost to Central Cass, took down Lisbon 48-30 to get to this point. So the Grizzlies, as the 8 seed, Brent, doing a good job here, trying to pull a University of Maryland, Baltimore County a couple years ago in college basketball.
Yeah, these lower seeds here saw the same thing out of Napoleon, number 6 seed coming in. So don't count anybody out in the dual tournaments. So Faith Radicek and Lucy Chernowski. A couple names that are a mouthful right there. That's a 2-1 lead for Chernowski of Fargo. She works over the top, gets around for another 2-point takedown. She's up 4-1. Chernowski in control in the top position for Fargo. He has Radicek turned over, wins by fall. And Fargo takes a 18-12 lead over Pembina County North. So 18-12, going out at 142 pounds. So Fargo sends a wrestler out at 142, and Pembina County North is open. 24-12 dual score going into 148. Another open weight for Pembina County North. 30-12 going to 155. 155. Fargo is open. A 30-18 score. So 3 forfeits in a row, 2 by Pembina County, now 1 by Fargo, up to 170 pounds. Our next contested match.
Well, we knew we were going to have some open weight classes here. Brent is kind of speed things up, but it also makes the duels a little interesting just in terms of that team score right
Yeah, a little bit different duel than what I thought this was going to be now. So now we're at 190. Another open weight. Going to get down to it. at 250 pounds. So 36-24 is our dual score. I think this is at 250. So this duel kind of hit light speed there from 142 to 250 pounds. 36-24. I think we started at 112 pounds. So this is one of 3 matches left in our duel. A big head and arm put on. That's Jalen Forey for Pembina County North. Colleen Gavergo for Fargo. Gavergo steps out of that head and arm attempt by Forey. And Forey trying to hit the big move right away and end it early. Gavergo steps back. And down to a minute 30. The wrestlers remain in the neutral position. Now, single leg shot by Forey. Gavergo is trying to drag Forey down. Forey back up to her feet. Good recovery by Forey on the edge of the mat. Wrestlers out of bounds as they go down hard to the mat. Back for the neutral restart. Under 50 seconds remaining in the first period.
Lindbergh against Central Cass came back, and against Carrington for Carrington came back and won in that 250-pound weight class. That was a good match between those two, Brent, that kind of came along. So quick turnaround here.
Yeah, definitely. And so far, that one single leg attempt by Forey in the match. The scoring opportunity by either wrestler. Now down to 15 seconds remaining in the first period. And now a roll through catches. Forey is able to catch Gavergo. They roll out of bounds, but no change of position. 5 seconds. Didn't take long for that action to pick up there on the edge of the mat. Final 10 seconds. Forey and Gavergo go rolling out of bounds for a restart. Go into the second period, we're scoreless. If Fargo has choice, they defer. Forey chooses top position. On the restart, Gavergo with the sit out, stands up, takes an early 1-0 lead in the second period. The wrestlers still pushing in on each other. It's a 1-0 lead for Gavergo. Forey is explosive. She's able to catch Gavergo at the end of the first period. Now Gavergo with the single leg goes head and arm, throws down Forey to the mat, working for the pin. Just like that, head and arm, we're working for a fall on mat number 1. Forey trying to put this duel out of reach and does that with the win by fall. 42-24 lead for Fargo. The Stingers go up over the Pembina County North Grizzlies. 42-24, final 2 contested matches. They're at 100 pounds and 106.
Gavergo, really nice job there for Team Fargo. Brent just kind of working at the very end of the match. Finally got a little bit that advantage and took full advantage of it.
Yeah, very patient wrestler. So just kind of waited for that opportunity, and when she found it, he just went for it with that big head and arm. Picks up the pin. That duel now out of reach. So Fargo advances. They'll advance for that 3rd and 4th place match against Napoleon. Best Pembina County North could do, they could get back within 6. It'd be at 42-36 if they pinned out these last 2 weight classes. So this is Charlotte Croston. Croston returning state qualifier for Pembina County North against Willow Hagen. The Croston slams in that half Nelson. She's going to work for the fall. Hagen is scrambling out of bounds, trying to the high bridge. Croston has a lot of time here to work for the fall, down to 55 seconds remaining in the first period. And called out of bounds, picks up the 3 near fall. She's up 5-0. A restart. Quick stand-up attempt by Hagen. Croston takes her back down to the mat, goes to work right away across the top, throws on the cradle. Has Hagen down in a pinning combination. Bottoming the side and the pin for Croston. 42-30 dual score. Going into 106 pounds. You know, one thing about the little bit different between the girls and the boys on the dual side is the girls, the coaches are competing in these duels all the way to the end. Sometimes in those boys' duels, they'll forego matches.
That's what we kind of almost felt like we were seeing there for a while,
right,
Brent, the midway point. But four in a row is like, nope, you're good.
Yeah,
you take the 6.
Exactly. I was wondering what was going on, but
also maybe a little bit different from the boys to the girls too, Brent, might be just the fact of girls wrestling still fairly new, or you want to get these girls that maybe that tournament experience where you can say the same thing for the boys. It's nice to get that tournament experience, but there, you know, you might have a wrestler where maybe it's good not to have to worry about going up against someone getting injured potentially for that individual.
Yep, that is true. We got a head and arm. That's Libby Montez wrestling Isabel Elder. Montez has the head and arm. Elder able to roll through. She will have a restart back to the center of the mat. Montez takes a 5-0 lead. Kind of the undoing there was those open weight classes for Pembina County North in this duel. Competitive here the last 2 matches. Montez up 5-0, working for a half Nelson. Back and forth. And a potentially dangerous or technical violation there with the full Nelson. So Montez just working a little too fast, jumping back and forth. Got caught with both hands behind the head of Elder. A nice mat return by Montez on the far center edge of the mat. 5-1 lead for Montez. Now under 40 seconds remaining in the first period. Montez keeping good pressure on top, using that head to force down Elder. And runs that half Nelson, working for the fall for Pembina County North to close out the duel. Levy Montez wins by fall over Isabel Baku Elder. And final duel score 36-42. The Fargo Stingers advance to the 3rd and 4th place match against Napoleon. And that closes out our consolation matches. Now back into our championship rounds. Wrestling for 1st and 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and 5th and 6th.
We'll take a quick break and let you know what that bracket looks like coming up after this here in Castleton.
Hi, this is Chrissy Thompson from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School District, reminding you that ethics, integrity, and respect are values important to our daily lives. In our sporting events, educational lessons, and lifetime values taught by school activities. Remember that one simple word, sportsmanship. It's how you play the game. This message is from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
See your local Farmers Union insurance agent Jennifer Worley in Cavalier.
Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has broadened to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
Central Cass School's mission is to foster student excellence in cooperation with family and community and to provide educational opportunities in a safe and caring environment. Thank you to everyone who has helped make this mission a reality. The STEM Center, Theater, Music Wing, Early Childhood Center, Wellness Center, and Athletic Complex will help set students up for success in school and life after graduation. They wish everyone at Central Cass good luck this year with academics and activities as you grow into the new space and move forward with excellence. Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsborough, Grandin, Gackle, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, Medina, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsborough. Fireworks and sports stuff in the same store? That's right. Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsborough. Come in and browse the sports cards and memorabilia and fireworks at the same time. Unopened packs and boxes of sports cards, plus pre-owned cards as well. Jersey swatch, autograph cards, lots of Twins, Vikings, Wolves, Wild, Lynx, and North Stars memorabilia, bobbleheads, caps, and more. Call anytime, 701-436-6140. Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsborough.
Hillsborough Dairy, with delivery of fresh dairy products and more to your home door. I've had Hillsborough Dairy delivering cold, fresh dairy products and other items to my door for years. Three main reasons why. It's the convenience, the products are fresh, and the delivery service from the Udder Guy. Nobody does it like the Udder Guy. Every week, we get to see Teak. Please call him at 701-436-5877. Delivery right to your door from Hillsborough Dairy. The Hillsborough Vets Club thanks you for your support of their activities and events. Stop in and to check out their new menu. Enjoy the Vets Club appetizers every Wednesday from 5 till 7. And as I've said many times, they have the best roasted chicken around. Enjoy roasted chicken every Saturday from 5:30 till 7:30. Get there early because sometimes it's gone early because it is the best roasted chicken. Fries and coleslaw also available with this meal every Saturday. Dine in or take out. The Hillsborough Vets Club.
We've got your back. Protecting homes, vehicles, businesses, crops, personal protections, and so much more. Our surface agents answer the phone with a kind of speed and detail that even the Secret Service would envy. Get protected. Get Irie Insurance. Go to IrieInsurance.com for a free quote and consultation.
Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you here as we go back to the split screen, as we will have two dual mats going on at a particular juncture. We know this, at least 3, maybe 4 if we need the challenge. That's still to come. So on mat number 2, It'll be Grand Forks against Pembina County North for 5th. Then if you win that, then you have a chance potentially for the challenge, barring what happens in the 3rd place between Napoleon Gackle Streeter and Team Fargo. I mean, the 16 Napoleon Gackle Streeter, they're in a pretty good spot right now for the Imperials potentially to try to get the state. Then you have the championship after the conclusion of these two. Just as a matter of, is it a solo or is there a championship with a wrestleback? So, Brent, still a lot to figure out, but what we know, on mat 2, you lose, you're officially done. On mat 3, if you lose, then you kind of are paying attention to mat 2, or on mat 1, if you officially lose, you're paying attention to mat 2 to say, well, did we already beat that team? Or if we haven't wrestled yet, then that's where we'll have the wrestle-off later tonight.
Yeah, you know you can't rest. You're in the dual tournament, so if you're that team, Fargo or Napoleon, you're going to pay attention to what's going to go, what's going on the other mat, vice versa. If you're Pembina County North and Grand Forks, you're doing the same thing. So you're kind of eyeballing, you got to pay attention, keep your head in the game on your mat, but you're also looking across there and seeing what's going on with that other duel.
What Grand Forks does not want to see is Napoleon loses to Fargo, because they've already wrestled Napoleon and lost. If they win, well, they have yet to go up against Team Fargo, so then you would have a Fargo Grand Forks wrestle-off as the example. So that's one way how we could possibly get there. Brent, little preview, what do you think you're going to see between these two, between the Knight Riders and the Grizzlies, and then also for 3rd place here between Napoleon and Fargo, because whoever wins that does automatically go to state as the number 3 team from the East.
Yeah, just see Grand Forks, with their lineup kind of top to bottom. Pembina County North still has a couple open weight classes, so I think Grand Forks, I look for the Knight Riders to take control of that duel early and then just hold on to the lead, especially with those open weight classes for Pembina County. Fargo North and Napoleon Gackle Streeter, that's going to be an interesting duel. You looked at the dual scores, it's similar dual scores, 42-36. They both advanced into the 3rd and 4th place match. And Napoleon's wrestling very good right now, and I think that they'll challenge and give Fargo a run for the 3rd place run for 3rd place here and on mat number 1.
We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get to wrestling action as the captains are meeting on mat number 1 here. And, well, at least one is for surely a state qualifying. If you win, if you lose, you might still get in on mat number 1. We're back after this here in Castleton.
You've got a lot more going for you in 2024 with Mayport Hardware, Trail County's Hardware Hank. No matter how many times your New Year's resolutions change, Mayport Hardware's tools and supplies will aid your goals and dreams. Let their staff help you turn those scratch paper scribblings into reality. Paint the bathroom, fix the deck, finally get that garden going. You may not be able to do it all this year, but you can check any of those off your list with the help of Mayport Hardware, Trail County's Hardware Hank on Main Street in Mayville.
As we come back here on mat number 1, getting ready to go. Mat number 2, they have their captains meetings. Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you here in Castleton. As on mat number 1, it's the 3rd place match. Ava Owens from Fargo going up against Alexis Schneider here from Napoleon Gackle Streeter. And Alexis Schneider has been as advertised so far here today, quickly working with a 2-point takedown 20 seconds into this first period.
Yeah, if you're looking to open up a duel, that's the one of the wrestlers that you want there on your team, Alexis Schneider for Napoleon.
So Schneider continues to have some riding time here as they work to the edge of the match with Ava Owens. Again, you win this match on mat number 1, you know you're heading to state. You lose, then it kind of depends on the outcome on mat number 2, whether there needs to be a challenge later on, which would happen next, where we could have possibly 2 mats going or just 1 mat with the championship. If we have that challenge, we'll have 2 mats going to close out this East Region Wrestling Dual Tournament here in Castleton.
Yeah, things could get pretty loud here inside the gymnasium as these matches kind of wide down, depending on the scores. They're going to be looking at what's going on across the mats, and things are going to get exciting.
Schneider right now working on that cradle, trying to get those fall, but she does get the 3 points from the near fall, quickly working 5-0 here, 50 seconds left in the first period. So Ava Owens right now going up against Schneider, and you just want to see if you're Ava, the key here is to not get pinned, because Schneider's been doing that so much here today against her opposition. As Owens is the senior, 15-9 on the season, but Schneider again a perfect 39-0 for the junior here for the Imperials.
A duel on mat number 2 underway. Jalen Kerrigan, Pembina County North, Sarah Novak for Grand Forks.
As right now Schneider continues to ride across up top. 10 seconds left in this first period. Ava Owens just trying to avoid the pin here. Schneider's got her into a pin position with 5 seconds left in this first period. Schneider trying to get the fall she does with 4 seconds left in the first. Alexis Schneider now 40-0 on the season and gets 6 points awarded here to Napoleon Gacko Streeter.
Yeah, mat number 2, wrestler still in neutral position. Just the beginning of this duel, so scoreless both for dual score and then the match.
As we get to 124 pounds now on mat number 1. Christensen for Napoleon Gacko Streeter. Elise will come on, going up against Ivy Johnson here for Fargo. It's at 124 pounds.
The mat number 2, under 45 seconds remain. Wrestler still neutral position now, going to collar ties back in the center of the mat.
Christensen working on that leg, able to come across for a 2-point takedown on Johnson. Johnson trying to get the escape, now comes on the reversal against Christensen here. Eventually Christensen will be able to get her down to the mat. Now working for a potential pin here. She's getting some near fall points, 40 seconds into this first period. Christensen for Napoleon Gacko Streeter trying to finish Johnson off here 50 seconds into the first. Three near fall points upcoming. Johnson trying to wiggle her way out of this one against Christensen, who's got a good lock going on right now. Gets back to her stomach, but 3 near fall points here for Christensen.
Yeah, mat number 2, scoreless. Started the second period between Kerrigan and Novak. Novak with the 1-point escape takes the early 1-0 lead in the second period. It's 118 pounds on mat number 2.
6-0 is your dual score here on mat number 1 with Napoleon Gacko Streeter after that Schneider fall, but working with it is Christensen trying to earn a second fall here for the Imperials. This at 124 pounds, and it comes with 18 seconds left in the first period. Napoleon Gacko Streeter now up 12-0.
And Novak maintains the 1-0 lead. Wrestlers up on their feet, circled back around to the center of the mat. A duel scoreless. And now Novak back down on a knee pick attempt on Kerrigan. Kerrigan drops down. Novak trying to turn the corner, score a 2-point takedown. Score still 1-0 as she tries to hook the ankle.
On mat number 1, just getting underway, Carissa Mann from Napoleon Gacko Streeter against Isabel Julian for Team Fargo. This at 130 pounds. Napoleon Gacko Streeter with 2 falls leads the team score at 12-0, so a fast start for the Imperials.
Under 30 seconds remain in the second period. Still 1-0 lead for Sarah Novak. Wrestlers up on their feet, continue to lock horns in the center of the mat.
Napoleon Gacko Streeter able to get a 2-point takedown here for Carissa Mann.
And final seconds tick away, 1-0 lead for Sarah Novak going into the third period on mat number 2.
Man working the top of Julian right now under 60 seconds left in the first period. I was trying to work the cradle earlier, but Julian got out of it. Now Julian gets back to her base.
And Novak chose bottom position to start the third period. Now Kerrigan has head and arm locked up, trying to hip over Novak sits back and peels the wrist off her head, picks up the 2-point reversal. She's up 3-0, goes to work right away.
And Carissa Mann going to be working on the fall here against Isabel Julian. There's 20 seconds left in this first period. Near fall points coming. She's at least going to get 3 to try to make it 5-0.
And similar pinning combination on mat number 2 and win by fall is Sarah Novak over Jalen Kerrigan of Pembina County North. Grand Forks takes a 6-0 lead.
As we go to the first period, 3 near fall points coming for Carissa Mann, and a calm, collective breath here for Elizabeth Julian because she was close to getting pinned. So she's going to regain her balance here and also just take a breath as we start with the neutral position. It's 5-0 though. Carissa Mann for Napoleon Gackel Streeter out in front here at 130 pounds to start this second period.
We're going to 124. That's a 6-0 lead for Grand Forks over Pembina County North. Emily Novak wins by fall. Out on the mat now, Katie Bynum takes on Coral Hyde for Grand Forks.
.90 seconds left in period number 2. Making a deep run there was Mann as they come off the mat here between her and Julian.
Hyde with a cow catcher throws over. Bynum rolls through. 2-point takedown for Coral Hyde. She goes up 2-0. Minute 35 remaining in the first period.
I think on period 1 right now, kind of both a little bit in that headlock with Mann and Julian. Mann trying to get the upper advantage, working up top. Julian has her head underneath.
Bynum works a reversal on Hyde. Now ties it up at 2 at 124 pounds. And Hyde right away up to her feet. Nice mat return by Bynum. Takes Hyde down. Bynum back up to her base.
30 seconds left on mat number 1 in the second period. Still 5-0. The points coming for Carissa Mann in that first period as she was nearly seconds away from a pin. And these two just kind of been locking horns for the majority of this second period.
And Bynum and Hyde continue to roll around on mat number 2. The scramble position now with Hyde in the up over the top of Bynum. Has caught the head and arm. Still no change of position as Bynum's able to get back over the top and behind the arms and elbows of Coral Hyde.
On mat number 1, we head to the third period. 5-0, Carissa Mann for Napoleon Gackel Streeter. Work will start in the up position here against Isabel Julian in the down position.
Bynum has a deep half run on Coral Hyde. Hyde down to 2 seconds, escapes without giving up any near fall in the second period. And going into the third, we're tied up. That's one thing we haven't had today is an overtime match.
There's that, a tech fall yet. There's been a couple of things we haven't had yet
right.
on our bingo card.
Yeah.
Working with it is Carissa Mann up 5-0. Continues against Isabel Julian. Give a lot of credit to Julian right now. Nearly seconds away from getting pinned. Continuing to work with this one. And it would just be 3 points at this particular juncture going to Napoleon Gackel Streeter if that can happen. But now working on a cradles man.
So Bynum and Hyde, it's a neutral position at the start. Nice level change by Bynum. Drops into a high crotch. Hyde sprawls out, working the head of Bynum. Still tied up at 2 in the third period, under minute 30 remaining.
Now in the cradle position is Mann. Under 55 seconds left in this third period. 3 near fall points coming for Mann, but she wants to finish it off with a fall as Isabel Julian trying to get back to her stomach here and get back to that base, working around. Mann trying to push that left shoulder back down with under 40 seconds here in the third.
Yeah, Coral Hyde and Katie Bynum were tied up at 4. Now Hyde trying to hip over on Bynum. Bynum back up to her base, but gives up a 2-point. No change of position. She's able to arm over on Hyde. We have a timeout. Injury time on mat number 2.
As mat number 3 here, Brent Carissaman did earn the fall here with under 50 seconds left in that third period. 18-0 Napoleon Gackle-Streeter.
Man, and Napoleon building that 18-0 lead. Here, timeout on mat number 2, your Bank North timeout. At Bank North, they take community at heart, helping their customers achieve their financial goals while supporting and improving the great rural communities we serve. They're more than just a bank. Bank North is a community partner that can always count on its values-based banking. To learn more, visit ibanknorth.com. Member FDIC and equal housing lender. That's your injury timeout, Bank North timeout on mat number 2. That match is tied up.
Over on mat number 1, Lucia Kronowski here for Team Fargo against Shiloh Bierkley here for Napoleon Gackle-Streeter. And Team Fargo needs something to go their way, and Kronowski working with the cradle and quickly does it. 27 seconds into the first period at 136 pounds. Team Fargo is back on the board.
Just the answer the Stingers needed. Come back with that big pin.
As we go to 142 pounds now, it's still 18-6 Napoleon Gackle-Streeter. Well, the fall works for Team Fargo regardless, and now we'll see if they can start doing some damage in this middleweight divisions at now at 142 pounds. Rachel Dahl for Napoleon Gackle-Streeter going up against Nacklin here for Team Fargo.
Oh, injury time cut here. Cora Hyde in the bottom position. They're tied up at 4 apiece, so big scramble right before Hyde went down with that injury. No change of position. We're tied up at 4 on the restart in the second period. 45 seconds remain.
Nacklin able to get a 2-point takedown in the opening 10 seconds here for Team Fargo against Rachel Dahl. This is the 5th weight class of this match.
And Bynum worked a half Nelson, threw over Coral Hyde with the fall. So Katie Bynum ties up the duel at 6.
Rachel Dahl gets a 2-point reversal after a 2-point takedown by Nacklin. It's 4-2. Nacklin out in front, and then we're going to get the escape on the way to make it now 5-2 here for Nacklin. A lot of scoring going on 50 seconds into the opening period.
We're now at 130 pounds. We're tied up at 6. It's an open weight class here for Grand Forks. Pembina County North picks up the 6 points. They take the lead, 12-6 in the duel, going into 136 pounds.
Still 18-6 in favor of Napoleon Gackle-Streeter so far. 4 weight classes, 4 falls combined on mat number 1. Nacklin with that 5-2 advantage, 35 seconds left in period number 1, thanks in part to a takedown, a 2-point near fall, and then the escape as well. But now Dahl working on in front, trying to come across on that move to finish a 2-point takedown, and does.
We're back over here on mat number 2, 136 pounds between Pembina County North and the Grand Forks Knight Riders. It's a 12-6 dual lead for Pembina County North. We're at 136.
1-point escape coming here for Nacklin as it's now 6-4. That's how we'll end this first period on mat number 1 at 142 pounds.
Tia Hughley squares off with Bryn Larson. The match just underway, minute 30 remaining in the first period. Both wrestlers holding center of the mat. Larson circling back around.
Starting the second period on the top position will be Rachel Dahl, Nacklin on the bottom. And we'll get a warning for grasping here, and they're going to let her go for the escape. So 1 point coming here on the way for Nacklin. It's now 7-4.
And now with a minute 5 remaining in the first period on mat number 2 between Hughley and Larson. Wrestlers still scoreless, holding the center of the mat. A little single leg shot by Hughley. Larson able to crack down Hughley to the mat. Now goes crossface over the top, picks up 2-point takedown. Larson has the early 2-0 lead.
8-4 here, Nacklin on mat number 1. This again the 3rd place match. Mat number 2 is the 5th place match as Nacklin goes in for a single leg shot, but Rachel Dahl gets back to her base and trying to fend her off right now.
And Bryn Larson in the top position, throws a crossface on Hughley, grabs the back ankle, going to try to bowl her over. The final 10 seconds of our first period with Larson leading 2-0.
45 seconds left here in period number 2. Still 8-4, Nacklin with the advantage.
And Larson rolls over. Hughley at the end of the period picks up 3 near fall. She takes a 5-0 lead at 136 pounds on mat number 2.
Mat number 1, just some hand fighting going back and forth between Dahl and Nacklin here. 20 seconds left in this second period. So far we've seen the escape and a 1-point penalty in favor of Nacklin here in this second period to get up by 8-4.
In the second period on mat number 2, 5-0 lead for Bryn Larson. Picks up that takedown and 3 near fall in the first. Now working a half Nelson on Hughley. Has her on her hip, going to her back. They're in the second period with 1:38 remaining. Larson with the foul over Hughley. 6 points on the board. Ties the duel up at 12. Going into 142 pounds on mat 2.
And number 1 just came out of a Bank North blood timeout quickly as Rachel Dahl came over to the scorer's table here. As we continue here at 142 pounds, and this will pretty much bring us right to the end of this second period. And we got a stall warning on the way here for Rachel Dahl as we go into the third period. 8-4 the advantage for Nacklin. Right now 3 points will be awarded to Team Fargo if this finishes off with this outcome. It's 18-6 the team dual score in favor of Napoleon Gackle-Streeter.
We're tied up at 12 apiece on mat number 2 between the Knight Riders and the Grizzlies. Wrestlers checking in for 142.
Rachel Dahl and Nacklin again, just a couple of Rams battle at the horns right now, just kind of continuing to walk around. Rachel Dahl going to have to take a shot here to try to get some points awarded, but again, doesn't want to give those decision to major decision points, and 2 points on the takedown here for Nacklin now leads at 10-4.
And mat number 2, Faith Radicek, Pembina County North takes on Lexi Ray for Grand Forks. The match just underway, 1:45 remains in the first period. A nice little goal behind for Lexi Ray, takes a 2-0 lead.
As Dahl's trying to continue to get back to her base here, as Nacklin was almost able to push her back across the side of her body and work the cradle. Instead, Dahl got back to her base. 50 seconds left in this third period.
And mat number 2, Lexi Ray remains in control on top. She has a 2-0 lead, 1:10 remaining in the first period.
A stall warning on Dahl, and then Nacklin able to bring her across and finish her off with a fall. So 6 more points coming for the Fargo Stingers here via the fall of Nacklin in the third period. It's now 18-12, Napoleon Gackle-Streeter out in front.
And Ray, it works a half Nelson, flips over Radicek. Working for the fall, has the squeeze on, picks up the pin for Grand Forks. They take the lead, 18-12. First time in the duel, they now have an 18-12 lead going into 148 pounds.
Now we go to the 148-pound weight class here on mat number 1. Weigel comes out for Napoleon Gackle-Streeter. Jocelyn going up against Isabel Nacklin here for Team Fargo. 3 consecutive pins to start the match for Napoleon Gackle-Streeter, followed by back-to-back pins for the Fargo Stingers. And if Nacklin can do that one more time here, we'd be tied at 18.
The wrestlers are check in at 148 pounds, still waiting for the Grand Forks wrestler to show up.
Nacklin out of Fargo, the sophomore, going up against Weigel, the senior here from Napoleon Gackle-Streeter. On mat number 1.
Well, mat number 2, it's Ava Chemnitz for Pembina County North wrestling Emily Novak. The Grand Forks with a 24-12 lead over the Grizzly, with Novak at 155 pounds, returning state champion. Picks up a 2-point takedown, goes to work right away on the arms of Chemnitz.
Weigel able to get a 2-point takedown here against Nacklin. 40 seconds left in this first period.
And Novak walks around with the armbar, dominates Chemnitz with that pinning combination. She wins by fall. Increases that lead for the Knight Riders over the Grizzlies.
Weigel looking potentially for that fall here with 20 seconds left in this first period against Nacklin. Nacklin trying to bring that body around a little bit, but there will be the fall with 16 seconds left in the first period. The Imperials are back on the board, now doubling up the Stingers 24-12.
Our dual score, mat number 2, 30-12 in favor of the Knight Riders. So open weight class for Pembina County North at 170 pounds. Now 36-12 dual score in favor of the Knight Riders. They go to 190. 190 Pembina County North open. Pembina County North stretching that lead over the Grizzlies. They're wrestling for 5th place.
Mat number 1 right now, you have Aubrey King of Fargo, the junior, going up against the senior, Riley DeWald here for Napoleon Gackel-Streeter. Again, 24-12 right now, Napoleon Gackel-Streeter, which going to make things interesting, particularly as Fargo and Grand Forks have yet to wrestle if we possibly get to that point here, Brent.
Yeah, Grand Forks really starting to eyeball this duel over on the other side of the gym. They're all of a sudden become fans of the Napoleon Imperials.
Napoleon Gackel-Streeter, if they do win, we would have coming up next the championship on mat number 1, and then we'd have the wrestle off for the final and the 4th seed in the East. Mat number 2 is what we would have a little bit later on. 60 seconds in on mat number 1, scoreless between King and DeWald here.
So we're coming up here at 190 pounds. It's 42-12 with another open weight class. Now going to 250 on mat number 2.
.30 seconds left. Has just been a lot of hand fighting so far between King and DeWald. Neither has been able to get a good spot to leave the other open for a potential move.
And mat number 2, Jalen Forey, Pembina County North against Lacey Whitmire. Whitmire throws a head and arm on Forey, working for the fall for the Knight Riders. And trying to make this a 48-12 dual score. Forey able to get back, belly down, picks up 3 near fall for Whitmire. She goes up 5-0.
And on mat number 1, we will go scoreless into the second period between Aubrey King, and Riley DeWald.
Go back, the restart in the center of the mat. Forey in the bottom position. Whitmire with that 5-0 lead with 1:37 remaining in the first period.
Working up top will be DeWald here for Napoleon Gackel-Streeter, going up against Aubrey King. As there is a caution warning.
And now Forey with the reversal on Whitmire, catches the head. Gets the leverage, applies some pressure on top position, working for the fall for Pembina County North at 250 pounds. And down under a minute now remaining here for Forey to work the fall on Whitmire. Whitmire belly down. So we're tied up at 5 apiece on mat number 1.
On mat number 1 here, Aubrey King gets a 1-point escape against Riley DeWald. So now with a 1-0 advantage with 1:35 left in the second period.
In that match there, Jalen Forey with the win by fall over Lacey Whitmire. Whitmire had the early 5-0 lead. Forey comes back through with the win by pin. 42-18 dual score going to 100 pounds.
Mat number 1 right now, 155 pounds, 24-12 the team score. Advantage in Napoleon Gackel-Streeter over the Fargo Stingers. Riley DeWald from Napoleon Gackel-Streeter right now, trailing against Aubrey King here, as this one has been just 2 with a lot of headlocks and a lot of hand fighting so far. Haven't seen a lot of mat time between these 2 wrestlers.
Cheyenne Moore, Pembina County North picks up a forfeit at 100 pounds, 42-24 dual score, going to 106 pounds. Looks like that's another open weight for Grand Forks. I think Grand Forks, kind of using that strategy, giving their lightweight wrestlers a little bit of a rest. Looking over here at Napoleon and Fargo.
Team Fargo right now gets a 2-point takedown for Aubrey King. So King now leads 3-0 with 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, 112 pounds. Another forfeit for Pembina County. That final duel score 42-30. Pembina County North, 42-36. So Grand Forks takes 5th place. Keeps their chances alive for a state tournament berth.
1 point escape coming across here with Riley Dewald. So now if you're Team Grand Forks, you look on mat number 1 and you're hoping in some way, somehow that Team Fargo can come back here against Napoleon Gackel Streeter, because you lost already once today against Napoleon Gackel Streeter, but you haven't wrestled off yet against Team Fargo here, Brent. So all of a sudden, a lot of eyes turn to mat number 1 right now. But if you're Team Grand Forks, the score is not on your favor, because Napoleon Gackel Streeter leads it by 12 on the team dual point.
Yeah, definitely the coaches from Grand Forks were paying attention, with that dual strategy. Built up that big lead, then forfeited their last 3 weights to Pembina County North. That final dual score was 42-36.
As this one continues to work it out, we're going to get a point for stalling here. Aubrey King and Dahl with the little shot at the leg there. Continues to work on the inside. 70 seconds remaining here on this one. King right now just trying to get some points in a positive direction for Team Fargo as they're trailing it by 24-12. As we'll turn our attention exclusively now to mat number 1 here on YourLiveEvent.com. Chase Miller alongside with Brent Dick. It's 3-1 in favor of Team Fargo. Aubrey King and Riley Dewald here. Under 50 seconds left in this third period. Right now, 3 points will be awarded to Team Fargo if it finishes the way it is at 3-1 currently. As Dewald and King neither has given the other any separation here in this one.
Yeah, Dewald just a takedown away from tying this one up.
You can tell both wrestlers getting a little exhausted here at the end of this particular period. That's the final one of the third with 17 seconds. Aubrey King trying to hold off. There's the shot by Dewald. King gets back to a sprawling position, trying to collect her base. Doesn't want to give that 2-point takedown, but now King can come around and try to get a couple of points here to try to finish off the move. 2 seconds, 1 second. That's how we'll finish at 155 pounds. Aubrey King for Team Fargo able to earn the decision, and 3 points upcoming now, 24-15 after a 3-1 advantage. So still 6 weight classes to go here. But if it finishes the way it is right now, Napoleon Gackel Streeter would end up being the 3. Fargo would have to go up against Grand Forks then in a wrestle-off to get to state. Unless Fargo comes back, then Fargo and Napoleon Gackel Streeter are going, as we have a open weight class at 170. So Brindley Dewald here will take the points.
Yeah, just looking at the brackets, this is their 4th duel of the day for both teams. That's a big day of wrestling for each team.
And then Team Fargo will get some points coming right back at 190 with the open weight class with Sophia Peterson.
And that is a tough position to be in if you're that team being challenged. You're coming in that 4th place spot, and you have to wrestle that challenge match. You have to find it somewhere, get your wrestlers back, into the competitive mode to come back out here for that 5th duel.
We've seen both of these wrestlers now at the heavyweights, with Mosier for Napoleon Gackel Streeter and Gravargo here for her Fargo. Throw some nice moves in their respective matches here today, Brent. And this is a large one for Fargo. Even if you at least get a decision, you're back within striking distance where one move could possibly tie it up or possibly take the lead.
Yeah, even Moser for Napoleon having a great day out here for the Imperials. Really, each wrestler just a throw away from scoring big bonus points for their team.
30-21 is the team score right now. Napoleon Gackel Streeter 2-point takedown here for Govergo. And she will earn the 2 points 30 seconds into this one. So we know we have one duel left between Central Cass and Carrington for the championship. The question is, will we have a simultaneous duel going on to see who will be the fourth and final team to state?
Yeah, we've seen Moser for Napoleon put in some positions where she's been able to fight out of it.
Moser essentially did the splits there as Govergo working on that arm, trying to get her rolled over across. Moser trying to get back to her balance a little bit here and back to her base with 60 seconds left in this first period. Napoleon Gackel Streeter really, Brent, no matter how this results in, they're in a really good spot. You're either going to take third or you're going to take fourth and you're going to state. So it's Fargo that really has everything to gain and everything to lose in this one.
Yeah, Fargo with a little bit of pressure on them. They do not want to come back for that challenge duel with Grand Forks.
Govergo right now seeing Mosier kind of work back up top to the knees as Mosier is trying to see if she can stand back up and try to get out with the escape. 30 seconds left in this period. Govergo continues to work with that left arm coming across.
And Moser taking a lot of punishment here.
See some near fall points coming for Govergo. The question is, will the time run out before she tries to pin Mosier here with 5 seconds left in this first period? And there's the end of the period, and points will be upcoming here as Team Fargo with Govergo here leads at 5-0 over Ava Mosier going into that second period.
Yeah, a lot of credit for Ava Mosier fighting out of that pinning combination. Govergo had that half Nelson buried in deep. Mosier kept on fighting, got through to the second period.
So still to come, we'll have the 100, 106, and 112 weight classes. That'll be upcoming here. Again, an interesting point for Team Fargo with where you're at right now, up 5-0 here for Govergo. But we've seen a couple of times today where the wrestler out in front, all of a sudden, just like this with Ava Mosier coming down and trying to see if she can put Govergo in that headlock position and earn some points. Ava Mosier continues to work up top. Govergo now comes back right on top of Mosier as they're nearing the edge of the mat here. And they'll be off the mat, no points awarded, and will be in the neutral position.
Yeah, both wrestlers just going at it here, not leaving anything out on the wrestling mat. This is a great 250-pound match.
Kind of sometimes, Brent, you can say you can feel it in the air. Well, we're in the month of February, and I think sometimes wrestlers understand the situation that no matter what, I'm one away from my season being done officially. You can kind of see that here a little bit. As Mosier will work up top against Govergo here. Govergo trying to get out of a spot with Mosier. Mosier trying to get the 2-point takedown. Quick reversal coming here for Govergo. Now she's out in front, 7-0. Needs another point for at least a major decision at this juncture. We said Mosier's taking a lot of punishment. She was trying to give it right back to Govergo, but Govergo did a good job on the 2-point reversal to take a 7-0 advantage, 60 seconds left in the period.
Yeah, once Govergo gets on top, not much Mosier can do. So Govergo, very, very good wrestler on top, goes back to that power half.
As Mosier has been in this position already a ton in this particular match. If you would look at the riding time, Govergo's had all of it. As we have a potentially dangerous and a 1-point coming here for Ava Mosier to make it now 7-1.
Yeah, not a bad outcome if you're Ava Mosier. Gets reset back to the center of the mat just as Govergo hooks up the pinning combination.
So Govergo will come on here against Mosier. As Mosier gets back to a little bit of her base, working on the interior there is Govergo trying to get those hooks around. "15 seconds left here in this second period is coming up. We'll get to the 100-pound weight class And we'll get a stalling warning here.
Yeah, Mosier warned with the stalling. Gavergo and up over the hips, applying a lot of pressure with that power half. Not much Mosier can do. Just has to take that stall warning.
12 seconds in the second period here. Mosier trying to spin Gavargo across, trying to get that 2-point reversal, but then Gavarro comes into a pinning position. 2 seconds, 1 second, and that's how we'll end the second period. 3 more near fall points coming for Gavargo, but Mosier is like a cat with 9 lives right now. It continues, Brent, to get bailed out, if you will, at the right time, either with potentially dangerous or the clock going down to 0 there in the period.
Yeah, not bad decision making by Mosier there to try to hit that roll at the end of the period. Just missed it. If she had caught that, would have been a big 5-point move, but ended up getting caught by Gavargo. Gave up a couple more near fall, but not the pin.
So Gavargo here 10-1 with the advantage. Now you got to start looking at that major decision points here with 2 minutes left in this third. If you're Mosier, you really have nothing more to lose at this point, Brent. Try to get that down to at least a decision if you do lose, and maybe you can find Gavargo in a precarious spot and maybe go for that fall.
Yeah, we've seen Mosier, that second period kind of back and forth. When she's in the top position, she's able to handle Gavargo.
As right now, Gavargo kind of running away from Mosier. Understand the time and situation. You just wonder when that warning will be coming out with a stalling. As there it comes right there.
Yeah, now Gavargo has to watch out. She can, if she picks up another one, that's another point for Mosier. After that, then it's a 2-point award or a penalty.
As it's a major decision at this juncture, 10-2. Gavargo out in front against Mosier with 75 seconds left in this third period. And Gavargo again kind of staying away from Ava Mosier a little bit. Every time Mosier comes out, just kind of pushes her back and gets another foot or two of real estate. As Gavargo sees this one across, and there it is again.
Yeah, and now Mosier warned with the stalling, so the referee warns her for pushing Gavargo out.
It's almost, Brenda kind of feels like neither one wants to make that last move to see if it goes from a decision to a major or possibly a fall.
Yeah, I think Mosier, she's going to try to go for the big move here, but she doesn't want to make a mistake and give up the fall, so she's just trying to be very methodical in her approach.
As right now, Gavargo with 35 seconds left, up by 8. Mosier coming back as the two continue to hand fight a little bit here across.
Yeah, and there goes that major decision.
As a point comes for Ava Mosier, so now Gavargo needs a point to get that major decision back after that stalling warning. As Gavargo again just continues to walk around, and Mosier is trying his best to see if she can try to work the head and bring her down to the mat. Does on the end with 1 second left in the period, and looks like we'll end at a 10-3 spot here. 3 points will be coming for Fargo, but how big was that extra point later on? How huge can that possibly be? It'll be 10-3. Gavargo on the heavyweight able to pick it up, and 3 points to Fargo. But as you alluded to, Brent, that stalling warning, instead of a fall and you're up by 1, a fall now you're tied, as an example in this next weight class.
Yeah, that could potentially be a big point in this duel. 30-24 is the score. Napoleon's up in the duel, back to 100 pounds.
3 more weight classes still to go. And Napoleon, either way, will be heading to state. It's just a matter what will Fargo do. Willow Hagen for Fargo coming up against Renfro here for Napoleon Gackel Streeter. Willow Hagen working up top against Renfro. As Hagen, we've seen her be a spitball at 100 pounds so far here today. As we have a Glasping, and we'll start in a neutral position.
Yeah, for Bailey Renfro, she wants to pick up win number 2. This is the time to do it here in this duel.
You have the 7th grader Hagen against the 8th grader Renfro here, so a lot of youth in a very big match at this point at 100 pounds. 2 points upcoming here to Willow Hagen for the takedown. Still 3 weight classes to go.
Yeah, Hagen with the half Nelson has it locked up.
Hagen able to finish it off for the pin, and all of a sudden now we're tied at 30. With the fall with 55 seconds in, and it's a 30-30 contest with 106 pounds, and Team Grand Forks is sitting right in front of us waiting to see, does Fargo come back and win and their season is done from a dual standpoint, or does Napoleon Gackle Streeter come and win and you get to wrestle off here sooner rather than later? Two more weight classes as we get to 106 pounds between the Imperials and Team Fargo, as Baku Elder here for Team Fargo going up against Brandy Weigel for Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Baku Elder, the 8th grader, against the freshman Weigel here. So again, another youthful match where points either way are going to be large going into that 112-pound weight class in the final one. As Baku Elder continues to circle around, trying to finish it off with a 2-point takedown, but nothing right now, where Weigel's got her hand across the right leg there of Baku Elder.
Yeah, still no award of a takedown to either wrestler, so still wrestling in neutral position with no score in the match.
As Baku Elder is trying to spin around and get off the grasp of Weigel, and there's the 2-point takedown eventually. 60 seconds into this first period. As both Carrington wrestling teams and Central Cass seeing the conclusion of this one. As Baku Elder right now continues to spin around up top on Weigel. Weigel trying to see if she can at least get the escape, and now Baku Elder trying to see how many more points she can possibly get, but Weigel gets back to her base on her feet, trying to get the 1-point escape here. Trying to get out of the grasp of Baku Elder, and Elder throws it down there, and it's going to get called for that clasping.
Yeah, big point at the end of this period, so that he gets Weigel on the board now, 2-1 score.
So you got the 1 point award here to Weigel, but she will be in the down position here with 17 seconds left in this first period.
Yeah, Weigel with a nice move, trying to increase or at least tie this up in the first period.
Weigel just trying to get off of the hands of Baku Elder as Elder brings her down to the mat. We're going to run out of time here, so it's 2-1. And Baku Elder was so close, Brent, a handful of times to get another 2 points and maybe some near fall, but Weigel did a really good job just fending that off as we go to the second period.
Yeah, Weigel had a nice move, that restart back to the center of the mat, just not able to finish her switch. Baku Elder takes her back down. Here going into the second period, she has a 2-1 lead.
Baku Elder works on that right leg of Weigel right now as she has her down to a single leg. Baku Elder then going to drive her right into the mat. That's going to be a 2-point for the reversal with a 4-1 advantage now for Team Stingers and Fargo as they work to the side. Baku Elder, we've seen a little bit of everything in her tool chest so far, Brent. About 2.5 minutes into this one.
Yeah, it worked a quick reversal. She's up in the match, 4-1.
As we'll have a caution here against Baku Elder. 4-1 is the advantage with a 1:30 left in this second period.
Weigel with another nice sit out. Elder just gets back around behind her to stop that attack from the bottom by Weigel.
Baku Elder trying to work that arm a little bit on Weigel so she can't come across. And now she's got a good pin position here. Near fall points coming. 70 seconds left in this second period. Baku Elder trying to get a big fall and 6 points for Team Stingers.
Yeah, Elder has that locked up tight.
And there it is. A fall with 59 seconds left in the second period at 106 pounds. Baku Elder gives Team Fargo a 6-point advantage. An 8th grader against a freshman right there did not disappoint here at 106 pounds. As we go now to our final weight class here at 112 pounds, Napoleon Gackel Streeter, they will need a pin. Tess Gross, the 8th grader, against Laidlaw here, the junior. Laidlaw wasting very little time, 10 seconds in, and she gets the fall 13 seconds in. Team Fargo is moving on, and they will go to state. They will be the number 3 team out of the East. Napoleon Gackel Streeter will be the 4, which means we will not have a wrestle-off, and we will have one more match here tonight in the championship between Central Cass and the Carrington Cardinals. What a quick little flurry of points that was, Brent, the last couple of weight classes here on mat number 1.
Yeah, once we got her tied up there, Fargo just dug down deep, knew what they had to do to win this duel and stay out of that challenge match.
42-30, so Team Fargo will be the 3rd. You'll have the 4th for Napoleon Gackel Streeter here tonight. What we're going to do is take a break. When we come back, we'll preview what's to come. Well, that's the championship between the number 1 overall seed and the Central Cass Squirrels, and the 3 seed of the Carrington Cardinals. The 4 seed, Napoleon Gackel Streeter from the East. The 3 will be Team Fargo. So what we know is this: the 1, the 3, you have the 2, and the 6 will all be going to state here from the East. We're back after this with championship between the Squirrels and the Cardinals. That is next.
You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro. You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
Your home for the Division A, Region 1, and Region 2 girls basketball tournaments is yourliveevent.com.
Flutters the pass over to Cotton. High arching rainbow tickles a twine.
From the Shield Center in Fargo to the Louis Lee Fieldhouse in Mayville, we'll have you covered for all the action.
Bag of tricks up to 7 points and another steal for Hurst. Baseball pass to Sage. It's in!
Quarterfinals start Monday, February 19th for the Division A, Region 1, and Region 2 girls basketball tournaments on yourliveevent.com.
You finally found the perfect car in Racing Blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
River's Edge Insurance Agency, Halstead, 218-456-2172.
Keep going. More. No, stop!
Riverside Building Center in Lisbon, North Dakota is Southeastern North Dakota's premier building supply headquarters. They have it all from the basic home improvements to complete pre-built homes. Their staff is knowledgeable in every product they sell and have over 110 combined years of experience. With their large inventory to sell from and a fleet of 6 delivery vehicles, Riverside Building Center in Lisbon can bring the products to your job site. From a hammer all the way to a home, they have you covered. Visit rbclisbon.com today. Riverside Building Center in Lisbon.
Your family farm has been adapting to challenges in the field for generations. Taupe Insurance is here to help you weather the storm when those challenges arise. Visit with Taupe Insurance today about a quote or review of your policies. Taupe Insurance offers coverage on your farm's assets, crop, and hail insurance, plus home and auto, commercial, and life insurance. Stop in for a visit today at their office in Castleton or give Taupe Insurance a call at 701-347-4045.
Hi, this is Chrissy Thompson from the Hillsboro and Central Valley School District, reminding you that ethics, integrity, and respect are values important to our daily lives. In our sporting events, educational lessons, and lifetime values taught by school activities. Remember that one simple word, sportsmanship. It's how you play the game. This message is from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts.
Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you here is again third place, the Fargo Stingers. Fourth place will be the Imperials of Napoleon Gacko Streeter. Who's first and who's second? Well, we're going to find out shortly here. Brent Dick will have the call of this championship match between the Central Cass Squirrels and the Carrington Cardinals here on your live events.
Yeah, both teams' captains have reported in. We're getting underway. Wrestlers at the front desk.
These two are anxious to go, Brent. They haven't wrestled in a while.
I know, that's true. They've had a little bit of a break, so we're at 112 pounds. At least that's what's on the board. So that this championship match starting at 112. Central Cass made their way into the championship match. They defeated Grand Forks 42-30 in the duel. In the semifinals, Carrington defeated Fargo 42-27. You're at 112 pounds. Mallory DeVries for Central Cass wrestles Juliet Davis of Carrington. DeVries has a 2-point takedown. So even the official here got a little flat-footed, has to get on his little armbands for scoring points. DeVries working for the fall. Has that locked up over the top, pushing those shoulders down to the mat. And winner by fall, quick 6 points for Central Cass. They take a 6-0 lead in the duel. DeVries with the win by fall at 112 pounds. So championship match underway. Central Cass with a quick 6-0 lead. DeVries wins by fall over Juliet Davis at 118 pounds. A lot of activity kind of down on the floor. The wrestlers make their way over and report in now. Our 118-pound match. Brianna Mayer for Central Cass, Addison Vandehoven for Carrington. 7th grader wrestling a junior in this matchup. The Mayer and Vandehoven work back to the center of the mat at 118 pounds. Brianna Mayer, honorable mention ranking statewide at 118. The last year state qualifier for Central Cass scores a 2-point takedown. She drags down Vandehoven down to a minute remaining in the first period. Going to work on top, trying to dig out a wrist on Vandehoven. Now throws into half Nelson. Catches the far wrist, going to try to run this around the top. Has that arm buried in deep, just trying to stay away from catching that potentially dangerous call. Now has Vandehoven on her hip. Vandehoven tries to counter it by sitting up and rolls through. A little back and forth. Now going back to work up on the head and arms. Going to walk this around, working for a fall, trying to increase this lead. Vandehoven scrambling in the bottom position. Able to roll through, kept those feet going, but Mayer picks up a 2-point near fall. She's up 4-0. Back to the head and arm, working in top position. Now has it locked up tight, puts the squeeze on Vandehoven. Mayer with the fall, picks up the pin, up 12-0, Central Cass over Carrington. Central Cass showed up to wrestle here in this championship match, picking up 2 pins at 112 and now at 118.
Mallory DeVries did a really nice job, but Mayer kind of a Swiss Army knife a little bit there. Brent kind of able to show you a little bit everything that she was able to do to finally finish off and get that second pin, as you alluded to.
Yeah, she definitely, she just chain wrestled from one move to the other. Something wasn't working or something fell through. She went to the next move. They're 124 pounds championship match. Lake and Capone for Central Cass. Jasmine Ybarra for Carrington. Ybarra ranked number 6 in the state.
You don't want to come back and say, you know, you're only 3 weight classes in out of 12 that you need to have a chance here, as Ybarra might have a little bit of a timeout here.
Contact issue.
We saw Ybarra earlier come out with a blood timeout and finish off with a pin, but a fall would really do wonders here, Brent, to get them right back after 2 quick pins there for Central Cass.
Yeah, Carrington looking to answer back after those pins by Central Cass at 112-118. Ybarra, definitely the wrestler that can do that for Carrington. He's a junior. She's wrestling a 7th grader, so just kind of the reverse of her last match. Now we have the junior from Carrington wrestling the 7th grader from Central Cass. Ybarra kind of working over the top now, steps away. Not afraid to butt heads with Capon. The wrestler still circling, just working that far edge of the mat, called out of bounds. Ybarra, usually really aggressive wrestler, so maybe a little bit of the nerves trying to work through those right now on her feet. She wades into Capone, pushes her out of bounds. Get a restart back to the center.
And Capone also in an interesting spot as a 7th grader. Sometimes the youth is better unserved, if you will, right? You don't know any better sometimes, Brent.
Yep, I kind of had that same thought going through my head. Just a 7th grader to be out here in a championship duel. What other sport are you going to find yourself in that in a region championship? Ybarra steps away now. Nice little blast double. Turns the corner for a 2-point takedown. Nice setup by Ybarra. Capone coming in. Hits the double. Picks up a 2-point takedown. She leads 2-0. The Central Cass with the 12-0 lead at the 124-pound weight class. Ybarra chooses bottom position. That's one thing, if Ybarra wants to get her team going, she can come out here, fire off the bottom, hit a reversal, and work for that fall. That would get Carrington back in this duel. But Capone now working up over the head and arm. Ybarra grabs onto the leg, going to try to sit through. Cracks down Capone, takes her over to the mat, working for the fall. Reverses half, going to catch the head and arm. Ybarra stretches out, digging that chin into the shoulder on Capone, working for the fall for the Carrington Cardinals. Has a lot of time, minute 20 on the clock. We're in the 2nd period. She has a 4-0 lead. Now kind of changes it up, scoops the head. Kind of readjusts up over the top. Capone still fighting it. Ybarra still applying that pressure. Has the arms locked up, goes back to the squeeze. Under a minute remaining on the 2nd period. Capone left shoulder up just by a little bit. Ybarra adjusts again, now up over the top. And with the fall, Jasmine Ybarra closes the score now. Now a 12-6 lead for Central Cass.
Capone tried to do her best against Ybarra, but I just think you saw a little more seasoning, if you will, on Ybarra, Brent, especially when she got that first 2-point takedown. It just kind of felt like she was back at home almost.
Yeah, I think, right. She just needed that, to open up a little bit, and found that in their 2nd period. Switched it into another gear to pick up that pin. And at 130 pounds, 12-6 dual leader, championship duel, East Region Girls Dual Tournament. So Dutchik from Central Cass wrestling Kendall Kovar from Carrington. Dutchik's a senior, Kendall Kovar a junior. Little double leg shot by Kovar. Dutchik's able to step back out of it. Dutchik for Central Cass honorable mention ranking. Now another double leg shot. Kovar able to get inside the guard, Dutchik, but not able to take her down to the mat. Now under a minute remaining. Dutchik's working up over the top. Kovar working that far side on the wrist. Once again, another attack, leg attack by Kovar. Dutchik's going to drive into Kovar, takes her down to the mat, picks up a 2-point takedown. So Dutchik with the heavy hips able to drive into Kovar, picks up 2-point takedown under 30 seconds remaining. Now right away attacks the head. Kovar wings down on it, builds back up to her base. Kovar tries the power stand up with the outside leg, not able to bounce up to her feet. Dutchik hard mat return. Final 3 seconds tick off the clock. A 2-0 lead for Isabel Dutchik over Kendall Kovar going into our second period. The Central Cass picked up pins at 112-118. Carrington answers back at 124. The hard head tap from Kovar. Dutchik had enough of that. Ties up the arms of Kovar now. In the second period, minute 45. 2-0 lead for Isabel Dutchik.
Seen Kovar come back earlier against Team Fargo, win at 6-4 in a very similar instance, just like this, Brent, where she didn't have a lot going offensively, if you will, the first, minute or two of that match, but then all of a sudden got an escape here, got an escape there, and able to get a reversal, and all of a sudden now she was in the advantage.
Yep, that's right. I do remember that match. Yep, fought from behind, took the match in the end. She's down 2-0. Kovar had a couple nice double leg shots. Now, not willing at this time to go back underneath a Dutchik after Dutchik able to score that takedown at the end of the first period. The wrestler is doing a lot of head position and hand fighting. Circling back over to towards the center of the mat. Dutchik with that 2-0 lead. Dutchik now going underhook. Trying to reel in Kovar. Little snap down by Dutchik. Kovar trying to keep those hips back and out of the reach of Dutchik. Now another nice double leg blast shot on Dutchik. Gets around behind her. This time she turns the corner. Has it locked up. She has to hit a mat return. No points awarded. Final 10 seconds of the period. Dutchik scrambling, goes head and arm. Able to back away. And no points given up by Isabel Dutchik. She's up 2-0. That's how our period ends going into the third.
Well, Ybarra went for the same thing just moments ago against Kapan with that double here. Brent, and Kovar almost nearly executed it again.
Yeah, nice double leg shots by Kovar, just not able to finish those against Isabel Dutchik. So Kovar starts in the bottom position, hits a stand up there. Dutchik's going to try to drag her down to the mat. And Kovar with that head down to the mat. Dutchik working on top, has the far wrist tied up. Kovar still working, just trying to post that outside leg. Now had it momentarily, but Dutchik's able to put pressure on her, breaks her back down belly on the mat. Working center edge. And Dutchik drags Kovar over onto the Central Cass side of the mat. Good spot to be if you're Isabel Dutchuk working for the win. She's up 2-0. Now 1:05 remaining in the third period. Working the arm on the near side, trying to hit an arm bar in, trying to dig that arm back through and around the back on Kovar. Dutchuk with the ride out so far, under a minute remaining, now under 40 seconds in the third period. She's up 2-0. Kovar just not able to get back up to her base, build any momentum there. Now Dutchuk has the armbar locked up, trying to run it around, has Kovar go up on her hip. Kovar doesn't go over, final 15 seconds. Dutchuk in the lead, she's up 2-0. Takes a look at the clock. She has that 2-0 lead, final 5 seconds. Kovar not able to get off the bottom. Isabel Dutchuk's going to win by decision, puts 3 more points on the board. 15-6 dual lead for Central Cass after 130 pounds.
Central Cass, you'll take it. You know, there's maybe a chance there at the end to see if you can maybe get Kovar over and work for that fall here, Brent. But eventually, Kovar just did enough, kind of as we saw earlier against Team Fargo, did enough defensive work to give herself a chance. But that one double leg when she got it, Dutchuk did a good job defending it, and that was kind of really the difference in that bout.
Yeah, that proved out big for Emily Dutchuk in that, or Isabel Dutchuk in that decision, 2-0 decision. Able to defend off and keep Kovar away from her legs. Kovar had 4 nice shots on Dutchuk. They're back out here at 136. 15-6 dual lead for Central Cass. Emma Schneider with the 2-point takedown, going to work on top on Kendra Garcia. Kendra Garcia going to work on top of Emma Schneider. Rolls her over. Garcia has Schneider going to her back. Working for a quick pin and 6 more points. Now 15-12 is the score. So those big bonus point wins kind of close that gap. Now just down by 3 here for the Carrington Cardinals.
All of a sudden, Garcia, you kind of knew coming in 32-5 there against a 7-19 wrestler in Schneider, and Garcia just looks like a savvy vet on the mat here, Brent. She wastes 0 time. She knows what she wants to do, and she goes after it.
Yep, those pins are so big. I mean, if you can come out there and get a pin within the first 30 seconds, that gets your team pumped up. And now an open weight here for Grace Lamar. So dual scored 21-12. They're going out at 148 pounds. Our next contested match in the duel, Lois Schneider, Central Cass.
Chuboteriano here
there
coming
out.
out.
That's what I was looking for, Chuboteriano.
I knew what you were looking for
I
for a while,
because
I did the same thing earlier today, and I think this is the first time you've had to call her name, Brent, because she was on this side of the mat earlier. But yeah, Chuboteriano, there we go.
That's a mouthful. Try to say that 3 times fast.
That sounds like a restaurant or something coming up. Yeah, that sounds like a fancy restaurant.
Yeah. We are scoreless. It's the start of the first period. Our dual score now 21-12. The open weight at 142 pounds for Carrington. Puts Lois Schneider out against Madalena Chuboteriano. Schneider, a junior. Chuboteriano, a freshman from Carrington. And under a minute remaining now. A little level change. Chuboteriano thought about going in on Schneider, but kind of pulled back out of that double leg shot. Here's Schneider staying active, keeping those feet moving. Now working an underhook, trying to head an arm on Chuboteriano. Chuboteriano steps over on Schneider on that headlock attempt. She gets a 2-point takedown. The final 14 seconds of the first period. 2-0 lead. And Schneider trying to score at the end of the period, gets a 1-point escape. So 2-1 here for Chubateriano over Lois Schneider at the end of the first period.
Good job by Schneider because she was that close of possibly finishing it off with Chuboteriano there to try to get the fall. And Carrington just needs points, at least in some capacity, but a pin would be awfully large here, Brent.
Yeah, she almost got that head and arm on Schneider. Schneider had her opportunity as well, but Chuboteriano came out on the top of that scramble. Picked up the takedown, 2-1 lead. The start of the period, that's a stand up now. Schneider gets Chuboteriano down, going to run our arm bar around the top. Chuboteriano trying to counter out of it, rolls over to her back. She's caught here as Schneider. Schneider working for the foul and the pin for Lois Schneider for Central Cass. A big 6 points on the board. 27-12 dual lead for Central Cass in the championship duel.
I tell you what, Brent, if Central Cass wins this one, especially if Carrington makes it a little bit closer, I think that Schneider pin potentially might be your move of the match right here, maybe in that championship.
And when she locked up that armbar, she just attacked it and ran it right around the head of Chuboteriano for the fall. All right, 155-pound match. Cheyenne Helland for Central Cass. Nevaeh Sorensen for Carrington. Helland is a junior, Sorensen a sophomore. The start of the first period, 1:20 remaining in the first. Helland holding the center of the mat. Sorensen working the outside, nice single leg, little knee pick. Helland with a 2-point takedown, goes right away, back into the armbar, rolls over Sorensen, working for the fall and the pin. As the official dives over the top and slaps the mat. That might be a move of the night there for the officials. Helland with the fall. Takes 33-12 lead for Central Cass.
Yeah, the official kind of looked like a goalie with the crease right open, coming back with the glove to try to put something out there, Brad. Almost got a back kick there, kind of like a Bronco kick coming back at him.
Yep, towel tappers giving him a high five walking off the mat.
Nice move by Cheyenne Helland there, though, to earn the points. And all of a sudden, Central Cass is opening this one up a little bit here, Brent, where they've kind of shown you with just about 5 left here that they got a nice little advantage right now. So if you're Carrington, you really got to start going for those potential big point moves, whether to get a tech fall or try to get that fall.
Yeah, that's the explosiveness in the lineup for Central Cass. The teammates sometimes they don't want to be outdone. Your teammate goes out, picks up that big pin with the armbar. You're going to do the same thing, and you took care of business. Now 170 pounds. Nevaeh Hipsack for Central Cass. Carly Lessman for Carrington. Hipsack is a freshman. Lessman a senior for Carrington. The Hipsack kind of charged in. Takes a step back. Lessman tried a little slide by there. Now Hipsack goes back to the collar tie, tries snapping down. Lessman pushes her away. The wrestlers holding the center of the mat. Working a little hand fight. Now back to collar ties. Hipsack gets into that collar tie. She's really trying to snap down on Lessman. Lessman just holding her ground. A 33-12 lead for Central Cass, opening up a big lead, picking up back-to-back pins. And time expires in the first period. We go scoreless into the second. Between Hipsack and Lessman. Lessman kind of hesitated on a double leg shot, but really that's the only attack that we had in that first period by either wrestler. So Lessman starts in the bottom. Her first move, a little tripod out, posts the outside leg. It grabs the arm of Hipsack, just trying to pull down on that, gain some leverage, and spin out of the bottom. Now Hipsack recovers, moves back around now to the near side, working underneath the arms of Lessman. Lessman trying to break that grip now, able to get wrist control. Passes it over the top, scores a 1-point escape. A little shoulder throw by Lessman for the 1-point escape. Picks up, or takes the lead. Now 1:10 remaining in the second period. Both wrestlers back to their feet. Here Lessman working on the arms on Hipsack. Hipsack pushes away. Lessman goes back, collar tie with a little snap down. Final 45 seconds of the second period, 1-0 lead for Carly Lessman for Carrington. And now Lessman with the big head and arm, just attack that head and arm, throws down Hipsack to the mat, working for the fall. Hipsack's trying to chase the leg of Lessman. Lessman staying in position, walking up towards the head, working for the fall. Final 15 seconds of our second period for Lessman. Putting a lot of pressure, leaning back. With Hipsack able to grab that leg, capture that leg. The final 3 seconds. Official down there has a good look at it. No pin for Lessman. Hipsack gets through into the third period. Have 3 near fall. So Lessman takes a 6-0 lead over Nevaeh Hipsack. Hipsack chooses a top position to start the third period.
Lessman was just seconds away. It looked like she was going to beat the horn, if you will, there, Brent.
Yeah, she was putting everything into that headlock that she had. Wanted that pin at the end of the period. Not able to get it. She takes a 6-0 lead, starts in the bottom position. Down to 1:45 remaining in the third period. Oh, Lessman working out, has tripod up. Able to clear her hips. Catches that shoulder in arm of Hipsack. Hipsack able to recover. Now Lessman stands up. Good mat return by Hipsack. Takes Lessman down with 1:20 remaining. Still 6-0 lead. Goes power half. Attacks the head and arm. Lessman goes back, works the shoulder, hits that little shoulder throw again. Trying to get back around behind for the reversal. Picks up that 2-point reversal. She's up 8-0, has a win by major decision. Hipsack trying to return the favor. Now comes out the back door, picks up a 2-point reversal. Back to a 6-point lead for
Lessman now doing a good job, but Hipsack, she's throwing everything she's got at her here, Brent. The question is, can she keep it to 6 or less right now, right? You don't want to give up that major decision if you lose just by a decision.
Yep, Hipsack takes a peek over at her coach over there, issuing her instructions, wants her to work for the fall. She's down by 6 points. Another little shoulder throw for Lessman. Lessman gets Hipsack out of position. She just has to swim around. She's going to pick up a 1-point escape. Now 9-2 has a 7-point lead. Final 5 seconds tick away for Lessman. She'll pick up a win by decision, 9-2 over Nevaeh Hipsack.
A nice round of applause with Hipsack here too. Just losing by decision here, Brent.
Yeah, able to get that point back. makes it a 3-point win. 15-33 is a dual score for Carrington. They're up, or excuse me, Central Cass is up 33-15.
So at 190, it will be open. I said 170 on the local
170,
local
yep.
part.
Yep.
And then it's going to be open at heavyweight as well. So Gullison for Central Cass here, Brent.
There you go. So Lindbergh with the forfeit at 250. A dual score is correct, 39-21. Well, you have the right wrestler going out here for Central Cass going into your 100-pound match. Anna White, defending state champion, Jamison Schroeder for Carrington. Schroeder, 7th grade, Anna White, a freshman.
Yeah, her only loss this year, Bell the Brawl Championship to a Bemidji wrestler here last weekend, Brent.
Yeah, nice double leg shot, takes down Schroeder to the mat, takes an early 2-0 lead, 1:30 remaining. Going to work on top, dug out those wrists. Has a hammerlock on that far side. Rolls, tried to roll through on that, catch a tilt on Schroeder. Schroeder able to get out of bounds for a restart. We did start at 112 pounds, still 106 to go. And White's going to try to finish this one off early. Has an armbar locked up, walks it around. It's tight for Anna White with the fall. 45-21 dual score going into 106 pounds. The Central Cass showing their dominance here. Take a 45-21 dual lead over Carrington.
That kind of reminded me, Brent, of Garcia for Carrington, right? Coming out, making very little work, just knew what she needed to do, and once she had the opportunity to finish it off, able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, Anna White not wasting any time. Picks up the win by fall, and we will have a open weight here for Central Cass at 106. So that's your final dual score, 45-27. Your champions, East Region dual champions, Central Cass Squirrels, they win 45-27 over the Carrington Cardinals. So Central Cass are your East Region dual champions. Second place is Carrington. Third place is Fargo. Finishing in fourth is Napoleon. Fifth place goes to Grand Forks. Pembina County North in sixth place for your North Dakota East Region Girls Dual Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com.
Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has broadened to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsborough, Grandin, Gackle, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, Medina, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Hey, welcome back. YourLiveEvent.com. Your East Region Dual champions are the Central Cass Squirrels. They win by a score of 45-27 over the Carrington Cardinals. Our duel opened up at 112 pounds with Mallory DeRise over Juliet Davis. By fall for Central Cass, Brianna Meyer picks up another pin at 118 pounds. Puts Central Cass up by a score of 12-0. Jasmine Ibarra for Carrington Cardinals answers back at 124. Picks up a pin. Dual score was 12-6. Isabel Jutchuk at 130 pounds wins by decision over Kendall Kovar. Dual score 15-6 at 136 pounds. Kendra Garcia over Emma Schneider for Carrington. That dual score 15-12. That's the closest that dual score would be. After that, it was all Central Cass. They picked up a win by forfeit at 142. Then a pin at 148 and 155 for Central Cass. Carrington able to answer back with Carly Lessman over Nevaeh Hipsack at 170. Ava Golson for Central Cass picks up a win by forfeit. And then another forfeit at 250 pounds for Carrington. That was Ashley Lindberg. And then at 100 pounds, Anna White for Central Cass comes out and closes out our contested matches with a win by fall over Jamison Schroeder from Central Cass. And our last match uncontested at 106 with Asa Reimke picking up a win by forfeit. Your final dual score was 45-27, Central Cass over the Carrington Cardinals, and they are your East Region dual champions for the 2024 season in North Dakota girls wrestling. So Carrington will move on. We'll wait to see what the results are, find out what those matchups will be for the state tournament, what our West Region dual teams, where they finished at for the West Region. But Castleton will move on and represent the East Region in that number one spot at your North Dakota girls state wrestling duels. That's at the Fargo Dome from the 15th to the 17th of February. And that kind of closes things out. 45-27 win for Central Cass over Carrington. We'll step away, take a break, come back with our RDK Enterprises move of the match and our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match here on YourLiveEvent.com.
If you're ready to save time, aggravation, and money, the team at Weber Insurance is here and ready to make the process as painless as possible. Weber Insurance makes sure you find the best insurance because their agency is 100% independent. They have the freedom to shop the marketplace and find the best possible combination of cost and coverage. Talk with Dan, Leslie, or Carol to get a quote started today, or go online to weberinsurance.net. Call, click, text, or stop in at Weber Insurance, locally owned in Castleton.
All right, back here at YourLiveEvent.com for our East Region Girls Dual Tournament where Central Cass defeats the Carrington Cardinals by a score of 45-27. We'll come back, talk about our RDK Enterprises precision move of the match. So that move of the match goes out at 130 pounds to Isabel Dutchik over Kendall Kovar. That was one of the decisive matches at 130 pounds where Dutchik wins by decision, a 2-0 decision, pulling out the victory and picking up 3 points. At that point, that dual score was 12-6. That win by Dutchik over Kendall Kovar increased that lead 15-6. And Isabel Dutchik picking up your RDK Enterprises precision move of the match. And then now for your Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match, our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match, that's going to go out to Anna White for the Central Cass Squirrels, the reigning state champion at 100 pounds. Comes out, kind of puts the exclamation point on the win for Central Cass with that pin at 100 pounds over Jamison Schroeder. That increased that lead for Central Cass and closed out the duel with those 45 points. So Anna White earning your Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match, and congratulations to Central Cass on that East Region Dual Championship. This is sports announcer guy Brent Dick here. And I'm going to step away, take a word from our sponsors, and we'll come back live at Central Cass here with Chase Miller and a couple guests up here with Central Cass wrestlers and also Coach Lamar on YourLiveEvent.com.
From on Site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle. Trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customer satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
Every Wednesday night at 7, watch the YourLiveEvent.com Coaches Show, presented by the Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation. Stay up to date with the latest goings-on in the region, as we'll hear from area coaches in North Dakota and Minnesota. Plus, we'll highlight area high school seniors on their achievements in the classroom and on the court with our Senior Spotlight. That's the YourLiveEvent.com Coaches Show, presented by the Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation, Wednesday nights at 7 on YourLiveEvent.com.
As we come back, joining us now from the Central Cass Squirrels, it is Grace Lamar here, part of the East Region Dual Championship for Central Cass. Grace, what does it mean to kind of defend your home court, if you will, your home mat here, able to be the number one seed coming into it as voted on by the coaches and leaving as the number one seed going into state? What does it mean for you, Grace?
Honestly, it feels really good. It shows the audience here today, it showed us how much people actually care about us, and it shows the community that we're in is really good. Yeah, having it on our home court, too, it makes it a lot better. Yeah.
And able to go from there, talk about Lois Schneider's move there to come back and earn that fall there in that championship. It kind of felt like that was the propeller that kind of put you guys up on top. What did you see from Lois, from your teammate?
Honestly, Lois is a really hard worker. She's one of the hardest workers that we have in our room right now. So to see her get that fall at the end was really good for her.
And then going forward, you got individuals next weekend in Carrington. What do you hope to take as a team to Carrington next weekend before you get to state in 2 weeks here, Grace?
Honestly, just improving our effort and our attitude sometimes. That's about it. But honestly, if we come out on top as a team again, it's really good for us. So
take us through the day. You're able to go 2-0, a long wait before you get to that championship match. But how much fun was it today for you guys just to take care of business, so to speak, right out of bat in the quarterfinals and eventually win this championship?
It was a lot of fun. I think a lot of the girls were questioning how we were going to wrestle, like even during the Grand Forks duel. Are we supposed to win this? Are we not supposed to win this? It came down to like how we put our attitude out there. Honestly, it was really fun, and seeing our girls compete in front of our home court was even better. So
congratulations, Grace, on the win, and best of luck moving forward.
Thank you.
Grace Lamar will continue after this with a couple more wrestlers here from Central Cass.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Ziegler Ag Equipment, Highway 9 North Ada has a Massey 1754 54 horsepower tractor with cab, air heat, comes with loader, 1,000 hour. It's priced at $33,000 for a limited time, 0% financing for 36 months on used MT 800E Challenger track tractors. Talk with Chuck O'Neill on the inventory available, 0% financing. New Brandt grain carts, get up to $7,500 additional rebate on new Brandt grain carts. Ziegler Ag Equipment, Highway 9 North Ada.
As we continue here on our post-match show, join us here is Ava Gollison, a sophomore for the Central Cass team. Ava, congratulations on the win. We'll start off with Grace. The same question. What does it mean to you to win a East Region Dual Championship here this season with Central Cass?
Yeah, it's a great feeling. This is our second time doing it. We have a great team, great set of coaches. It's an awesome feeling.
And then as we go from there, Ava, just kind of take us through the entire day. You guys come out right off the bat there in the quarterfinals, take care of business at Pembina County North. What was that like to kind of get that collective, breath, so to speak, as the one seed, to know that you're going to the semis? What was that kind of like early on?
It was a good feeling. It felt more like kind of like a warm-up match. It gets us going right away. We know how everything looks and just gets us started for the whole tournament.
And to do this in front of your hometown fans, how much sweeter is that for you?
It is awesome. Their support is crazy. they come here, but they also follow us to places, and we have the best fan section.
You know, you got 2 tournaments left. You got individuals next week in Carrington. You know, as a team, you're heading to the Fargo Dome, and then you're trying to qualify for state next week from the individual side. What do you hope to kind of take forward, moving forward here, Ava, going into Carrington next week?
I'm hoping that we can get our entire team going to state. I'm hoping we are all placing, but I have no doubts. I'm confident in my team, and I'm confident in our coaches, and it'll be good.
Ava, thanks so much for your time. Best of luck moving forward in Carrington.
Thank you.
We'll continue after this as we'll hear from another Central Cass girl wrestler.
You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro. You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Join us now, Lois Schneider here from the Central Cass Squirrels, able to earn that pin in the championship here for Central Cass. Lois, let's just talk about that. You went up against a quality opponent from Carrington. Just kind of take us through that move once you were able to make it, then eventually finish it off with the fall.
Yeah, so she just kind of gave me the opportunity to get that wing in, and I just took it because why not?
And you're able to do it in the championship. How much sweeter was that in front of your home fans to do it here in Castleton?
Oh, it felt really nice, especially because I never do those moves.
So what were you seeing there in that championship that made you go, okay, I have an opportunity, let's go take it and do that move? What was kind of going through your mind at that point?
Well, I already had the wing halfway in, so I just had to get it all the way in and then just keep on driving, never giving it up, and finally got it.
And to move forward here, similar questions that Grace and Ava that we just asked, what do you hope to take from this weekend moving forward? You had really good competition last week at the Bell, good competition here today with the East Region. What do you hope to take moving into Carrington next week here, Lois?
Probably just like opportunities and like setting up your shots and what do you want out of the match and goals and just getting ready for Carrington.
Final thing for you, best trait or characteristic about this team so far? You know you got 2 weeks left with this set of girls with these with this roster, but going back to November when you really started practicing through December, January, now in February, what's the best trait or characteristic about this team, Lois?
Oh, they're hilarious. A lot of memories. They're just goofy gals, and I love that. And they also know how to keep practice serious, which is another plus.
Lois, thanks so much for your time, and best of luck next weekend in Carrington.
All right, thank you.
Lois Schneider here with us on our post-game show. We'll hear from the head coach, Travis Lamar, after this.
Don't be fooled by that beat-up old cap. Its faded crown represents the tireless work of America's farmers and ranchers. Its sturdy brim, their dedication to providing our nation with a safe, affordable food source. So we'd like to tip our hat to them. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting those that protect America's food source.
Contact Ryan Opdahl, your local Farmers Union insurance agent, at 701-436-5777 or use the QR code to connect with the agency.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Winter, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
As we come back now on our post-match show, join us here is Anna White with us from Central Cass, able to be a 100th career victory here. So congratulations, Anna. What does that mean for you to get 100 career victories? And you're just a stinking freshman for crying out loud here, Anna.
It means a lot, honestly. Like, it's crazy to think that just as a freshman I got my 100th, but it's crazy.
And then in that championship, to be part of a team that won a championship here and to earn a pin in the championship, what does that mean to do it in front of your hometown crowd?
It means a lot because especially being here, there's a lot of pressure, and being able to show everybody what I can do, like, just makes it so much better.
And the best trait or characteristic about this team, I just asked Lois about this just moments ago, back to November to where you're at now, knowing at least as a dual team you're heading to state and you have a chance as individuals to qualify next week. What's the best trait here, Anna?
Everybody's just like a family. Boys, the middle school boys, everybody, like, we're all just so close, and I just love that about this team.
And then moving forward, what do you hope to kind of learn from the Belle of the Brawl? What do you hope to learn from this weekend going into Carrington and eventually to state in a couple weeks?
I hope to learn that, like, just building myself up and having self-confidence and being ready to go no matter what happens out there, no matter who I'm wrestling, being 100% focused and, like, just being there in the match.
Did you ever think you'd be a 100 career win wrestler here in high school or in wrestling when you kind of started wrestling?
Yeah,
yeah, you
I
thought
did.
so. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now, what's the next milestone for you moving forward? As you still got a couple more years left.
I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Got a lot more stuff to do this year. Anna, congratulations.
Thank you
Best
so
of luck
much.
moving forward. Anna White with us here. We'll continue after this from Castleton.
Full Service Foods in Hillsboro provides contract packaging and private label foods for your local and regional retail stores. Full Service Foods is a leader in the upper Midwest for less than truckload quantities for contract manufactured sauces and dressings. They are a privately held company with a reputation for quality and customer service. Full Service Foods is proud to be in Hillsboro and bringing employment opportunities to the area. Find out more at fullservicefoods.com. Full Service Foods of Hillsboro, proud to support this community event.
Final segment here on our post-game show in terms of interviews with Travis Lamar, the head coach for the Central Cass Squirrels, able to win the 2024 East Region Dual Championship. And Travis, let's just kind of go through it, right? You come off with Pembina County North, you go up against Grand Forks, and you got a long layover, if you will, before you go up against Carrington. Just take us through the day from your standpoint when you saw right off the bat a couple really good duels matches to start against Pembina County North, and then just kind of take us through the day from your perspective.
Yeah, we talked to the girls right away, and our goal was region dual champs. Like, it wasn't, hey, we want to qualify for state. Hey, obviously we know that if we take care of business, that's gonna happen. But our goal was 3 wins, and we talked all day about one period at a time, one match at a time. Don't worry about dual score. Don't worry about match score. Just keep wrestling, doing what you do best, and the rest will take care of itself. And that's what happened. Pembina came in here. It's the fullest team they've had all year. They finally got to a spot where they got girls healthy and some things like that. And honestly, they had a good day. They coach them hard. They wrestle hard up there. Really proud of the way that our girls started off the day. And then Grand Forks, we really haven't seen them much this year. So, it's kind of figuring out where we can put girls and where they're going to put girls. And, we got a favorable lineup against them. We got some looks that we wanted to see, which kind of led to our win. But, all day long, this is a total team effort. It's what we've talked about with our girls. It's what we've talked about with our boys. It's just always team. Everybody's got to do their thing, and if we do that, good things happen for us. And you saw that against Carrington. I kind of knew a couple bumps they were going to do, and a lot of times if you can, you're trying to get secure wins, right? And if you can get 7 pins, you can't lose the duel. So that's what we were looking to do going into that, and our girls did that. We got the right lineup that we wanted, and the girls did what they needed to do.
We were talking about up here, once Lois Schneider kind of got that pin, it was kind of like, if you will, the over-the-hill moment sometimes when you know what's left on the dual roster for both teams. But just take us through your spot. Lois goes, I don't normally maybe run those moves out there or go for a particular throw, but she saw an opening and she took full advantage. What did you just kind of see?
And we talk about that, like, be aggressive. Like, don't sit back and wait and do those kind of things. Like, our goal is to score points, right? I know that sounds simple. I know, like, to people out there listening, and they're like, what do you mean? Like, of course you want to score points. But, like, that honestly is our goal. If you just go out there and keep scoring points, you put pressure on your opponent. And you know what? You might give up something, right? She tried to throw a headlock. It didn't work. Girl got a takedown. Boom, she was right back up to her feet. Now it's 2-1. Like, she never allowed that girl to take a break, and she got on top and she just took off with it. She was a hammer. So.
And the nice thing about this, you guys are the 1 seed. Obviously, the 2 is going to be Carrington. The 3 going into it here is Team Fargo, and then you have a Napoleon, Gecko, Streeter, and Brent. And I said Napoleon just got a lot better throughout the season, and I think this East Region duel maybe didn't go as some people would have thought going into it. What's the one fun thing, though, from your perspective, Travis, voting in it, seeing this happen, seeing the growth of high school wrestling? How fun was it for you today here as a coach?
You know, it honestly, it's awesome, right? Like, we had some great duels across the board. I mean, there were no real, like, major blowouts or anything like that. Like, they were good competitive duels, and you're seeing that with all of our girls now. You're seeing more competitive wrestling, you know, from top to bottom, and the officials even talked about it, right? Like 2 years ago when we were at the state tournament, you saw girls taking a lot of injury time, and things were in different positions they're not used to, right? Now girls have learned, like, honestly, like, how to wrestle, and you're seeing it, right? Like, anybody that hasn't come out and watched it, like, it's no different than watching the boys wrestle. Like, they're at that level now, and it's awesome. I'm so happy. You know, I'm so happy to be a part of getting it started, and you know, being just being an advocate for these girls and giving them an opportunity to come out and do this kind of stuff, because, like, it's phenomenal, right? Like, it builds character, it builds confidence, it builds everything in them, and to see our team and the way that they bond, it's pretty special.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. You got Carrington obviously coming up Friday, respectively, for the girls, and then quick turnaround for the boys, you know, at Davies with the individuals, and then we'll see where the chips lie at state. What are you looking forward, whether it's a girls or boys perspective, for Central Cass Wrestling here, Travis, over the next couple weeks?
Yeah, you know, we wrestled Valley City last night. It was the end of our regular season, and we'd already qualified for state duels on the boys side, which was pretty cool, first year in Class A, and we make it in. And we just talked about, like, hey, you know, like, going into the duel, we want to end on a high note. We want to roll into the individual piece good. And when we got done, we talked about, okay, focus is on you now. Just you as an individual. You just need to take care of what you need to take care of over this next week as we prep for Davies, you know, the individual there. And it'll be the same message to the girls now. Okay, hey, goal 1 is accomplished, right? We want to hang another banner on that wall on Friday. You know, we want to go and win the East Region and repeat. And we want as many kids to qualify at the individual as possible. And, you know, for our boys, that means we could have the potential of 17 qualifying, right? Our girls, we get to enter everybody. So, you know, we could have everybody. And, like, if we get that, great. If not, hey, you know what? Like, just keep battling, keep improving. And, you know, our T-shirts last year said 1% better every day. And you've seen that in both squads. Like, truly have seen that this year with both squads. Like, our girls, we graduated 4 great seniors last year. And to see our girls step up and fill those holes has been something tremendous, right? Our boys, same thing. We graduated a phenomenal senior class with Dylan and Garrett and Hooley, and, you know, like, and here we are moving up into Class A, and we're out there, we're competing, we're battling, and we qualify for state duels. So I'm excited for next weekend. I'm excited for our kids to have Saturday and Sunday off, really kind of recharge. We've been battling a lot of sickness and stuff, so hopefully these 2 days will help them out, and we go into Carrington and we go into Fargo Davies 110%, and, you know, we'll see what happens.
Travis, thanks so much for your time, and best of luck moving forward next weekend up in Carrington and Fargo.
Thanks a lot, Chase. We appreciate the coverage, man. It's awesome.
And again, Travis Lamar, head coach for Central Cass, will continue after this and put a bow on the 2024 East Region Girls Dual Championship.
Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has broadened to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
You finally found the perfect car in Racing Blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
River's Edge Insurance Agency, Halsted, 218-456-2172.
Keep going. More.
Again, your final here today. The Central Cass Squirrels able to pick up the win in the championship over Carrington. They will be the 1. Carrington will be the 2. And then the 3 seed will be Team Fargo. Napoleon Gackel Streeter will be the number 4 seed entering the state tournament. Make sure you stay tuned to more broadcasts here this weekend. We'll have the Region 1 or the Southeast Sub-Region with Brent Dick on the call down in Lisbon for Class B boys duels. And then Jake Berkmeyer will have the call of the Class B boys duels, what was old Region 2 or the Northeast Sub-Region. That'll be in Larimore, both getting underway at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Then a week from now, we will have our audio-only coverage in Carrington of both the girls on Friday and the boys upcoming on Saturday. So that is what's ahead. And then we'll have more state tournament wrestling coverage 2 weeks from now at the Fargo Dome with the individuals on Thursday and Friday and alongside the duels on Saturday. So it's been a lot of fun. Thanks to Brent Dick, I'm Chase Miller, and thanks to all those sponsors that helped us throughout this particular duel tournament and also as we get a little bit farther through the weekend. On behalf of everybody here in Central Cass and the head coach Travis Lamar joined us as well. Thank you so much for tuning in to the East Region Girls Duel Championship here on YourLiveEvent.com.